Hey there, everyone! Welcome back to Dreamland Encounters. This is where I share stories about real-life experiences with beings from beyond our world, designed to help you relax and drift off to sleep. Before we jump into tonight's tale, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a comment and let me know where you're tuning in from. Get comfortable, settle in, and let's begin. Early September, just after sunset, that magical time when the sky still glows but everything else falls into shadow. I was driving north on Route 14 through southern Illinois, somewhere between McLeansboro and Wayne City. I'd left my aunt's place later than planned, hoping to make it home before midnight without too many stops. Route 14 stretches through an empty landscape, nothing but cornfields, silos, and the occasional cluster of trees or run-down barn. My music played softly, windows cracked open. The evening was warm enough that the breeze felt pleasant, and crickets were starting their nightly chorus in the roadside ditches. Just past 7:30, something caught my eye. Off to the left, maybe half a mile into a field, I spotted some unusual lights. At first, I thought they might be farm equipment. Those big harvesters have lights everywhere, after all. But these weren't moving. They hung high up, 5 or 6 lights in a shallow arc, glowing a soft, pale yellow-white, not as harsh as headlights, just hovering completely still. I slowed down, trying to get a better view, but the hedge and corn were too high. I considered pulling over, but there was no proper shoulder, just gravel and drainage ditches. As I rounded a slight bend, the trees completely blocked my view of the field. When I emerged on the other side, maybe 30 seconds later, the lights had vanished. Something about this bugged me. I kept checking my mirrors, expecting them to reappear. At one point, I thought I saw a faint glimpse far behind me, but I couldn't be sure if it was just a reflection on the windshield. I tried to rationalize it, maybe a drone display or something similar, but the longer I drove, the more that moment stuck with me. It didn't feel explainable. That's the best way I can describe it. About 2 hours later, I pulled into a small gas station near Yucca. I'd been needing a bathroom break for the last 40 miles and thought I'd grab a drink too. It was one of those older stations, just 2 pumps out front and a small shop with flickering fluorescent lights. No other cars were around when I pulled into the parking area. A black SUV sat off to the side, engine off, windows up. It looked newer and seemed out of place. Inside, I used the bathroom and grabbed a water bottle and a snack. When I returned to my car, the SUV remained in the same spot. I didn't think much of it initially. After starting the engine and rolling down the window a bit, a man suddenly appeared. He approached silently and leaned forward, resting his hand lightly on the window frame. I was startled. He wore a well-fitted black suit, black tie, white shirt and sunglasses despite the darkness. His expression was neutral, not smiling, not angry, just blank. "You didn't see anything unusual on Route 14, did you?" he asked in a soft, clipped tone. His voice seemed almost robotic, without a discernible accent. He appeared to be looking through me rather than at me. I hesitated, then simply responded no. He didn't react immediately, keeping his hand on the car while watching me. Eventually he nodded once, released the car, and walked back toward the SUV. Instead of getting in, he stood beside the driver's side door, facing away. I pulled out faster than normal, my hands sweating. Something felt off, though I couldn't precisely explain why. The interaction hadn't been overtly threatening, but it left me unsettled. About a mile down the road, I checked my rearview mirror. The SUV followed, positioned roughly 2 car lengths behind me. No headlights were visible, just a black shape moving through the darkness. For 15 miles, it maintained an exact distance, matching my every move. I tried switching lanes, adjusting my speed, but the vehicle mirrored my actions precisely. It felt unnervingly like we were connected. Finally, I turned onto a smaller county road winding through farmland. Glancing back, I saw the SUV follow. Another random turn onto a narrow gravel lane brought me to an unlit area surrounded by dark, open fields. When I looked again, the SUV had vanished. I pulled over, killed the lights but kept the engine running, and waited. Silence surrounded me, broken only by distant insect sounds. No other vehicles appeared. Not walking my dog before bed, I noticed a black sedan parked across the street. No one was inside, no lights on. It wasn't one of the neighbors' cars. 5 minutes later, when I looked again, it was gone. Could be unrelated. I don't know. But I've started avoiding Route 14, not because of the lights. Exactly. It's the question. The way he asked it, like he already knew the answer. Earlier, something strange had happened with my car. When I went out that morning, there were fingerprints on the driver's side window. Smudges where someone had leaned in, but also higher up on the frame above the window, almost like someone had been gripping it from the top. A thin, straight mark ran from the edge of the roof down to the door handle. It wasn't a scratch. More like a residue, slightly oily, faintly iridescent in the sun. I tried wiping it off with a towel, but it left a stain like it had sunk into the paint. I had the car wash later that day. The streak stayed. I never saw the SUV again. We were behind Tyler's house, right at the edge of the cornfield where the woods thin out. It was around 9:45 at night, warm for late October in Iowa, with enough leaves on the trees to rustle when the wind picked up. You could hear the grain dryers in the distance. It smelled like burnt chaff and fertilizer, that dusty farm smell that never really goes away. 4 of us were there. Me, Tyler, Jordan, and Miles. We weren't drinking, just hanging out before Halloween weekend, walking the paths we'd made years ago through the rows. Tyler had his cheap drone with a camera, wanting to get night shots of the field for a dumb horror short he was trying to film. About 100 yards in, we saw the first light, a dim little flashlight-like glow in the sky. Miles pointed it out. It blinked twice, paused, then blinked again. Not a plane, no sound. And it didn't move like a drone. It sort of hung there, then slid to the side real slow, and it stopped again. Tyler took out his phone and started filming. That's when we noticed the other lights, 2 more farther off and lower. They pulled together then separately, like some kind of pattern. Jordan joked that it looked like Morse code for go away, but none of us laughed. I remember getting this weird feeling in my gut, not scared exactly. No, we weren't supposed to be there. The lights felt like they were watching us, not the other way around. We kept watching. Tyler launched his drone to get a better view, buzzing over the stalks and tilting toward the lights. He started recording, and we all crouched down, trying to stay out of the shot. When the drone reached about 30 feet up, something strange happened. The lights shifted, not fading or blinking, but moving fast in perfect sync. They didn't go up or down, just sideways. The sky above the field shimmered like heat rising off asphalt, and then the lights zipped into that shimmer and vanished. The drone feed cut out, immediately going completely black. Tyler pulled the drone down manually. It landed fine, but the battery read full and the camera wasn't working. We hiked back to the house quickly, barely speaking. Nobody wanted to say it might be a prank or an illusion. At home, Tyler plugged the drone into his laptop. The footage showed only static where the lights had been. The rest of the video was normal. Then he checked his phone video. Things got weirder. He'd recorded over a minute of the lights before launching the drone, but when he opened the gallery, the file was gone. Not deleted, completely absent. No thumbnail, no corrupted version, nothing in the cloud backup. Jordan checked his phone too. He'd been filming from the side. Same thing happened. The video app froze when he tried to open it, then rebooted with the clip missing. I pulled out my phone and found a strange notification about remote access, time-stamped at 9:58. I hadn't downloaded anything that day. We left soon after. I drove home with the radio low, constantly checking the rearview mirror. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling we'd been marked, watched. Tyler looked like he hadn't slept, constantly checking his phone. Miles mentioned hearing clicking sounds through his phone speaker overnight. Jordan said his Wi-Fi disconnected at 3 a.m. and wouldn't reconnect until morning, even though everyone else in his house had no issues. Then, after 4th period, I saw him, a man standing there, and standing by the chain-link fence at the senior loft. He was a man in a black suit, white shirt, clean shave, black sunglasses. He wasn't talking to anyone, just pacing slowly back and forth, focused on the cars. A teacher came outside and paused when she saw him. He walked away without a word, turning and disappearing around the gym's corner. I told Tyler about it during lunch. He went quiet. Then he mentioned his mom had found boot prints in their backyard that morning near the fence. One set, size 12 or 13 in a straight line. No animal tracks, no dragged mud, just prints showing someone had walked in, stood there, and walked back out. We agreed not to discuss it at school. The videos were gone. The drone feed was useless. We had nothing to show for it, but strange things started happening. Jordan's email got locked, supposedly accessed from Virginia. Miles's car alarm went off 3 consecutive nights at exactly 2:17 a.m., regardless of where he parked. Tyler stopped bringing his laptop to school, claiming it wouldn't hold a charge. One afternoon, I found my bedroom window open. It had been locked that morning. Nothing was missing or moved. My phone sat on the windowsill instead of its charger. About a week later, I saw him again. Walking to my car after practice around 5:30 with the sun already down, I cut across the grass near the side lot. He stood under the bleachers, half in shadow, perfectly still. No phone, no expression, just waiting. I didn't stop, didn't look, got in my car and left. We never saw the lights again. 2 months later, Tyler moved to Missouri. His mom said it was for her job, but I doubt that's the whole story. He vanished from our group chat without a goodbye. The drone still sits in a shoebox under Miles's bed. We haven't tried to use it since. I launched the drone from my backyard just after sunset. It was August, and though the sun had dipped behind the hills, the air remained sticky. I live on the edge of a small valley, western Oregon, where forests stretch out and a few weathered radio towers stand on the ridge above. The spot was called Hilltop 6, a location my friend had recommended for its clear 360 DG view, free from power lines and cell towers, perfect for long-range videography. Around 7:15 p.m., I drove up the narrow gravel road to an old logging trail. I set up on a flat dirt patch about 200 yards below the towers. Total isolation surrounded me. No streetlights, just cicadas humming and distant highway traffic murmuring in the background. My pre-flight checklist went smoothly. Props locked, battery full, GPS signal strong. I launched the drone, letting it hover at 150 feet. The camera aimed toward the ridge, capturing a live feed that was crisp and clear. Golden light faded into blue. Douglas firs outlined sharply against the sky. After steady pan shots, I decided to elevate the drone to 300 feet and tilt the camera down toward the road. As I tapped the joystick, the feed stuttered momentarily. Then everything locked up completely. A gray pixelated mess filled the screen like digital snow. I hit the emergency hover button. The drone beeped, but the static remained. Sprinting up the trail with my tablet, I watched the signal strength meter blink red. At the ridge's base, I paused and pointed the tablet toward the drone's last known location. Suddenly, the live image returned. First, I saw the ground dropping away. Then, at the frame's edge, something dark and slick streaked directly beneath the drone. Rewinding the feed in slow motion revealed a long, slender shape, smooth as oil, slicing past the lens at roughly 100 miles an hour. No wings, no rotors. Just a dark blur moving like a shark through the air. The video had lost only 4 frames, but those captured something impossible. A shape casting no shadow, generating no downdraft. I set the drone to return home, watching it navigate back along its GPS route. My heart raced. With hundreds of flights logged, I'd never witnessed anything like this. The wind was light, ruling out random gusts. No birds were that large out here. As the drone touched down and locked its motors, I scrambled down the hill. In my rush, I forgot to disengage the geofence before packing up. Just then, my phone buzzed with a voicemail. The phone call came in, blocked and untraceable. No caller ID, no country code, just a mysterious connection. I thought it might be a telemarketer glitch or a wrong number, but then a male voice, smooth and low, spoke. "We need you to stop flying near Hilltop 6. You've seen enough." A click, then static, then silence. I sat at the bottom of the ridge under a busted streetlight, staring at my phone and trying to make sense of what had just happened. I scrolled through recent calls. Nothing. No message from my service provider, no entry in the call log. The voicemail interface showed a new message, but pressing buttons only returned an error. Message unavailable. The drive home was empty and quiet. I kept checking the rear view mirror, half expecting headlights, but saw nothing. Back home, I plugged the drone controller into my laptop to download the footage. Everything from the first flight was there. The panning ridge, the sunset glow, and then those glitch frames. A dark streak appeared for just a few frames, smeared across the video like ink. I exported that clip to a separate folder and shut down the software. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept replaying the voicemail in my head, that flak command about Hilltop 6, phrased as if I'd already agreed to obey. At 2 a.m. I got up for water and noticed my phone screen glowing. No new notifications, but when I picked it up, the voicemail icon blinked again. Tapping it only made it spin and stop. The next morning, I researched airspace restrictions around Hilltop 6. FAA charts showed only Class G airspace, totally uncontrolled. No military zones, no restricted altitudes. Drone pilot forums revealed nothing about weird objects or clandestine warnings. That night, I was determined to get a clean shot of the ridge. I parked at my usual spot at 7 p.m., set up the drone, and climbed the trail. I adjusted the camera westward toward the sunset and leveled it out. Running the drone up to 200, then 250 feet. The feed remained stable. No glitches, no lag. I hovered, watching the hillside lighten in the last rays. At exactly 7:23, the feed flickered to gray static again. Reflexively, I throttled up and saw the same dark blur flash beneath the drone, faster this time. Just 2 frames of shape before the feed cut out completely. My controller buzzed with a signal loss alert. I hit return to home and waited, scanning the sky with my own eyes. Nothing. Blinking lights, no contrails, just an empty slope of pine trees tinted orange by the sunset. I packed up in record time, heart hammering. When the drone landed, I peeled off my goggles and stared at the ridge, half expecting someone to step out of the trees. Nothing. No vague movements, no footprints in the dirt around my launch pad. On the drive down, my phone rang. Private number. I didn't answer. It went to voicemail automatically. Another one. After I got home, I played it. "We told you to stop. This is your final warning." The same calm, quiet, distant. My hands shook as I deleted the files on my phone. I unplugged the drone controller. I erased the video from the laptop. I even tore up the printed FAA map I'd used. That morning I checked Craigslist, managed to sell the drone controller for half price, listed it as faulty. I drove to the post office and shipped it off to a random P.O. box I told the buyer it had video issues. Told them to deal with it. I still think about Hilltop 6 sometimes. About that silent shape zipping through my live feed. About the men in black who didn't show up in any call logs, but I don't go back here. And I don't fly drones anymore. And every now and then, late at night, I swear I can hear a soft hum in the breeze like a rotor far overhead. Except there's nothing but stars. I pulled off the dirt road onto the gravel lot beside Mirror Lake just after 10 that Friday night. The moon was almost full, bright enough to light the pines, but dim against the low fog rolling in off the water. I'd driven 2 hours from Salt Creek to catch what the forecast called anomalous light displays, basically some atmospheric glow people had been reporting. As an amateur videographer, I brought my DSLR on a tripod and my smartphone for backup. I set up about 20 feet from the shore, aimed the camera at the water. The lake was glassy, like someone had poured mercury over the rocks. I hit record and sat on a cooler with my coffee thermos, waiting. The only sounds were the whisper of the wind through the cedars and the occasional splash, probably ducks settling for the night. Around 10:17 I saw the first ripple, a faint shimmer on the far side of the lake, just above the tree line. At first, it was a thin line of pale blue light, almost electric. Then it curved upward, arcing in a short semicircle before dipping behind the trees again. I leaned forward and switched to video mode on my phone, panned left to right. The DSLR feed was smooth, 30 fps, nice and steady, but I wanted a quick clip too. Nights appeared silently over the ridge, pale white with hints of green or amber. They moved erratically, looping, zigzagging, tracing small spirals like an unseen hand playing with light. Two orbs at one point performed a mirrored dance, crossing paths and reversing direction. Excitement jolted through me. I set the phone on the tripod and focused the DSLR, tracking a bright orb gliding above the pine trees. Its motion was fluid, like someone drawing with pure light, no strobing, no blinking, just smooth movement. After roughly 10 minutes, the lights faded. The lake returned to a black glass surface. I stopped recording, quickly reviewing the phone clip. Only tree shapes and wavering orbs were visible. Satisfied, I packed away the phone but left the DSLR recording to catch water reflections. Around 10:35, I walked to the cooler and grabbed my phone. That's when the hair on my arm stood up. In the preview window, a slight movement flickered behind me, a dark shape stepping 2 feet to my right, casting a subtle shadow. When I tapped to view full screen, I froze. A figure in a dark suit stood just outside the camera's soft focus, facing the lake. No footsteps, no rustling, no sense of anyone's presence. Scrubbing through the clip frame by frame, the man appeared for precisely 17 frames, less than a second, then vanished. His posture was rigid. Walking up, turning toward me, then stepping back out of view. Blowing up, the image revealed only a blurry dark oval under what seemed to be a fedora's brim. No glint of glasses or metal, no discernible features. My stomach dropped. Checking over my shoulder in the moonlight, I saw only pines and fog. The cooler rocked slightly in the breeze. I leaned in, sniffed, heard only wind and water. I tried convincing myself it was a late-night walker, perhaps a park ranger, but something about the suit and his sudden appearance felt wrong. I drove home through empty roads, mist reflecting in my headlights. Back in my apartment, I loaded the DSLR footage onto my computer. The lights were still there, clear and steady, but something else lingered. I first noticed something strange when reviewing my lake footage. My camera was swinging, trying to capture the last glimmer and settling on the tripod as I packed up. Only one lens had caught anything, with no secondary angle to confirm what I'd seen. The thought of going back and confronting whoever was there crossed my mind, but each time I imagined stepping into that dark lot, I saw the man emerging from the pines, watching me, so I didn't return. Tuesday arrived, and I was at my IT firm working as a systems analyst. Around 3 p.m., the receptionist told me someone was waiting. Unexpected, I walked to the lobby and saw him. Same black suit, dark fedora, hands perfectly still at his sides, no badge, no identification, just standing there, staring through the glass door. When I entered, he looked up. His eyes were shadowed, but his gaze felt unsettling, like a predator assessing its target. "Mr. Ellis?" he asked. I nodded. Without warning, he put a finger to his lips, then pulled out a leather folder and opened it on the counter. A single typed page read, "Observations. Subject, light phenomena at Mirror Lake. Recording device, personal phone and DSLR. Post-processing not authorized. Interested party in reflections. Reporting required." Closing the folder, he stated directly, "I'm an interested party in reflections. I'd like to know what you've seen." When I asked who he was, he remained silent, simply extending the folder. The receptionist pretended to file papers. Another person stared at their phone. No one seemed to notice. I backed away, claiming ignorance. He tapped the folder, transferred the files to me. "We'll discuss terms." I refused. He stared intently, then returned the folder to his jacket. "Reflections can be dangerous," he whispered, a statement that felt like a physical blow. After he left, the receptionist looked puzzled. Back at my desk, numb, my phone vibrated. A text from an unknown number: "Don't share those videos. Uplonham. The footage is stored on a hidden drive. Mirror Lake hasn't seen me return, but in the dead of night, when electricity stutters, strange shapes seem to move within the glass. Faint lights flicker behind my window, echoing the patterns I once filmed." On the security camera outside my apartment, a figure in a dark suit stood beneath a street lamp, backlit by fog before the frame dissolved into static. The Weatherford Trail curved and mists lifted from the pine trees. There it was. A black sedan, engine ticking with residual heat, tires sunk an inch into the dirt. I started hiking before sunrise, aiming to reach Shelter Rock by noon. This wasn't a rental or local vehicle. No plates, no markings, just a sleek, unmarked car parked sideways across the narrow trail, doors sealed tight, windows dark. I stopped about 20 feet away, swallowing water and trying to understand the scene. No footprints beyond my own, no keys on the hood, nothing obviously indicating an owner. The engine radiated warmth, heat wisping off metal like breath. Uncertainty gripped me. Check inside or continue hiking. The sudden urge to urinate disrupted my thoughts. What if someone was trapped or injured? Edging forward, boots sinking into soft earth, I peered through the passenger window. Empty front seat. No purse, backpack or phone. The glove box closed, center console latched. I knocked softly, then harder. Silence. The door handle clicked, but didn't budge. Crouching, I shined my flashlight into the back seat. A single military green duffel bag sat zipped shut, looking freshly placed. My heart raced. Part of me wanted to flee, pretend I'd seen nothing, but a sense of responsibility took over. I set down my pack and tried calling the Cold Spring Camp Ranger Station. No reception. I photographed the blank license plate areas, moving to the driver's side. Same story, locked, empty, engine warm. Strengthening sunlight breached the ridge. I unzipped the duffel bag. 3 rolled black shirts, dark socks, and a thin envelope stamped "Not for public release" filled the space. Sealed, with no name or date visible. Now I tucked the bag back on the roof and returned to my pack, wrestling with a decision. The envelope was heavy and awkward to carry, and I didn't know its contents or potential risks. Without wanting to be responsible for anything dangerous, I switched my phone to airplane mode and decided to hike to the next junction about 3 miles away, hoping to get a signal and report what I'd found. As I descended, an unsettling feeling crept over me. Invisible eyes seemed to track my movements. I stopped twice, spinning in circles, but saw only trees, rocks, and shifting shadows. When I reached the junction with its granite outcrop where hikers carve their names, I paused and tried my phone. 1 bar appeared. I dialed park headquarters. After 2 rings, it went to voicemail. Ranger Salazar's message prompted me to press 1, and after another ring, static broke through. I quickly explained the situation. The warm car, the envelope marked "Not for public release," and requested someone be sent out. Sitting on a boulder, I ate a granola bar and watched fog weave through the pine trees. 30 minutes later, my phone buzzed with an unknown message, "Turn back." I stared at the text, my thumb hovering over the callback option, but with no voicemail or ID, I simply deleted it. Another 20 minutes passed with no park vehicle arriving. I started back up the trail toward the car, my stomach churning with an inexplicable sense of unease. Something felt wrong, like I'd stumbled into a scenario not meant for me. When I reached the clearing, the car was gone. No tire tracks, no skid marks, just disturbed ground where the duffel bag had rested. I picked up the now light bag, nothing rattling inside, and descended quickly. By late afternoon, I arrived at Cold Spring Camp. The ranger station was a weathered A-frame cabin with 2 windows and a sliding door. I knocked and entered, finding Ranger Perkins behind a battered desk, sorting maps. I introduced myself, providing my name and permit number, and detailed the car, the envelope, and the mysterious messages. Perkins frowned, slowly flipping through a logbook. She squinted and said flatly, "No one called about interference today," her tone suggesting this was routine. I was staying in a rented camper cabin near some communication towers. Earlier that day, I'd reported an abandoned car to Ranger Perkins at the station. She mentioned occasional radio interference near the towers, but didn't seem too concerned. I handed her a duffel bag, which she locked in a locker behind a desk. As evening fell, I sat at the picnic tables, watching the towers blink their red lights, sipping instant coffee. My thoughts kept returning to the car, some shirts I'd found, and an envelope with something not meant for public release. Around 9 p.m., a knock came at the door. Two men in perfectly pressed black suits stood outside. No badges, no identifying marks. The taller one greeted me politely but distantly, asking about any reported interference. I directed them to the station, mentioning Ranger Perkins' comment about GPS jamming. When they asked if I'd noticed anything unusual, I described finding the car with a warm engine. The shorter man simply said, "Thank you, that will be all." They left without further explanation, walking down the path toward the station and disappearing into the darkness without flashlights. By morning, the duffel bag had vanished from the locker. Ranger Perkins claimed no knowledge of it. The station's logbook showed no interference report, and the rail crew found no trace of the car. I checked my phone's GPS logs myself. Nothing was recorded. I hiked out that day, avoiding Shelter Rock and taking the main road back to town. Something about the entire incident felt strange. The abandoned car, the mysterious visitors, the missing evidence. But I had no concrete explanation for what I'd experienced. The night remained in my memory. Crickets chirping, pine needles drifting, those men walking silently into the darkness. Just another unexplained moment in a landscape full of hidden stories. I pulled into Pine Creek Station just after 11 p.m. late October had brought a chill that made my breath visible in the air. My gas tank was nearly empty and I was done worrying about making it to the next stop. The neon sign buzzed and flickered through a settling fog from the nearby river. Only two lights illuminated the gravel lot, the flickering neon and a single overhead lamp above the pump. As I stepped out of my hatchback, I noticed two identical black sedans, one on each side of the building. Both cars were parked at precisely the same distance from me, with headlights off but tail lights glowing a faint red. Each car held a man in the same uniform, black jacket, crisp white shirt, narrow tie. Their postures were identical, rigid, unmoving, facing straight ahead. I called out softly, "Hey!" No response. I pumped my gas, watching them. Neither driver acknowledged my presence. They sat motionless, like statues positioned with calculated precision. After filling up and paying, I mentioned the strange cars to Derek, the late-night clerk stocking chips. He shrugged and said nothing unusual had happened. When I asked if anyone else had come in, he simply repeated that no one had. Later, back home, I put a new lock on my backpack and threw away the envelope photo. Sometimes I drive past that logging road, glancing at Tower Ridge. No traffic, no parked cars, just quiet forest and the distant town hum. Occasionally, my phone buzzes with an unknown message which I never open. No, I pulled out onto the cracked pavement, watching both sedans shift in my mirrors. The one on the left started up first, tail lights brightening, engine crackling to life. The right-hand sedan did the same. I eased forward slowly, keeping my eyes on both vehicles. They followed exactly the path I'd taken, holding back about 30 feet. In the rear view, I watched the left-hand sedan navigate onto Route 89 northbound, while the right-hand sedan turned south, onto the little road leading to the river crossing. I blinked and slowed to a crawl, trying to convince myself it was just a coincidence. Timing, fog, two drivers leaving at once. But when I looked again, neither car was there. Empty road ahead, empty gravel lot behind. No skid marks, no fading headlights. Just black pavement reflecting my tail lights. I exhaled hard enough to almost blow the fog off my rear window. Thumbing the defroster, I gripped the wheel and drove north under 30 miles per hour, scanning every curve for signs of those sedans. Nothing. For the next 15 miles, I didn't see a single other vehicle. No trucks, no glimmer of headlights in the fog. I rolled down the windows. Silence, except for the engine and wind pulling at the fog's edges. The radio dial brought only static, with an old country station sputtering in and out, playing no recognizable songs. Passing the Doldridge Road junction, I considered stopping to check my mirrors again, but the thought of stepping out into that empty black mist made me keep going. I wanted home. I wanted my warm apartment. I wanted to see daylight. At mile marker 13, the fog lifted. Street lights appeared in the median. A cluster of homes glowed with lit windows. I pulled into my driveway at exactly 12:07 a.m., No cars in sight, no footprints in the gravel. Leaning back, hands on the wheel, I tried to steady my breathing. In the morning, I told myself I'd dreamed it. But the next day, at work, I found a receipt in my purse from Pine Creek Station dated 11:09 p.m., 9 minutes later than I thought. Someone had mentioned they sometimes park here overnight, maybe hunters. I'd nodded, paid for a soda, and said thanks. Back outside, I took a long swig of cola and scanned the lot. The sedans were exactly where I'd left them. I thought about snapping a photo, but my phone battery was nearly dead. Nye had paid for my gas, so I asked a coworker if I sometimes lingered in my car and logged extra minutes. He laughed, assuring me I was always punctual. He pointed out that receipts print in real time, showing I was at the station at 11:09 p.m., but I remembered stepping out at 11:03, pumping gas, and paying before 11:05. When I opened the receipt, it showed Pine Creek Station, Pump 2, the one nearest the first sedan with its engine off. Pump 2 was on the side where I'd stopped. What was I doing there at 11:09? That weekend, I drove back during mid-afternoon, under a clear sky and warm sun, to see if the station looked the same. The scene was desolate. Rusty pumps, a missing neon sign, and an old building reduced to a concrete shell with broken windows. I explored the lot. No trace remained of two sedans parking there, no security cameras, no barrier arms, just empty gravel with tufts of grass sprouting through cracks. I filled my tank at a chain station down the road, paid exactly $20, and maintained the quiet hum of regular life. Yet every time I drive past where Pine Creek Station once stood, I glance at the gravel and wonder who was sitting behind those dark windows that night and where they went when I left. Just before midnight, I stepped onto my back deck. The early May air was cool, and the sky so clear that every star was visible. After hours inside reading, I glanced out the window and saw the moon, full and fat over the maple. Quickly, I grabbed my phone and rushed outside. I set it on the rail, switched to night mode, and aimed at the glowing orb. My hands were steady. I'd photographed the moon countless times, always capturing the same pale craters and soft glow. But this time, halfway through focusing, something different happened. A dark shape slid across the moon's face, not a bird or cloud, no wings, just a smooth, silent silhouette cutting the lunar disk in half for a heartbeat. I snapped the photo and hurried to check it. On the small screen, the moon looked perfect, except for a black slash across the top third, like a marker line. Zooming in, I noticed the line had depth and a subtle curve, but no solid edges. It resembled a shadow that didn't belong. I set up my tripod and switched to my brother's Canon DSLR. 3 more shots captured the same strange line in the same spot, shifting ever so slightly before vanishing. While reviewing my lunar photographs, something seemed off. The line across the moon was crisp, smooth, almost deliberate. I had left he camera on a ripod and stepped back. Scanning he sky hof my binoculars. He moon looked unblemished, bry, whole silent. No planes, no birds disruped he seen. Jasmine maple branches swaying gently in a breeze. The next morning during my coffee break I pulled he images on my laptop. Here hey were, again. A moon marked by hard, dark, precise curve in each frame. I manipulate he image, lowering a contrast and bumping up he exposure. A faint metallic sheen emerged along he curve. Below, he res, a shoe, remained unchanged. Lair, I showed Mark, a co-worker, during lunch. He sucked I looked like a volcanic shadow, a plume driving across he lunar surface. Boo, here hadn't been any recent eruptions. We joked about a lunar eclipse gone wrong, and he laughed. Huff, I noised his brow crease slightly. Ha! Evening I primed he. Full on glossy paper and clipped I.O. he fridge with a snail-shaped magna before bed. I said a black arc slicing from bright moan. Waking he next morning, I discovered a plain white envelope on he kitchen counter. Insy was my utensil. Foo, someone had carefully or knew. He curved section across he moon, leaving a jagged semicircle. He missing chunk mod he black curve perfectly. My hair raced as I earned he paper over. No message, choose blank May. Holding eye up o he lie. I could see my countertop's floral printer. He whole he on. Edged fell fresh and fibrous. As if Q, reckonly. I looked around. Front door locked. Windows closed. No package, no knocks. The envelope must have appeared before I woke or after midnight. My phone buzzed with weather and munitions, weather ALers and news headlines. Noting unusual. Hen I knowed he original foo was missing from he fridge wish. Only he snail magna remaining. Known I stared at the torn photo on my nightstand, moonlight slicing through the blinds like a keyhole. My eyes grew heavy. Both memory cards were still in my camera bag, holding those moonshots. I'd copied the raw files to a backup drive, my hands trembling. Late that night, a soft rustle near the window caught my attention. Peering out, I saw only leaves brushing against the glass. But in the corner of my eye, a dark shape slipped away from the fence. I blinked. The yard was empty. Maple trees swayed, a single leaf tracing the window. Earlier that day, work had felt endless. The screen too bright, the chair too stiff. Every time I considered stepping outside, I imagined someone watching, waiting to swap the real photo with that blank moon postcard. After dinner, I walked the dog around the block, trying to clear my head. The moon hung high and full, unmarred. No shadows crossed its surface. Street lights cast halos through the humid air, but no figures emerged between me and their glow. The neighborhood looked ordinary. Kids' bikes in driveways, laundry flapping on lines. It was early May, cool and damp after 2 days of rain. I live where sidewalks end and pine forests begin. Most mornings, I walk Scout into the woods before heading home. That morning, we followed a narrow path skirting backyards under tangled alder branches. Scout nosed a stump, while I shivered in my hoodie, sipping the last of my travel mug. Mist rose off the ground, hanging between tree trunks like a thin veil. Then Scout froze. I wrapped the torn photo in an envelope and tucked it into my bag. I haven't got another envelope. I haven't printed the photo again, but I keep the raw files hidden on that backup drive. And every so often, when the moon rises in that exact position over the maple, I half expect to see the shadow flicker across it again, silent, wingless, precise, and wonder who else is watching. My dog Scout was completely still, polting against the leash with ears perked up. There was something floating just above the treetops, maybe 30 feet high, an oval, pale yellow-white shape that looked like a street lamp wrapped in silk. It didn't move like a normal object. Instead, it slid smoothly toward a clearing in the pine trees. My heart raced and I tried to capture it on my phone. The moment I raised the device, the light dipped behind the trees. I switched on the flashlight and aimed the beam where I'd seen it, but the woods were empty, just wet needles and undergrowth. Scout refused to move, staring intensely at the spot where the light had vanished. When I tried to coax him forward, he sat down hard, dragging the leash until I stopped. I knelt beside him and checked the path, but there were no footprints or tracks in the mud. Panning slowly with my phone's camera revealed nothing unusual. My hand trembled as I took a single photo. Later, reviewing the image showed no trace of the mysterious light. I unclipped Scout's leash, and we headed back. He bounded ahead while I kept glancing behind, half expecting the glow to drift out from between the trees. Back home, an unsettling feeling persisted. My skin prickled as if something watched me from room corners. I kept looking at the living room window, anticipating that pale glow sliding past. That night, I set up old Wi-Fi security cameras around the front door before going to bed around 10:30. Scout slept at my feet. At 7 a.m., my phone buzzed with a motion detection alert from 3:17 a.m. My heart sank as I discovered the footage was gone. Just black screens where video should have been. I checked each camera, finding them all blank except one short clip from camera 1. The 4-second grainy black and white footage showed the front porch. The timestamp blinked in the corner as the doorbell rang twice, slow and deliberate. I sat up straighter, watching intently. 2 figures stood close together in the dim streetlight glow. Dark suits, buttoned jackets, Straight ties, white shirts, and polished shoes defined their appearance. Hair neat, no hats, their faces tilted down, obscured in darkness, only the shine of shoes and stiff shoulder angles visible. No movement except lifting hands to ring the doorbell. They stepped back, motionless. After the second ring, the clip ended. No audio, just a faint streetlight hum. I rewound and replayed. No blinking, no weight shifting. Like a perfectly still dollhouse scene, only doorbell lights flashing. Zooming in revealed no badge, no briefcase, just two men in black suits at my door at 3:17 a.m. My hands trembled so violently I had to set the phone down. Scout stirred on the bed behind me. I checked the hallway light. Off. The front door stared from the darkness. I avoided looking. I texted a friend to come over, revealing nothing about why. He rang the doorbell twice, tested, and left. Nothing. A heavy feeling consumed me all day. Watched. I rewound the morning's video feed. Black screens everywhere except that one snippet. Downloaded it, emailed to myself, deleted and reinstalled the app. Blank cameras remained blank. The 4-second clip was the sole surviving evidence. That night, I left cameras unplugged. A cheap desk lamp replaced the red bulb in the hallway. Scout slept on the bed. I left the door unlocked. Unable to face potential midnight bell sounds, waking at 2:45 a.m. to rain pattering on the porch roof, I drifted back to sleep. At 3:17, I sat up, wide awake. No doorbell, just rain. Scout breathed steadily beside me. Morning brought another replay of the clip. Staring at those two silhouettes. Thoughts of erasing the memory card or tossing cameras crossed my mind, but I saved the file, moved it to a USB key, and locked it in my desk drawer. I still walk Scout past the pine edge every morning, but I don't stop in the clearing, I don't lift my phone, I don't watch for lights. I tell myself it was a glitch or a prank, yet Scout's eyes still flick to the tree line when we pass. And sometimes, late at night, I swear I hear a doorbell echo through the rain, soft and quiet like a promise. I was wiping the counter at Black Rock Cafe as the sun dipped behind the ridge. Outside, the sky over the old quarry bruised purple, just as people described seeing weird lights here. I'd heard the stories all night. Not here's the rewritten text. The cafe was almost empty when John started talking about the strange lights. He'd been driving home the previous night and spotted something unusual over Miller's Pit, massive orange spheres hanging silently above the rock face. As I steamed milk for his espresso, half listening, he described how the spheres just hovered and then vanished without a trace. John wanted to capture evidence, but his recording equipment seemed to malfunction, flickering as if the lights were avoiding documentation. He shrugged, wondering if he'd imagined the whole thing. Suddenly, the door chimed. A man in a crispback suit entered, scanning the room with an intense, calculated gaze. Without ordering anything, he walked directly to John's table and sat down opposite him. The fluorescent lights seemed to dim slightly as he settled in. The stranger's approach was abrupt and direct. "Tell me about the lights," he said in a flat, emotionless tone. No introduction, no pleasantries. John looked startled but began describing the location, naming back roads, gravel cut-offs, and abandoned cabins. The man listened intently, never taking notes, just nodding occasionally. I watched from behind the counter, my heart racing. The mysterious visitor sat motionless, watching John with an unnerving focus. When John finished his story, he stood up, saying he needed to leave. The stranger remained perfectly still, his gaze unbroken. As John was about to exit, he glanced my way, offering a small, cryptic wave. I nodded back, sensing something significant had just occurred in this otherwise ordinary cafe. 9i sat at the kitchen table, a cup of tea steaming beside me, wondering about John. Earlier at the cafe, the man in black had told him to be safe, his voice eerily flat, like a robot trying to sound sincere. John had left hurriedly, without looking back, sending a text 2 minutes later. Now, sitting alone at home, I felt uneasy. The cafe had been completely empty after he left, just a faint scent of cinnamon and espresso lingering. I'd locked up, turned off the neon sign, and walked out to the parking lot under a bruised sky. John's Prius sat at the curb, wrapped in fog. My drive home on Route 47 was tense. Windows down despite the chill, I fought the urge to turn onto the quarry's gravel access road. At home, I turned on every light and checked my phone. No missed calls, no unknown texts, just John's message. The quiet click of the fan seemed too mechanical. I wanted to text "you okay," but stopped, unsure what to say. Outside, soft headlights passed. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark shape at the window. Just the neighbor's cat, I reassured myself. The local news site showed nothing unusual. Municipal meetings, a high school band story, a missing cat. Sleep was difficult. I woke repeatedly, checking the alarm at 10:03 a.m. and again at 1. Every creak in the house sounded like footsteps on gravel. By morning, the light felt weak and pale. I brewed coffee, adding too much cream to make it sweet. I considered calling John, wondering if he'd seen the man again or experienced flickering lights, but I didn't call. At 7:15, I left for my shift, taking the same route past the quarry. Headlights cut through the mist, pine trees looming on either side. I dropped my keys and wiped the bar top, my mind drifting to the events of the night before. The cafe hummed with its usual morning rhythm. A few regulars sat at the counter, their conversations a low murmur. The neon sign flickered to life as I forced a smile for the rush. Marisol, a regular customer, sipped her cappuccino and glanced at me. "You okay?" "You look tired," she said. I shrugged, responding with a simple long night. My eyes wandered to the empty booth where John and the stranger had sat. A prickle ran down my neck. Something felt off. Through the window, only mist and street lights met my gaze. I tossed my cloth into the rag bin, the espresso machine hissing beside me. The overhead lights felt harsh, almost oppressive. I considered closing early, but instead put on some mellow jazz. Lunch passed without incident. No one mentioned the quarry lights. No one asked about a man in a suit. It was as if last night had been erased, a silent agreement to forget. By evening, the memory had faded. At 9:15, I locked up and walked to my car. The sky was clear, stars steady overhead. Driving away, I caught my reflection. Dark eyes, pale face, a lingering question. I didn't look back. Later that night, I was up on Eagle Ridge. My old Jeep sat next to the weathered plywood shack I'd built last summer. The Celestron 8 telescope was set up on its Dobsonian mount, the cool air just warm enough to work comfortably. The sky was a canvas of darkness. No moon, just planets and thousands of stars. I'd been tracking an unremarkable point in Cygnus for months. Amateur catalogues called it a blink star, disappearing when magnification exceeded 200 times. I'd always attributed it to atmospheric ripple or equipment issues, but tonight felt different. I set the eyepiece to 250x, focusing until the star was razor sharp. And then I watched. I was tracking a star that kept blinking in and out of existence. First, it was subtle. 3 quick blinks that seemed unremarkable, but then things got strange. At 12:13 a.m., the star vanished. 20 seconds later, it reappeared. I meticulously logged the interval. 20.4 seconds, repeatedly resetting my telescope's scope. I watched it blink in and out. After the third reappearance, everything went dark. I checked the lens cap. It was off. I swapped eyepieces. Nothing changed. My heart started racing. Looking through the finder scope, I saw a perfect, undisturbed sky, except the star was completely missing. The mount's red control LED blinked slowly. I pressed override. Computers flickered, motors hummed. The starfield returned, but no blinking star. Nowhere. I grabbed my smartphone adapter and took a quick photo. Processing revealed a field of diamond-like stars. But the spot where the star should be remained empty. Around 12:17 a.m., a dim orange light appeared behind the ridge across the valley. At first, I thought it might be headlights or a hiker's lantern, but it didn't move. Just hovered softly against the pine trees. 5 minutes later, it faded. Something else caught my attention. My watch was 2 minutes slow. I always sync it before leaving. My phone still showed 12:19. I tried refreshing the NTP server, no connection. Cell service was dead. I tried my ham radio. Fresh battery, fresh mic, Alpha Sierra November. Does anyone copy? Only static answered. I tried again, louder, nothing. My fingers grew numb. I checked my phone. Camera, weather app, compass, all frozen. The home button just vibrated. I held the power button until it rebooted. The clock reset to 12:20 a.m. Opening the camera roll. I discovered my earlier star photos were gone. Only a sunset selfie remained. I leaned against the tripod, heart pounding. The ridge light hadn't returned. The sky remained unchanged. I disconnected the telescope's power cable and switched to manual mode. The observatory's silence was stark when I arrived. The control box vanished, wrenched from its shelf with rough gouges scouring the plywood walls. Only jagged metal shavings remained where the mount should have been. I'd been up on the mountain since around 7 p.m., though. Time felt unreliable. My truck's clock showed 11:17, already an hour off. The starfield looked right, but something was missing. The mountain groaned as I tried to piece things together. While adjusting coordinates I'd recorded, the mount hummed unexpectedly, though it wasn't powered. When I tugged to swing the scope toward the cabin door for storage, it snagged halfway. A final jerk released it, slamming against the plywood and shattering the eyepiece. Driving home, navigation proved challenging. My phone's GPS showed no signal. I took wrong turns twice before finding the main road by pure chance. When I reached my driveway at 6:02 a.m., the sunrise matched the dashboard clock. Inside, silence greeted me. My phone now had service 8 missed calls from my brother and 1 from an unknown number. My brother mentioned texting about dinner, claiming I'd answered his first call at 7 a.m., something I didn't remember. The camera held shaky star photographs, each file curiously stamped MIG1.jpg. My notebook stored in the glove box contained scribbled times and 1 cryptic note. Ridge light glow lasted 5 minutes. I dropped the eyepiece shards into my desk drawer, rubbed my eyes and glanced at the clock. 6:35 a.m., too early to rest, too strange to ignore. The morning fog blanketed my cornfield, thick enough to obscure the far edge. I pulled off the gravel road just before sunrise, my engine ticking as it cooled. With my thermos and flashlight in hand, I locked the cab and headed out to check the new irrigation lines I'd laid last week. The air carried the scent of damp earth and green stalks. Walking between the rows, something caught my eye. The corn was missing in a strange pattern. At first, I thought I'd misremembered the line locations, but as I approached, the stalks ended abruptly against perfectly straight lines. Crouching down, I ran my hand over the cut stalks. No ragged edges, just smooth, even shears about waist high. The flattened area formed a precise hexagon, each side exactly the same length. I swept my flashlight over the ground. Every stalk leaned at the same angle, pressed into the soil, as if ironed flat. No footprints, no tire tracks, nothing to explain how anyone could have entered or left. I circled the pattern, noting the eerie silence. Even the birds were quiet. The fog muted all sound. Glancing back toward the farmhouse, still too distant to make out details, I sat on a cut stalk to collect my thoughts, my boots pressed into the damp soil. Each step into the flattened patch left a clear heel imprint. Yet, outside those 6 sides, the ground remained completely untouched. Not a single track crossed the perimeter. Heading back to the barn, I wondered if a weather balloon or a malfunctioning drone could explain this. Bess, my black lab, spotted me at the door and ran out, tail wagging. She sniffed the flattened corn, whined once, then padded back toward the house. I couldn't blame her for wanting to leave. By mid-morning, the fog lifted, and the sun burned off the last of the chill. I refilled the water trough and tightened a loose bolt on the pump. Still thinking about that hexagon. I'd plowed hundreds of acres in my life, but never seen anything like this. Sometimes in the darkest hour before dawn, I swear I hear the soft hum of something's motors spinning into place. I still look up at the stars every night, but I don't go back to Eagle Ridge. Occasionally, I catch a glimpse of a dim point in stillness that twitches. I tell friends I've lost interest in Blinkstar. I tell myself that makes sense. There's nothing here but empty sky. And I was out in the field when something caught my eye. The corn stalks were bent low, gleaming in sunlight. I tried calling Rick, but only got voicemail. I texted a photo from the field's edge, but my phone didn't show a timestamp. By noon, I was in my pickup, cooling down 3 sodas for later. The truck's AC was busted, so dust swirled in through open windows. Sweat soaked my shirt by the time I reached the equipment shed. I grabbed a wrench, heading to check the planter's drive belt. Machinery always felt safer than those eerie corn stump remnants. That's when I spotted them. 2 men emerged from the tree line along the north field edge. 12 feet apart, they walked in perfect synchronization. Black suits, buttoned jackets, crisp white shirts, and narrow black ties. No bags, no hats. Their eyes were hidden in shadow, moving with that distinct security guard stride. They reached the flattened patch's corner and stopped. The taller one studied the bent stalks, then looked at me without emotion. I set down my wrench and asked, "Can I help you fellas?" The shorter man tilted his head and asked robotically, "Did anything change in the soil? I've farmed this land for 20 years. The soil gets compacted, but these clean lines weren't normal." The tall one agreed. No tracks, no debris, just a geometric flattening suggesting uniform external pressure. He crouched, running a gloved finger across the ground. "Herbicide?" he asked. I shook my head. That would kill plants, not lay them down so precisely. "Subsoil irrigation?" "New pipes," he pressed. My phone rang. Rick calling. I ignored it and explained the new lines ran south of the east field, not here. They nodded, seemingly confirming something from their notes. The shorter man asked about overnight seismic activity. I recalled the morning's calm, no sirens, no quakes, nothing on the news. If something had happened underground, I'd have seen cracked or upheaved soil. The men watched my face as I held the plain white envelope, stamped with an unfamiliar code. They had just told me to stay off the area for 72 hours, mentioning soil sample kits were en route. No further explanation. Standing at the edge of the flattened cornfield, the sun high and turning the stalks yellow, I examined the single sheet inside. No letterhead, no signature, just instructions to await technician arrival. I asked who they were. "An appropriate liaison," he said. As quickly as they had appeared, both men retreated into the maple and oak trees beyond the field, leaving only birdsong in their wake. I remained alone, clutching the envelope. Later that evening in my shed, I discovered another official folder tucked into my toolbox. Same plain white paper, same cryptic code. Under fluorescent lights, I noticed no adhesive or staples. Someone must have placed it there unnoticed. Driving home on the lane road, dust trailing behind my truck, Bess rode beside me with ears back. At the mailbox, I paused, then tossed the envelope inside and slammed the lid. No witnesses. In my kitchen, I made instant coffee and flipped through television channels. Nothing but reruns and weather reports. The local news mentioned only a distant road closure. Night fell, and I stood in the back doorway listening to crickets beneath the stars. The flattened field pattern looked small from here, a pale scar in my mind. Tomorrow I'd mark the area and avoid that patch until the technicians arrived. Until then, the soil would keep its silent secret, and I'd keep watching for tracks that never seemed to appear. It was just after 10 p.m. on a windless September night when the static began, halfway through my shift at Dry Mesa Radio Observatory. The sky was so clear the Milky Way stretched over the southern dish. I sat in my folding chair next to the control shack, coffee in hand, scanning telemetry readouts for any stray transmissions. Wind whistled across the plateau, empty and still. The radio monitor at Dish 4 suddenly sputtered into white noise, then went silent before barely whispering like a distant tap on a microphone. My handheld radio stayed quiet when I called control. Something felt different that night. Steel dishes stretched across the landscape, each pointing to a different slice of dark sky. Moonlight reflected off their polished surfaces. No trucks moved. No lights blinked. No wind stirred. I logged the strange radio glitch and tried to stay calm. At 11:03 p.m., the tapping sound synchronized across all channels. I muted the dishes, leaving only the generator's steady hum. Then I saw it, a pale amber light drifting slowly above the western horizon. This wasn't a plane. It didn't flicker or blink, just moved smoothly about 20 above the mesa, heading south. Through binoculars, the light appeared as a gentle, glowing orb. Too small to determine its shape, it moved at what seemed like walking pace, but impossibly high, maybe 1,000 feet up. I switched to a telephoto lens, mounting it carefully between two dishes. The light held steady, then dropped below the mesa's edge. When the generator momentarily coughed, the light vanished. Checking the logging software revealed a 6-second power dip. Dish motor readouts flickered briefly before stabilizing. No external interference registered, no grid spikes, no radar returns. I pulled on a jacket and walked to the fence, scanning the scrub below. Nothing moved except ranch road and pine trees. For the next hour, I paced between dishes, listening for any engine sounds. My phone had no signal out here, no way to check aircraft notices. The on-duty astronomer's station only returned static when I radioed. Something had passed through. But what, exactly? 10-9, C 10-9, climb, back in the shack, scribbled anomaly at 11:03 in the log, and went back to watching for cosmic rays. Morning arrived with a cool grey light. By 6:30, maintenance truck engines rolled up the hill right on schedule. I grabbed my clipboard and went out to meet the crew, wondering if anyone else had seen the light. 2 men in black suits stood by the gate's guardhouse. No badges, no hats, just crisp, starched shirts. They didn't acknowledge me as I swiped my ID badge twice, confirming its validity. I raised my hand. "Morning, Dan," I said to Clyde. They turned in perfect synchronization. The taller one spoke. "Marcus Hall?" No smile. He checked his phone without looking down and handed me a manila folder. "Review this," he said. His partner stood back, hands clasped, tie perfectly straight, shoes immaculate. Their low conversation caught fragments. Shift log, omit, discuss offline. Inside the folder, a printout of my entry showed 113 anomaly, with a box checked classified, typed it in block font. "Do not discuss incident with anyone. Authority level blackside access required." Looking up, the shorter man stated that was last night's anomaly. "You saw nothing," he said. "Do you understand?" I swallowed hard, but I saw the light. I moved, pointing west. It passed behind the mesa. The taller man stepped forward, his politeness cold. "No such movement registered on our sensor rays. No power fluctuation. No radio interference. You reported a spurious signal. That's all." I frowned. "Then, why?" My words stuck in my throat. He snapped the folder shut. "You're cleared for standard duty, but you will not log or speak of the incident again." His voice was neutral, final. Handing back the folder, he turned on his heel. His partner followed through the gate. No car. They simply walked down the hill, footsteps crunching in unison, until scrub pines consumed them. I remained, the gate's metal latch swinging in the morning breeze, the folder heavy in my hand. Back in the control shack, I tore out the log page with the anomaly entry and tossed it in the burn barrel behind the generator shed. Watching wind curl smoke toward the dishes, my stomach ached. Overhead, pale blue sky, a falcon wheeled above the array, eyes sharp for field mice. At lunch, I scanned the shift logs. No entry for 11:03, no note. As sunset painted the sky in orange and red, behind the antenna, the dish motors hummed through calibrations. I punched the keys, sensors all checked out, no anomalies. The astronomer had called in for clear data, and everything seemed routine. My hands trembled slightly as I sipped coffee from the break room pot, staring out the window and waiting for that amber light to drift back into view. Later that evening, I stopped at the junction above the mesa. Its rim cut a clean line against the darkening sky. I sat in the car for a long time, headlights off, radio silent. Nothing surrounded me except the scent of pinyon and juniper. When I glanced up toward the ridge, I felt watched but saw only emptiness. Driving down the gravel road to my trailer, small town lights eventually appeared like distant dots. At home, I opened a fresh notebook and meticulously documented the evening's observations. September 12th, 11:03 p.m. observed slow-moving amber light dip below Mesa. Power generator hiccup. Sensor panel reset. Radio silence. No radar returns. Folder labeled classified. Instructed to omit. I read the entry twice, locked the notebook in my drawer, and lay in bed. Outside, the night settled without a sound. Metal roof creaked under high winds. When I closed my eyes, that light returned. A steady glow descending over bare rock, vanishing like a lamp, lowered behind a curtain. Two unreadable men in black suits hovered at the edges of my memory, telling me what I could and couldn't see. Just after 5 that afternoon, I took off from Pine Valley Airstrip in a rented Cessna 172. The sun still blazed high over southern Oregon. My plan was simple. Circle the Rogue River Canyon, capture some landscape photographs, and return before sunset. As I climbed to 3,500 feet, westerly winds picked up. The radio crackled with chatter about a small brush fire near Dry Creek Road. Aya Cruz had it contained, but the smoke plume was visible from miles away. I decided to swing past for a closer look. The canyon corridor was clear, so I banked east toward the distant haze. By 5:25, I was directly over the fire. Below, a patchwork of red-orange flames and blackened earth stretched out. Heat rose against the plane's belly. There was no turbulence, just a subtle shudder reminiscent of driving over a rough spot at high speed. Not something caught my eye above the smoke during a closer camera shot. 6 glowing orbs hovered silently, maybe 100 feet above the tree line. At first glance, they appeared pale and almost white. Zooming in revealed a different story. Each orb had a soft amber core surrounded by a thin halo, arranged in a loose V-shape. They moved in unison with the breeze, spaced about 30 feet apart. No prop wash or strobe flickering, just a gentle drift. I blinked and steadied the camera. The orbs remained perfectly still and silent. Background radio chatter seemed distant, and engine noise felt muted. Rolling the window down, I strained to listen. Only the propeller's hum and wind's rush met my ears. For 2 minutes, I watched them hover. Then they drifted apart, one on each side, seemingly dispersing into the woods. I snapped additional photos before banking north to climb out of the thermal updraft. By 5:40, I cleared the smoke and headed back to Pine Valley. My camera's memory card held fire line images, burned pine shots, and several grainy photos of those mysterious orbs. My heart raced, but I rationalized they were likely some containment balloon experiment tracking air currents. After radioing the tower and receiving landing clearance on runway 21, I noticed the strip was empty except for a fuel truck near the hangar. As I taxied in and cut the engine, 2 mechanics waved. I offered a quick nod and headed to the pilot's lounge to download my photos. That's when he appeared. Tall and lean, wearing a black suit that didn't quite match the dusty tarmac. No pilot's wings, no name tag. Just dark glasses and a slim black tie. He approached with a measured stride, hands clasped behind his back. "Captain Lewis," he said smoothly, extending his hand. I shook it, sensing something official. "Yeah, that's me, Richard Lewis," I responded. When I asked if he was with the fire department, he simply stated he was a concerned observer. He confirmed I'd seen the orbs over Dry Creek. Then came his request. File the sighting as a routine weather balloon release from a county upper air launch near Prospect. Wind data collection, he explained. My stomach tightened. Something didn't feel right. Not, he pronounced, prospect, like a secret code. I frowned. Weather balloons drifting low over a forest fire, 6 of them hanging in the sky, just a flicker of a smile at the corner of his mouth, routine. Nothing unusual to report. A plain white card with the airstrip logo and phone number landed in my hand. Call this line tomorrow and say balloon release confirmed. They'll understand. I tucked the card away. He turned and walked off, posture rigid, like a music box suddenly wound up. No goodbye, no hesitation. I watched him slide into a black SUV next to the hangar. The engine didn't roar, Just a low growl melting into the parking lot shadows until it vanished. Standing there, I stared at the empty asphalt before heading into the lounge to check the photos. The orbs were there in every frame, soft perching above the smoke, then gone in the next shots. I downloaded them to a flash drive and plugged in my camera. My hands shook so much I spilled coffee into the gutter. The next morning I called the number exactly as instructed. A generic recording answered, "Weather balloon release confirmed at 5:20 p.m. Thank you, over and out." No name, no questions. I haven't told any friends at the club about this. No one I know flies near that fire district after dark. Those 6 amber circles keep haunting me, glowing in the gloom, perfectly still. What were they tracking? I keep the flash drive hidden in my console, telling myself they're just weather balloons. If I say it enough, maybe I'll believe it. At 11:02 p.m., the door chime rang, but when I looked up, nothing. Just empty double doors and the dull hum of the neon sign. A black sedan sat under the lone street lamp, headlights off, engine running so quietly I barely heard it over the air conditioner. 7 hours into my night shift at Green's 24-hour mini-mart, and this car was new. I folded my arms, pretending not to notice. The clerk asked, "Can I help you? Wrong place, wrong time." The sedan sat broad and low, its body polished to a shine. Overnight shifts bring ghosts, drunk drivers, college kids looking for snacks, but almost never someone who just sits for hours. By midnight, I'd rang up exactly 12 items. Note, a quiet night at the convenience store. Customers drifted in and out, some kids buying energy drinks, one guy picking up dog biscuits at 3 a.m. The sedan outside remained motionless. I tallied up the cigarette sales, 35 packs. After restocking the snack rack, I gazed out the window. Only a single overhead bulb flickered, ticking like a slow clock. Something felt off. Even Scout, the store cat, huddled behind the chips aisle, with her tail wrapped tightly around her paws. The soda cooler suddenly buzzed and flickered for 2 seconds. A small power surge dimmed the fluorescent lights, but the coffee machine kept running. I figured it was just the store's wiring, not a neighborhood-wide issue. I went to reset the breaker in the back room. Opening the fuse box, I found the aisle 3 breaker had tripped. After flipping it back, the lights returned. I considered calling my manager, but decided to wait until morning. Around 2:45, a drip started near the back door. Cold, clear water puddled on the concrete floor. I grabbed a mop and bucket, finding the leak right under the air duct. Strange, no condensation, no dropped pipes. The drip slowed and then stopped completely. When I emptied the bucket outside, the lot was empty. The sedan had vanished. Maybe the driver had finally moved on. The air felt musty, like wet carpet. Scout rushed out from under the counter, rubbing against my leg. I checked the restrooms, everything was dry. By 3:30 the store had returned to silence. The bug zapper over the door sizzled twice. A chill cut through the space, despite the AC being set to cool. I pulled my hoodie tighter. Then I saw it. The sedan rolling forward 3 feet. No driver silhouette. The passenger door opened and closed on its own, the car returning to its previous position as if guided by invisible tracks. That was the breaking point. Flashlight in hand, I approached the vehicle. No one inside, no movement. The engine was off, thick tires blocking any potential sound. Back at the security monitors, I realized the cameras didn't cover the parking lot well. The angle missed the driver's seat entirely. I hit the view back button, trying to pan the camera. Suddenly, the feed cut to static before returning to normal. The sedan sat frozen in pixelated grey on the screen, unmoving. Static cleared, revealing the same image. I pressed the record button. The feed continued without glitches. By 4:50, another customer arrived, a young woman buying trail mix. She glanced at me, then the lot, asking, "Is something out here?" I replied, "No, just an old car." She nodded and left. After the doors closed, I checked again. The sedan's roof was empty. At 5:30, I moved to the break room and opened the refrigerator. My sandwich was gone. Turkey and cheese had disappeared without a trace. No note, no wrapper in the wastebasket. I wondered if the night janitor had come early. though I hadn't heard anyone. My shift ended at 6 a.m. The sky was already turning grey. 2 more customers bought lottery tickets and beef jerky. At 6:02, I hit the button to open the doors. The chime sounded as I grabbed my jacket and walked out to the lot, expecting the sedan to remain. Instead, the lot was completely empty. No car, no footprints, no oil spots. I checked the side door exit. It was locked, with no signs of attempted entry. My phone buzzed. A text from the manager: "Leave the key under the mat tonight. Maintenance at 10 o'clock. I hadn't mentioned the fridge incident or the car to anyone. Crossing the road, I noticed a black SUV idling in front of the convenience store. A man in a black suit sat motionless, jacket buttoned, tie narrow, hands flat on the wheel. He stared unblinkingly. My pulse raced. I raised my hand in greeting. He opened the door silently and stepped onto the street. As I moved closer, he spoke. "You won't remember this conversation." His voice was low but clear. He pressed a small white card into my palm, blank, except for a single line of type. "Do not recall." I blinked. He returned to the SUV, driving away without headlights, tires rolling silently on asphalt. Standing there, I looked down. The card was gone. My hand was empty. Across the road, the store's doors remained closed. Lights still on inside. I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove away without looking back. I rounded the last bend before the radar station just as the sun slipped below the jagged horizon. It was a sticky late July evening, around 8 o'clock, the kind of heat that lingers even after you cut the engine. My Toyota crawled along the gravel cutoff. I'd taken this route to avoid the days. Sluggish Highway 89 traffic, and stretch my legs before the long drive home. The road wound past the radar site, those familiar white domes you might recognize from pictures of secret bases, but this looked more like abandoned admin buildings with a single lonely guard shack. No signs of life anywhere. As I slowed for a sharp turn, my headlights swept across the hillside and caught something unexpected. A silver flash, thin and elongated, darted east to west, faster than any jet. No sound, no trail. Just a quick streak of molten metal against the twilight. I slammed the brakes, and the car fishtailed in the loose gravel. Heart racing, I jumped out. The heat hit me first, then an eerie silence. I set my sweating can of iced tea on the roof and wiped sweat from my neck, scanning the sky. Nothing but darkening blue and a single star hovering over the dome. I clicked on my phone's flashlight and shone it up the hill. The trees stood motionless, and the radar dome glowed softly in my headlights. I was starting to think I'd imagined the whole thing when I heard crunching behind me. Spinning around, I saw a black SUV, too large for the narrow road, idling silently. No lights, windows up. I didn't recall seeing it arrive. The roadside bushes must have hidden its approach. Then the passenger door opened. A tall, lean man stepped out. Dark hair slicked back, wearing a crisp black suit with a narrow tie. No badge, no name tag, no hat. His hands remained in his pockets, and he didn't use a flashlight. He just stood looking at me, face calm. I swallowed and pointed at the sky. "Did you see something up here?" He tilted his head toward the hillside. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice soft and even. "This road doesn't go anywhere. Keep driving." I frowned. There's nothing past that dome except a dead end and a drop-off toward the river. I paused. What road does? Go somewhere. He stood half in shadow, half in the SUV's faint glow. The gravel crunched under his shoes. "Move along," he said, eyes fixed on mine. I glanced past him at the darkness beyond the dome. Thick woods, steep slope, no rail. My throat felt tight. "I saw something up here, a silver object," I said, jabbing my thumb at the sky. He shook his head. "Nothing up here." He straightened and looked past me as if answering someone beside me. "Just drive." My chest throbbed. I turned back to look at the no object, no glare, no movement, only the white dome and the tree line. When I faced him again, I could almost see a faint crease of a smile, but it never reached his eyes. Am I in the wrong place? My voice sounded small, echoing on the empty road. He nodded slowly, deliberately, and slipped a folded card into my hand. Why 89 North? No detours? Under my flashlight, the plain white card read, "Keep moving, no stops. Watch the sky." It was back in the SUV, door closed, engine running, taillights glowed dim red. I slid the card into the driver's seat without locking the door, my hands trembling on the wheel. The SUV backed up 3 feet, then stopped. I put the car in gear. It followed directly behind as I crept forward. I thought about refusing, about taking a picture for proof, but my hands shook too much to find the button. At the T intersection, I turned north onto the main road. Every time I glanced in the rearview mirror, the SUV was there, following just close enough for those dark lenses to stare ahead. After maybe half a mile, I hit smooth pavement and pressed the accelerator. The SUV vanished instantly. No headlights fading, no reflection, nothing. I kept going north at speed until highway lights broke through pine shadows. The night air changed. The radio came back, playing an old country song. I pulled over at the next gas station, heart thumping, and checked the back seat. Empty. No card, no trace of him in my car. My passenger door was closed, seatbelt untouched. I filled my tank, bought a soda, and dared to look at my phone. No missed calls, no messages, except a low battery warning. No photos in the gallery, no record of GPS ping on the cutoff. The weather app said clear skies, no moon visible until after midnight. I drove the rest of the way. I drove home in silence, trying to piece things together. The card had warned, watch the sky, and every stray beam of headlights against the treetops made me tense. Parking in the dark garage, I sat motionless, cracking the card between my fingers. Its paper was smooth, pressed, with ink still cool to the touch. Under the kitchen's overhead light, I set the card down and made coffee. Through the window, the driveway's asphalt split into shadows and pools of yellow light. The ridge's sky looked empty. Leaning my forehead against the glass, I listened intently for any sign of return. Engines, footsteps, anything. Only the refrigerator's hum and a distant dog's bark broke the silence. I don't take that route anymore, if I can help it. Last night, I tried finding an alternate path on the GPS, but it kept redirecting me to that same cutoff. Now, I choose the longer road, bumping through extra miles of forest. Occasionally, I glance skyward, half expecting that silver flash, that fearful streak. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I hear gravel shifting behind me, just for a moment, like someone emerging from darkness, telling me to keep driving. It happened while fishing. I was untangling my line around 6 a.m. in early May, the water calm and windless. Anchored about a quarter mile from shore, hoping for halibut, I'd launched the boat with the sun low and the sea glassy. Raising my polarized sunglasses, I leaned over the side and saw it, a perfect disc, maybe 2 feet across, hovering 10 feet below the surface. It gleamed like nickel-bright metal, edges blurred as if seen through water. My fishing rod rattled with each small wave. Grabbing the camera, I switched to dive mode and captured a shot through the green-blue blur. The disc remained motionless. No movement, no spinning, just suspended. No fish, no bubbles, no visible support. Breathing through my hoodie's tube, heart racing, I leaned closer. Then it vanished. No ripples, no sound, just water. I sat back hard and tugged the oars, sculling toward shore, abandoning fishing for the morning. Back home, I downloaded the photo. On screen, a pale, grainy circle emerged in the murky image, barely an outline. Below the surface, everything looked normal, seaweed drifting, sun rays cracking through. I stared, searching for answers. My coffee had gone cold that afternoon when I told my neighbor Jules about what I'd seen. Jules is a marine biologist, and instead of being skeptical, she suggested I might have spotted a sunken buoy or some diving gear. At dusk, we walked to the jetty together. I wanted her to look, but the water was already dark. No clear details, just street lamp reflections dancing on the surface. Over the next 2 days, I couldn't stop scanning the bay from my porch. Metal shapes drifted through my dreams, and I'd wake at strange hours, certain I heard something scraping against a hull. On the third morning, 2 men arrived around 8:15. I was standing in my bathrobe, coffee mug in hand. One was tall and thin, wearing a black fedora suit and shiny shoes without a tie. The other was shorter and stockier, dressed in a black baseball cap, jacket, and jeans. Both had pale, unblinking faces. "Can I help you?" I asked. The tall man spoke in a low, polite voice. "Are you Mr. Hendricks?" When I nodded, he accepted a small manila folder from his companion. Inside were blurry prints showing pale discs under dark water, the exact shapes from my photograph. The image looked smudged, as if someone had deliberately blurred it. "These are from your camera," he said. I confirmed they were mine, feeling a sudden rush of heat. Then he delivered his message. These images should be considered equipment errors, lens glare, or water droplets. He suggested I remove them and not discuss the matter further. My mug trembled as I set it on the porch railing. "Why?" I asked. He maintained a careful watch. "No reason to make this public. It's best kept in private records." When I ran a hand through my wet hair, he clarified, "Delete them. It will weigh less on your conscience." The stocky man leaned forward. "Forget what you saw," he said softly but firmly. Their faces remained impassive, the tall man's fedora casting a perfect circular shadow over his eyes, the shorter man's cap hiding half his brow. They returned the folder, turned towards their unmarked black truck, parked on the gravel drive, and left. The tall man tipped his hat and said thank you. The engine hummed briefly before falling silent. I rolled up to the corner of 5th and Madison just after midnight, idling under the streetlight. "My name's Derek Chavez. I drive a cab for East Side Taxis, and I was wrapping up what I thought would be my last shift before the weekend. Steam curled off manhole covers while rain from earlier had slicked the pavement. A black sedan pulled in behind me, door opened, and 2 men in dark suits climbed into the back seat without a word. They shut the door so quietly I hardly heard the click. I glanced in the rear view. Both wore white shirts, skinny black ties, polished shoes and sunglasses, even in the wet dark. One was tall and lean, the other shorter and square-shouldered. Neither gave me a destination. I tapped the meter and said, "Where to, gentlemen?" The tall one leaned forward, voice calm, no accent I could place. "No destination," he said. "Just drive." I nodded, leaned back. "Anything come up on the meter?" "Drive," was all he said. I pulled away. After a minute, I checked the fare display. $420 says, and climbing. I checked the rear view. No expression, no phone, just 2 dark shapes in black suits. Afterward they slammed, and hey, vanished down the road without headlights. I stared at the driveway for minutes, heart pounding so loud I thought it'd wake the whole neighborhood. Eventually I went inside, locked the door, and flicked on every light. I grabbed my laptop and found the disk photo. I dragged it to the trash folder, hesitated, then hit delete. I clicked empty trash. Later that day, I tried to film off the jetty again. Same spot, same light, same calm water, nothing shimmered beneath. Just the usual flats, seagrass, the lazy shadows of passing clouds. I lowered my camera, closed my eyes for a second, breathed in salt air, then had to fight the urge to check the horizon for a glint of metal. I haven't told anyone else. No Jules, no my wife, no even the fishing forum. I keep replaying how the men in black looked at me as if they were cataloguing what I could remember. Maybe they're right and it was a camera glitch or a trick of water. But sometimes late at night, I dream of that perfect circle hovering in the sea, and I wake up reaching for the photos I trashed. I sleep with my windows shut tight now, and I drive past the old jetty on my way to work without slowing down. The bay looks normal, empty, like nothing ever happened. I wonder if I imagine it all, or if something down here waits for me to look again. Now I was driving through the city, the meter climbing past $50, then $70. My head throbbed. The time didn't make sense. My watch. Read 2:15 a.m., but I could have sworn it was only 12:30 earlier. The short man had given me directions when I first picked them up. "Roundabout on Maple?" I'd asked. His response was simple. Follow directions. A small slip of paper had been handed to me, barely visible with tiny water spots from the cab's humidity. I followed the cryptic instructions, 3 simple arrows pointing left, right, left. No street names. We drifted past quiet neighborhoods, neon signs and shuttered storefronts. Static crackled when I tried the radio. Cell service was spotty, so I cracked the window, listening for any signs of life. Just a distant hum of occasional cars. Around 3 or 7, I pulled onto a one-way street and followed the arrows back over the river into the industrial district. Street lamps flickered orange. Another arrow pointed back downtown, so I punched the gas. The city skyline drifted past, neon signs reflecting on wet asphalt. By 4 a.m. I was near the old freight yard. Rusty rails, dark warehouses. I looped a block lined with chain-link fences. The meter now read $142.50. My hands trembled on the wheel. I wanted to ask who was paying for this ride, but the air in the cab felt heavy, pressing against my chest. At 4:22, I rounded a corner and saw a street lamp illuminating a crumpled slip of paper taped to a stop sign. The shorter man leaned forward, pointing without moving his fingers. I slowed, then stopped. Under the lamp, the paper read, "Exit here." I followed an alley, under a broken chain, past a shuttered auto shop, and emerged on the bridge. When the arrow pointed straight ahead, I stopped. The tall one opened the door himself, stepping onto the slick sidewalk without looking back. The short one followed, and then they were gone. I walked home through dark back streets, arriving at my apartment at 5:03 a.m. The meter card in my pocket showed 0 charge. My phone had erased the unknown number from its call log. I put on the kettle and stared at the rain-smeared window until dawn. 2 hours later, before leaving for my day job, I locked my front door and made sure nobody followed. I didn't mention anything to dispatch. The details of the strange ride remained a mystery. I didn't know who paid or why they put me through those loops. The slip of paper in my pocket stayed blank, yet I carried it everywhere. Sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I swear I can see faint outlines of arrows. I usually tuck it back into my wallet and keep walking, hoping I never get that call again. It started with watching someone walk into a bright yellow bus shelter and merge into the night. My heart pounded as I sat for 30 seconds. Then I opened the door, stepped out, and closed it gently. The paper slip from the console was blank. No ink, no letters. I checked the meter. I flashed the fare courtesy of Agent S. The display reset to 0, making my head spin. I locked the doors and sat in the cab, sipping lukewarm coffee. 2 missed calls from dispatch, and 1 voicemail waited on my phone. "Where are you, Chavez? Been driving in circles for hours. Report in." I bit my lip and hit callback. The line connected to an unknown number. No ring, just a click. Then a calm, female voice, never mentioning last night's ride. I stuttered, "Who is this?" Silence was the only response. Then the line went dead. I sat in the empty cab as rain started drumming on the roof. Eventually, I got out, locked the doors, and walked under the bridge to the bus stop. My glove box headlamp flickered to life. The yellow shelter stood empty. No suits, no footprints in the puddles. Later that morning, driving the crew truck down County Road 42 near Willow Creek, my headlights caught something unusual. A dark, almost perfect circle, about 2 feet across, sat right in the center of the right lane. The pavement around it looked normal, but this spot appeared baked, like someone had held a blowtorch on it until the surface bubbled. I parked between the cones, grabbed my hard hat and flashlight, and crossed the road. A strange smell hung in the air, burning rubber mixed with ozone. Crouching down, I shined the light on the charcoal-like circle. The surface beneath my gloved finger was smooth, almost glassy, catching the light. I tapped the center, hearing a hollow sound like striking a lid. Sharp edges, no chips. A chill ran through me, wondering what could have created this. I clipped my radio mic. "Base to crew, come in. I've got something usual on County 42, mile 5.7. Silence. Everyone was out, marking potholes on Route 99. I tested the circle's edge with a rock. No mark. Frustrated, I pounded my fist on the pavement. No dent. My phone's camera struggled with autofocus, capturing a grainy black ring against grey asphalt. At 6:12 a.m., orange sunlight filtered through cottonwoods. Dispatch said crews wouldn't arrive for another hour. I shrugged and drove south for coffee. The two-lane road cut through empty farmland, corn stalks bending in the light breeze. An unsettling feeling of being watched crept over me. In the Ibis diner, Maria listened as I described the mark. She mentioned her brother saw something glowing blue in a crop circle near Tiller's mill the previous night. Different shapes, but the same precise geometry. No explanation. By 7:30, Ahmed and Lena arrived with shovels and metal detectors. Ahmed's detector remained silent. Lena scraped the edge, collecting only dust. We dug a foot down, solid earth, no hidden devices. The circle remained fixed to the asphalt. We logged it as an unidentified pavement anomaly, marking corners with alternating red and yellow spray paint. Everything felt off. A helicopter swept the county line repeatedly, no banner, just a methodical search pattern. Around mid-morning, a county representative arrived. Sharp suit, grey hair, sunglasses despite the overcast sky. He pulled up in a black sedan, engine off. He flipped a badge. C. Langford, Special Investigator, no logo. I leaned on the hood, tracking Sam Gwynn from County Highway District 7's movements. He pointed at a circular mark on the pavement. "Found this?" I asked. We investigated, digging down. Nothing unusual emerged. He pulled out a small notebook, jotting observations. Checking for radiation and heat anomalies, he asked about unusual readings. I confirmed everything seemed normal. Thermal camera showed nothing, just a burned appearance with a strange smell. No tracks, no clear explanation. Carefully examining the ground, he ran a gloved hand near the surface without touching the center. Then he snapped the notebook shut with a definitive motion. "We'll keep this off the record," he stated firmly, looking me directly in the eye. No reports, no photos beyond initial documentation. When I questioned deleting pictures, he tapped his sunglasses. "Just hold them. If anyone asks, you never found anything. You patched it and moved on." I hesitated. County policy required logging safety hazards. He was adamant, "This isn't policy. It's an order." Sliding a card across the hood, he provided contact information. "If anyone asks about District 7 anomalies, refer them to me." The card bore only a name, C. Langford. No agency, no title, just a phone number. He left in a black sedan without looking back. Lena and Ahmed watched from the truck, confused. I instructed them to cover the hole with cold mix, smoothing it out. No mentions, no discussions. Ahmed seemed uncertain, but company policy was clear. We rolled black asphalt over the mark until it blended seamlessly. Driving home, the county card felt heavy in my pocket. Outside Ibis, a helicopter passed overhead, its rotor blades slicing through the grey sky. By noon, I was home. Rain dripped from my jacket, keys tossed aside, work boots removed. I showered. The bathroom mirror reflected exhaustion, dark circles, pale skin. At the kitchen table, I stared at the mysterious card, mind racing with unanswered questions. I didn't call Langford. The manila card sat next to me on the table. I sipped my cold coffee, staring at it while rain drummed outside. Strange shapes flickered like neon across the yard, wet on the windowsill. My hand ran over the metal sheet I keep for repairs. The dark rectangle of the cold mix patch in the driveway caught my eye. I closed the door after Miss Carter left. She'd knocked, soaked from the rain, asking about the highway crew. Her son had seen strange lights at dawn, glowing cracks that vanished. I laughed it off as reflections. She smiled and went home. Outside, rain tapped the window, matching my pulse. A car had pulled into the drive. I'd eaten a cold sausage biscuit left on the counter. My coffee was black, like his morning. My finger hovered over the number. I'm an investigator, so special no one else knows me. Working that summer at Cedar Hollow State Park was mostly quiet. Hikers and families during the day, wildlife at night. The park dense with pine and oak. I'd patrol a specific area near the north end past the old fire road. One July afternoon, driving my ATV on a slow loop, something caught my attention. A perfect circular clearing about 40 feet across. Every tree inside was dead, brittle and grey as if scorched but without burn marks. The grass yellowed and dry, nothing growing. Surrounding trees looked perfectly healthy. No disease, no bugs. I parked nearby and approached. The air felt heavy, almost sticky. Crouching, I poked the dead grass with a stick. It snapped easily, carrying a faint chemical smell, completely unnatural. I didn't delete the photos yet. I just sat here, listening to the rain, feeling watched by the pavement itself. The sky was thick with clouds as I made my way back to the ranger station. That late afternoon around 5 p.m. a few drops of rain had started to fall. When I arrived, the station was quiet, except for the usual hum of the refrigerator and an old radio playing soft country music in the background. Earlier, I had been out investigating a strange patch of dead trees. Something about it just didn't seem right. I pulled out my radio to report my findings to the main office, but halfway through my explanation, the radio buzzed weirdly with a crackle that lasted a few seconds before going dead. I checked the battery and antenna. Everything looked fine, but I couldn't get a signal. I figured the trees might be interfering with the frequency and decided to log my observations later. That evening after dinner, I sat by the window in the common room looking out toward the fire road. The rain had stopped, but low, heavy clouds still hung in the sky. Just past 9 p.m., I noticed headlights coming slowly down the road. 2 cars passed the station, but one slowed and pulled off near the area with the dead trees. Grabbing my binoculars, I watched as 2 men in dark, neat suits stepped out of a sedan. They stood quietly at the edge of the woods, facing the dead patch. No rain gear, no badges, no equipment, just an unsettling stillness about them. I wanted to call out and ask what they were doing, but the radio was still dead. After about 20 minutes, they got back into their car. They didn't look at the station or me once. The car backed slowly down the road and disappeared into the darkness. I waited, half expecting them to return, but the road remained empty for the rest of the night. The next day, I went back to the patch. I hoped something might have changed, but the circle of dead trees was exactly the same. No new tracks, no signs of disturbance. I carefully checked the soil but found nothing concrete. No burns, no identifiable chemicals. Just dead trees in a perfectly contained area. I mentioned the strange men to my supervisor, but he brushed it off. He suggested it might be a government forestry thing or a weather anomaly. I didn't push the issue. By then, the radio had started working again. The missile test that morning would change everything. I was stationed at the White Sands Range, a freelance aerospace journalist who'd been chasing launches for 2 years. My name's Mayor Jensen. I'd spent the night camped near the observation bunker, waiting for the scheduled test. Just before dawn, the sky was overcast with thick, grey clouds, low enough to obscure the rising sun. At 6:02 a.m., the alert horn sounded. I raised my DSLR and framed the launch pad through the bunker's slit window. A bright flash erupted, and the missile's contrail cut through the clouds like a white ribbon. Jet noise filled the air, transforming from a deep roar to a distant whine as it climbed out of sight. I snapped a dozen shots, lowering my camera only when the sound faded. That's when I saw him, a lone figure backlit by floodlights near the service road. Standing by the chain-link fence, he was perfectly still. No safety vest, no helmet, just a dark suit stark against the grey morning. I zoomed in with my lens. The figure didn't move. Curiosity pushed me out the door, camera in hand. By the time I reached the fence, the test crew had retreated to their vehicles, leaving only gravel and scattered parachute hardware. The mysterious figure was gone. I circled the perimeter, peering through glare tape and checking every shadowy corner. Nothing. No footprints, no crushed grass, no trace of anyone. My heart raced as I tapped my radio. Range control, this is Jensen. Do you have an observer at the south fence? Silence. No response. As I turned to walk back to the bunker, a soft click broke the morning stillness. I spun around. There, under the flood lamp, stood a man in a black white shirt, narrow black tie, shoes polished too bright for gravel. His posture was unnaturally perfect, like someone had carefully positioned every inch of him. I swallowed hard, my feet suddenly feeling like lead. He raised a hand in a small wave. Months later, those dead trees still stand in their mysterious circle. I can't explain what I saw or why those men were there. It's like the forest keeps a secret, and they were the only ones who knew what it was. Every time I drive past that patch after dark, I feel watched, as if something waits patiently just beyond the tree line. I stepped away from the fence, my camera dangling. The bunker stood silent behind me. A man in a crisp uniform had just escorted me out, his movements precise and controlled. Earlier, I'd spent what felt like hours searching for something, a figure, a detail, near the restricted area. My press badge from Defense Tech Weekly meant nothing to him. Permission revoked, he'd said, his voice calm and clipped. When I asked about a dark-suited person I'd seen standing by the fence, he simply shook his head. No explanation, no details, just a resolute no that hung in the air between us. By 7 a.m., I was at the main gate. The security guard seemed unsurprised, telling me about a range closure I supposedly missed. My protests fell flat. You shouldn't have been here, he said, punching in the gate code. Back on the highway, I reviewed my photos. Missile blast images looked fine, bright arcs cutting through cloud cover, but something else caught my eye. In each fence line shot, a dark blur lingered, then vanished. A shape like a standing figure, edges suggesting fabric, but no real detail. My editor was dismissive when I called. Run the launch pics, she said. File under stock. Her tone suggested I was chasing shadows. Now I sat in a roadside diner, nursing coffee. My camera bag rested on the seat beside me. Through the window, only highway and scrub pines stretched out, no mysterious figure in sight. Yet the encounter nagged at me, a persistent whisper of something just beyond understanding. Nye was working the graveyard shift at the Green Ridge gas station, that little place just off Highway 89 where nobody really stops unless they're passing through or desperate. After midnight in early September, the night had been slow, cars trickling in and out, mostly truck drivers or folks heading home from late shifts. The kind of night where fluorescent lights buzz just loud enough to remind you you're the only one awake. Around 12:45, a beat-up silver sedan rolled up to pump 3. The driver's window was down, and the inside light clicked on when the driver popped it open. While stacking energy drinks by the cooler, I glanced up just as the car door shut. In the sedan's rearview mirror, I saw something odd, a dark round shape hovering low over the far side of the parking lot near the trees. About the size of a small car, but with fuzzy edges, like it was shimmering or out of focus. No noise, no lights, just this weird flat disc shape floating a foot above the ground. I blinked and looked back. The car was still there, engine idling, but the driver's seat was empty. I rubbed my eyes, thinking maybe the driver stepped out for a smoke. I called out, "Hey, you okay?" Silence. No answer. Walking around to the passenger side, I looked in. No one. The third door was locked. I circled the car, scanning the lot and trees. Nothing. No sign of anyone nearby. The weird disc thing was gone too. Double-checking the rearview mirror confirmed the spot was empty. I stood there, feeling that hollow kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl. Back inside, I locked the door and grabbed the store phone to call the local sheriff. The line was dead. I tried the radio. Same thing. The place was a dead zone. Later, I left my card with the waitress and walked to my car. In the passenger seat lay a sealed manila envelope, stamped and dated, with no return address. Inside, 2 prints of my photos cropped close to the fence line and a single slip of paper. No further inquiry. I folded it, tucked it back in the glove box and drove home, feeling like I'd just woken from a half-remembered dream. The highway stretched on, yellow lines fading into dawn. I kept thinking I'd see that dark figure in my rear view. Perfect posture, black suit, unblinking eyes. I didn't. I just kept driving until city lights rose ahead. End calls most nights, but I usually had enough signal for a quick exit. Nothing. The sedan that had been outside disappeared without a trace. No headlights, no tail lights, just nothing. About 10 minutes later, the bell above the door jingled. A man stood before me, wearing a dark suit and tie despite the warm September night. His appearance was striking, perfectly slicked back hair and a pale, expressionless face that seemed out of place in the tired, dusty gas station. He looked like he'd stepped straight out of an old black and white movie. "Good evening," he said in a calm, flat voice. "I'm sorry to bother you. I just have a couple of questions." I nodded. Still shaken, he asked about anything strange or unusual, lights, sounds, things out of place. I hesitated, then mentioned the car that had stopped earlier and something weird I thought I saw in the parking lot. His reaction was unexpected. No surprise, no curiosity, just calm and collected. When I described a disc-like shape hovering near the trees, with no lights or noise, he simply nodded and made a note in a small notebook. He advised me to keep this to myself, explaining that people tend to misunderstand things they don't often see. When I asked if he meant the sheriff, he smiled. A faint, emotionless gesture. "Exactly," he said. He glanced around the store and told me clearly, "If anyone asks, I didn't see anything unusual tonight." My gut screamed to call someone or get out, but the words caught in my throat. As he walked toward the door, he turned back with a final cryptic message. "We're watching, but we don't want to interfere unless necessary." Then he vanished. I sat behind the counter for the next hour, heart pounding, constantly scanning the windows. The night remained eerily quiet. When the morning shift arrived, I handed over my keys without a word, not wanting to sound crazy. For days afterward, I kept checking the parking lot. No strange cars, no hovering discs, but sometimes in the darkness, I'd catch a fleeting flash in the rearview mirror near the trees, always gone in an instant. I hit the trail at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, sun beating down on the high desert outside Cedar Flats. My name's Alex Morales, and I'd come out to clear my head. There was no cell signal, just an old missile silo they decommissioned in the 70s, sitting halfway up the slope of Bald Mountain. The trail was dusty and overgrown, but I'd printed a topo map the night before, so I figured I'd find it easy enough. By 4:30, I'd topped out at the crater's rim. The silo hulked there, half buried, with concrete walls cracked and stained. I dropped my pack and walked around the perimeter, eyes wide for snakes. Instead of wildlife, I saw patches of metal jutting from the rubble, steel panels, rusted bolts, sections of corrugated plating. I pulled out my camera to snap pictures of the peeling chrome finish. That's when things got strange. I looked at one panel and saw not just my camera's reflection, but a flash of movement behind me. Something bright, almost white, sliding across the metal like liquid. I spun around. Nothing. Just the sky and heat waves dancing over scrub brush. When I looked back at the panel, the glint was gone, replaced by dull rust. I crouched and shined my flashlight on the surface. Scratches were dense, but no new marks. My breath caught in my throat. The angle of the metal couldn't catch the sun that way. I set the flashlight aside and circled the silo, peering into every recess. Between two wall segments was a narrow gap wide enough to squeeze into. I got on my belly, pushed my pack through, then wriggled in. Inside was hollow, with old cables draped like dead vines and murky water pooling at my feet. When I shone the beam across the floor, I saw ice-blue reflections on the far wall, brief pinpricks of light, 10 or 15 of them, like someone had shaken a handful of flashlights behind the concrete ribs. I raised the beam higher, nothing but rough surfaces. I swung left, then right. The reflections vanished. My heart pounded. I sat up and felt the walls chill against my fingertips. The hole I'd crawled through was smooth, almost polished, not chipped. I shivered and climbed back out, brush catching my shirt. The sun was lower now. I set up camp. I didn't tell anyone else. I felt like one of those things you just don't talk about, especially after a man in a suit tells you to keep quiet. The weird part is, I'm still not sure if I saw what I think I saw. Maybe the driver was playing a prank, but that didn't explain the empty car, the shape in the mirror, or the silence that followed. Sometimes I wonder if they're still watching. Mock Ridge's edge. I rolled into my sleeping bag at dusk, a simple tent, and stove my companions. Ramen steamed nearby as I stared at the silo, its copper surface fading in the sunset. No reflections, no shine, Just a trick of light, I thought. Midnight brought a strange, low hum, not quite an engine, more like air moving through a vent. Crickets chirped in the silent desert. I crawled out of the tent and scanned the starless sky. My headlamp revealed something peculiar. The silo's crater mouth was dark, but its dome flickered with a faint green glow before vanishing. By sunrise, I was packed and hiking toward Elkridge Ranger Station 6 miles below. My legs ached, but memories of those strange reflections kept me moving. Dusty and dehydrated, I finally checked in. Ranger Connolly sat behind the wooden desk, a woman in her 60s with sun-withered skin. When I described my hike and asked about odd lights near the silo, she simply nodded. "Nice spot," she said, revealing nothing. The door chimed. A man in a charcoal grey suit stepped inside, no ranger patch, just polished shoes and a pressed jacket. He carried a white envelope sealed with red wax stamped with the letter R. Without looking at me, he approached Connolly and placed the envelope next to her clipboard. "Return to sender," he said smoothly. "I believe this was misplaced." Connolly lifted an eyebrow and examined the envelope. I felt my throat tighten. "I didn't leave anything here," I mumbled. For the first time, he turned toward me. His face was blank, eyes dark behind thin-rimmed glasses. "Good day," he said, taking a step back. Something felt off, but I couldn't explain what. And I was parked at the overlook above Seal Cove near Mendocino on a Sunday evening at the end of July. The air still carried weight from the heat. I'd come up here to catch the last of the light and maybe play around with my binoculars. Nothing serious, just something I occasionally do. I love the ocean at dusk. Everything feels quieter out here. The lot was mostly empty, with one other car, some kind of camper van parked further down, but no movement. I had a thermos of tea and my small binoculars. Nothing high-tech. I wasn't expecting to see anything unusual. It started with a shimmer. Not flashing or moving, just a shimmer like heat rising off pavement, except hovering out over the water, low, maybe a couple degrees above the horizon. I almost missed it because it blended right into the haze. At first I thought it was a trick of the light, maybe something from a fishing boat far out. But when I focused in, it didn't look like any light I'd seen. It didn't flicker. It pulsed, steady, rhythm-like. The shape kept shifting, not spinning, but folding into itself, then stretching out, then folding again like a bubble made of something denser than air. I watched it for a few minutes. No movement. It stayed locked in place. Same shimmer, same dull pulsing. The ocean underneath looked untouched. No waves, no current, like that patch of water wasn't part of the ocean anymore. And then something passed in front of it. That's what made me freeze. It wasn't a bird or a plane, darker than the sky, but with no edges. It drifted across that shimmer and was gone just as fast. I didn't catch a shape, just a sense of something. Earlier, back at the ranger station, he had walked out without another sound. Ranger Connolly stared after him, then tucked the envelope into her filing cabinet. "He's new," she said finally, as if she could still taste the formality. She waved. "Drive safe, Alex." I nodded and walked out, feeling the envelope's empty weight in my mind. I headed down the dirt road, uncertain why I felt watched by every shadow in the trees. The sky overhead was brightening with morning light, but I felt like noon would still be dusk. I reached my car, windows fogged with dust, and sat for a moment. Then I drove away, replaying the scenes of the bunker, the ice blue flashes, the glow at midnight, and that suited man slipping an envelope through a locked door. I passed the turnoff to Bald Mountain without a look back, headlights on low beam waiting for someone, something to light the horizon again. I was parked near the bluff, my eyes scanning the water. Something felt off, like an unexpected pause in depth. No boats, no spotlight, just empty ocean. Suddenly, my binoculars stopped working, but not in any mechanical way. I could still see the railing and my hands clearly, yet whenever I turned toward the shimmer, everything blurred completely. Setting the binoculars down, I looked directly at the water. The shimmer remained but fainter now, almost as if it had drifted further out. I stayed parked for about 10 more minutes, watching as the light dropped quickly and that heavy silence settled in just before total darkness. Just as I was putting the binoculars back in their case, someone tapped on the glass. I jumped. A man stood there, black suit, crisp white shirt, no tie, late 40s, tall, pale, with no visible expression. I hadn't heard a car or seen anyone approach. One moment, I was alone. The next, he was right beside my window. When I rolled the window down halfway, he leaned in slightly. His eyes locked with mine, and he spoke in a smooth yet flat voice, like someone reading lines in an unfamiliar language. That part of the sky isn't public. My hands shook slightly on the wheel as I asked what he meant. He didn't repeat himself, just added, "Please don't use optical devices in restricted airspace," then straightened up. I looked past him, expecting to see a vehicle. Nothing. The camper. Van from earlier had vanished, and the entire lot was empty. I hadn't seen it leave. The man was walking away, heading toward the beach path, but not following it. Instead, he continued past toward the bluff's edge. No flashlight, no hesitation, until he disappeared from view. I waited, though I'm not sure why. Part of me expected him to return or say something more, but the path remained quiet. Eventually, I drove home in silence, not even turning on the radio. Back in my apartment, I pulled out the binoculars and tested them. They were fine, crystal clear. Pointing them at street signs down the block, everything came into perfect focus, as if nothing had happened. Now, the next day, I drove out to Sunset Point, just west of San Luis Obispo. It's not really a beach, more like a gravel turnout with a clear view of the ocean. Locals know it, but it's not marked on most maps. I used to drive out here sometimes after work, a quiet place to sit with a drink and clear my head. That night, it was warm. The sky was hazy, but not fully overcast. Just that strange light you get at the tail end of a hot day, where the sun's gone but everything still glows a little. I had my binoculars with me, a pair of Nikons my dad gave me years ago that I kept in the glove box. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. I just finished my sandwich and leaned forward over the steering wheel to scan the water. There was a tanker ship in the distance, a few gulls flying low. Then something shimmered on the horizon, almost directly west. I didn't move at first, just a little patch above the water, a couple degrees off the surface. It looked like a heat mirage, except the air wasn't hot anymore, and the ocean doesn't do that. The next day, I drove back out here around the same time, parked in the same spot. Nothing in the sky, same ocean, same breeze. I stayed for about an hour. No shimmer, no man, no van. But there was a new sign posted near the rail, a small metal sign bolted into the wood. I said, "Sensitive marine surveillance area. Do not loiter." I don't remember that being here the night before. I had a shimmer, yeah, but there was a texture to it like being stretched, almost cube-shaped, with the top edge sort of flickering in and out. I held the binoculars steady. The shape wasn't sharp. It was like my eyes wanted to slide off it. The edges bent slightly as I watched, not just shimmering, but flexing. There was no sound, no lights, just this wrong-looking patch in the air. The water under it looked darker than the rest. I looked away for a second, wiped the lenses, looked again. Still there. I don't know how long I stared. Long enough that the light changed. The sun had completely dropped by then, but the shimmer still held some weird internal glow. Not bright, just visible enough to know it hadn't gone. I was about to take a picture with my phone, but I hesitated. I couldn't explain why. Something about it made me feel like I wasn't supposed to, like photographing it would change something. About a minute later, I noticed headlights in my rear view. At first, I didn't think anything of it. People pulled into that lot sometimes to smoke or take photos. But this car, a black sedan, pulled in fast, like they knew. I was working night patrol on Highway 24 out near the Book Cliffs in eastern Utah. Long runs between towns, barely any exits, just open desert and red rock. The stretch was mostly dead most nights. Everything changed that night. I stopped in a lot near the ocean, something catching my eye in the sky. A strange shimmer hung there, just hovering. The moment felt off. A sedan rolled up behind me, no hesitation. They stopped, maybe 5 feet behind my bumper. No lights inside. Through the windshield, I couldn't see anyone. I lowered my binoculars, trying not to look rattled. The driver didn't get out right away. The car just sat there, engine idling low. After about 30 seconds, both front doors opened at the same time. Two men emerged, both in black suits. No jackets, just crisp white shirts and narrow black ties. Hair neat, faces blank. They walked straight toward my window like this was routine. The driver's side man tapped lightly on my window. I rolled it halfway down. No smile, no introduction. That part of the sky isn't public, he said in a flat, detached voice. What does that mean? I asked. He didn't answer. His partner stood a few feet back, arms at his sides, watching the road. Not me, not the ocean, just the road, like waiting for a car that wasn't coming. The first man pulled out a thin manila folder, nothing written outside. He held it up just long enough for me to see the bold black type. Natural phenomena restricted, I read aloud. He tucked it back under his arm without opening it. We'd like you to leave now, he said. I didn't argue. I nodded, started the ignition, and pulled out slow and steady. The sedan didn't follow. I checked my mirrors for the next 10 miles. At home, I wrote down what I'd seen and drew a quick sketch of the shimmer. I tried researching military zones, weather balloons, optical illusions. Nothing matched. The next evening, I went back. Same time, same spot. I parked a little further down and sat with binoculars in my lap. The sky was clear, the ocean normal. No shimmer, but a new sign was bolted to the railing, unauthorized. Observation prohibited. No photography or optical equipment beyond this point. 2 days later, the sign was gone. It was just after 2 a.m. in early April, windy but clear. I'd been parked at a gravel pull-off around mile marker 219, watching for speeders, though honestly, they were rare past midnight. I was thinking about grabbing a sandwich from the cooler when I saw something unusual. Up near the ridge to the north, something was hovering. It wasn't flying like a plane or moving like a drone, just hanging there. A perfect black cube, maybe the size of a small car with no lights and no reflection. It didn't wobble or rotate, just sat suspended about 40 or 50 feet above the ridgeline. At first, I thought it might be a weird perspective thing, maybe a tower or boulder catching strange light. But there was no moon, and the stars behind it had vanished. The object completely blocked them out. I stepped out of my cruiser and stood by the door. The wind was sharp, with only occasional gusts breaking the silence. I stared, trying to make sense of it. My first instinct was to call it in, but I hesitated. What would I even say? A floating cube that wasn't doing anything? Then it moved, smoothly, sideways, not fast. Maybe 5 or 6 miles an hour, sliding left along the ridgeline at the same altitude. Still no lights, no sound. After covering about 100 yards, it stopped again, seeming to observe something. I finally picked up the radio and reported an aerial object, unknown type, possibly a drone near mile marker 219. Dispatch asked if I wanted air support, but I told them to stand by. It wasn't technically breaking any laws, just existing. Back in the car, I kept watching through the windshield. For about 5 more minutes, it remained in place. Then it began ascending slowly, straight up, higher and higher until it disappeared completely. No blinking lights, no trail, just gone. That's when the headlights appeared behind me. I hadn't heard an engine. I hadn't seen anything approach in my mirrors. 1 second the road was empty, the next a black sedan idled 10 feet behind my cruiser. No tags, no department markings, windows completely blacked out. I stepped out again, walking toward the vehicle, my hand resting near my sidearm but not drawn. My flashlight was already on. I shined it toward the windshield, but it reflected cleanly off the glass. I couldn't see anything inside. Then the 2 men got out. Not 2 men stood before me, mirror images in black suits, white shirts, and black ties. Something felt off. Their posture was unnaturally precise, movements too synchronized. One tall, around 6'2", taller, the other shorter and stockier. They didn't resemble typical agents, more like mannequins dressed in official attire. Silence hung between us. The taller one approached, producing a pristine manila folder. with a bold red stamp reading Natural PH Anomina in capital letters. No badge, no identification. He extended the folder wordlessly and stepped back. Inside, a single sheet contained 5 cryptic bullet points. First, object observed between 1-3 a.m. Second, do not engage or pursue. Third, no further documentation required. Fourth, no photographs. Fifth, do not discuss with media or outside agencies. A small box labeled Initial Confirmed waited with a blank line. When I looked up, the stockier man was offering a pen. I refused to sign. "Who are you with?" I asked. They remained silent. The tall one's response chilled me. "The object is not your concern." His voice was flat, emotionless, delivering the words like a perfectly rehearsed script. Something in his tone suggested English wasn't his native language. I demanded identification for their directives. A minimal mechanical smile flickered across the tall one's face. Less genuine expression, more an imitation of human emotion. The shorter man glanced toward the ridge, stating flatly, "You didn't see where it went." When I didn't immediately comply, he repeated the phrase. Their sedan rolled backwards soundlessly, executing a perfect 3-point turn before gliding into darkness. Without headlights, no acceleration, just smooth motion as if the vehicle knew the road better than I did. Back in my cruiser, I checked the dash cam. Despite recording, the playback showed only a black void where the object had been. No outline, no distortion, just empty sky. The sedan was completely absent from the footage. My open door and conversation with an unseen party were visible, but no vehicle appeared. An hour passed as I deliberated reporting the full incident. Ultimately, I logged it simply as an unidentified aerial object. Not I work as a conductor on the Northwestern Rail Line, running a route that cuts through the Cascades. It's a long haul through mostly quiet stretches of forest and mountains, with a few small towns along the way. Most days are routine, checking tickets, announcing stops, ensuring everything runs on time. But late last October, something happened near Elkridge station that I can't explain. Just after 9 p.m., the sky was mostly clear and a bit chilly. The train was headed north, and the moon hung low and pale, casting long shadows over the dark trees lining the tracks. I was in the conductor's cabin near the front, sipping lukewarm coffee from my thermos. We were passing through a remote section where the track cuts through dense forest with no roads or nearby rails. These trees are tall and thick, obscuring almost everything beyond them. It's the kind of isolated place where strange occurrences could go unnoticed. I'd traveled this stretch countless times before, never experiencing anything unusual. That night, as we rounded a slight bend near milepost 42, something caught my attention. A pale beam of light swept slowly across the trees on the right side of the track. It wasn't like car headlights or a flashlight. This was softer, almost ghostly, like a searchlight through fog, except there was no fog. The beam moved in, a smooth, steady arc, cutting through the darkness with a muted glow that didn't reflect off the trees like normal light would. At first, I thought it might be a maintenance crew or a drone, but there was no sound. The rain's steady clatter was the only noise. No hum, no buzz, no voices. The light just swept back and forth, slow and deliberate, almost as if scanning the forest. I leaned closer to the window, trying to see the source. The trees blocked most of the view, but I caught a glimpse of a shadowy shape near the clearing's edge. Too tall to be a person, maybe. I blinked several times, thinking it was a trick of the eyes, but the light continued its slow, unwavering arc. Weeks later, I've noticed a dark sedan parked near my shift change point. Same model, same tinted glass, never moving, never there when I return. I didn't sign any form, but they act like I did. The radio crackled with static, and no dispatcher responded. Rain pelted the windows as the light beam vanished behind the ridge. At Elkridge station, the platform stood empty, nothing unusual for this time of night. But then 2 men appeared near the far end, looking completely out of place. They wore crisp black suits and ties, perfectly pressed despite the damp chill. No coats, no hats, no luggage or backpacks. These men seemed unnaturally still, They didn't look like travelers, and strangely, they didn't appear cold. They walked slowly toward the last car and boarded without tickets or speaking to anyone. This caught my attention because the train was supposed to be closed to boarding at Elkridge. I wanted to call the conductor, but the dispatcher remained silent. Checking my watch, I realized we had about 40 minutes until the next scheduled stop. As the train moved, I noticed the two men sitting side by side in the back car. They didn't interact with other passengers, who seemed to ignore them completely, as if they weren't even there. The men sat motionless, staring straight ahead. No blinking, no movement. At the next stop in Firgrove, I walked to the rear car to investigate. Suddenly, they were gone. No trace remained on the platform or in the station. I asked passengers if they'd seen the men exit, but nobody had. Some just shrugged, claiming they hadn't noticed anyone new. A strange weight settled in my chest, like I'd missed something crucial. When I reported this to the station master, he gave me a knowing look and changed the subject. The rest of the trip felt normal, but those men and that vanishing light beam kept haunting my thoughts. In the following days, I asked around. Other conductors reported nothing similar. Dispatch offered no explanation. Even maintenance crews at Elkridge said they hadn't done any night work in weeks. The more I thought about it, the more those mysterious men bothered me. It was late September, just before the first real snow hit Northern California. I'd taken some time off work, and instead of heading to the coast like usual, I craved quiet. I found an old Forest Service site off a dirt road. No official markings, no bathrooms, just a clearing big enough for my car and a two-person tent. I arrived around 4 in the afternoon while it was still light out. Setting up camp was simple. I started a small fire and cooked a basic dinner of instant rice and beans on my camp stove. Complete solitude surrounded me. No tire tracks, no voices, no music. Cell service disappeared the moment I turned off the highway. By 9 p.m., darkness had fully settled in. No moon, no light pollution. After sitting by the fire for a while, I crawled into my tent to read. My phone showed 9:42 p.m. in airplane mode. I read a few chapters of a mystery novel by lantern light, then shut everything down. I typically sleep lightly outdoors, but that night I must have fallen deeply asleep. Something woke me abruptly. The entire tent was suddenly illuminated. Not just a small beam, but a complete white flood of light. Eerily, there was no accompanying sound. No car engine, no drone buzz. Just absolute silence. I quickly sat up and checked my phone. 2:08 a.m., cautiously unzipping the tent, I peered outside. The light source was overhead. Leaning out further, I spotted something bizarre. 5 or 6 small white lights rotating in a tight, perfectly spaced circle about 40 or 50 feet above the trees. They seemed attached to something, yet no connecting shape was visible. Weeks later, I found myself unconsciously scanning the sky near Elkridge whenever I passed that area. No light beams, no mysterious figures. But in the quiet of the conductor's cabin at night, I can't shake the feeling of being watched, with the radio remaining ominously silent. Back at Elkridge Station during daylight, everything looked normal. No signs of disturbance, no hidden cameras or unusual equipment. Official logs showed no records of anyone boarding without tickets that night. The way they appeared out of nowhere, the radio silence, and those strange sweeping lights simply didn't make sense. The forest campsite was silent. As the lights slowly turned, I crouched at the tent opening, watching, my breath fogging in the cold. My knees went numb from waiting. The lights kept rotating steady and unchanging. Without warning, they stopped. 2 seconds of stillness, then they vanished. Darkness consumed everything instantly. My eyes adjusted, and I retreated inside the tent, zipping it shut. I sat listening but heard nothing, not even wind. Sleep eluded me. I lay zipped tight, hat covering my eyes, sleeping bag pulled to my chin, waiting for any sound. Nothing came. At sunrise, I packed quickly. No coffee, no hesitation. I folded the tent, tossed it in the car, and hit the forest road. During the drive, I constantly checked the rearview mirror, though no one followed. About 40 minutes later, I stopped at a roadside diner called Mineral. Small place, 2 booths, counter with stools, old linoleum floor. I wanted a real meal before heading home. Only one other person was inside, a man sitting at the counter, back turned. The waitress waved me to a seat. I chose a window booth and ordered eggs and toast. When she disappeared into the kitchen, the man stood and turned. Tall, pale, clean-shaven, wearing a sharp black suit that seemed out of place. No jacket, just perfectly pressed pants and a buttoned shirt. A wide-brimmed hat, dark grey or black, completed his look. He walked over and slid into my booth uninvited. I waited, uncertain. He sat with folded hands, as if this meeting was planned. "Did you sleep through it?" he asked. His voice was calm but strange, like an imperfect imitation of normal speech. When I said, "Excuse me," he repeated the question slower. Something tightened in my chest. A feeling that my body understood something my mind did not. Here's the rewritten text with a restructured paragraph flow. I've been chasing storms for about 8 seasons now. Mostly solo. Late last May, I was out in western Kansas, about 15 miles outside Scott City. It was one of those textbook setups, dry line pushing east, plenty of sheer, cape values through the roof, the kind of sky that starts flat and blue, then transforms into something alive by late afternoon. Around 5:40 p.m., the storm really got its act together. A classic supercell with a big inflow tail, rotation tightening. I positioned myself east of the wall cloud, maybe 2.5 miles out. Lightning was constant, but no rain yet, so visibility remained clear. I was filming from the truck's back, main camera on the tripod, a GoPro suction to the dash, running a time-lapse. At 6:12, the funnel dropped thin at first, like a rope, but quickly widened. It touched down in an open field, immediately kicking up dirt. I kept recording, repositioned to stay ahead of it, and captured a full 3 minutes of the tornado at its peak strength. During those 3 minutes, I saw something I still can't explain. Later at home, I discovered something strange on my phone. In the Notes app, a new entry appeared, just a string of numbers typed out at 2:17 a.m., a time when I was supposedly in my sleeping bag. No title, no formatting, just a line of numbers broken into sets of 3 like coordinates. I haven't looked them up. I don't want to know where they point. Then there was that weird encounter at the diner. The man didn't seem to know what he meant. He tilted his head slightly, looked out the window like he was bored or done with me. The waitress came back with my food and stopped short. "Everything all right here?" she asked. I opened my mouth, ready to speak, but the man stood up and walked out without a word. "No coffee, no food, just left," she said. I asked if she knew him. She hadn't seen him come in. I ate quickly, barely tasting it. Outside, his car, or whatever he might have arrived in, was gone. Just my car and a rusty pickup truck around the side. During the drive home, I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed the lights. Maybe the man was just a weirdo. I was staying at a small hotel off US 83 in Oakley, a basic 1-story concrete block place with rusted HVAC units and a lobby that smelled like freezer burn. The front desk guy remembered me and gave me my usual room, second from the end. While transferring files to my laptop after 9 p.m., I noticed something strange with the GoPro footage. That file was present, but it wouldn't open, an unsupported format error I'd never encountered before. I tried rebooting in different software, but nothing worked. The main camera footage was fine. During the storm, I'd captured something unusual. In the tornado footage, a metallic object appeared briefly, a disc shape that moved against the wind's rotation. It flashed and vanished almost instantly, seeming to fold into the cloud. When I reviewed the video, the object was only visible for about a quarter second, roughly 4 frames. I exported a slowed-down version and enhanced the clip. The object had mass, with the wind visibly pushing around it and the funnel bending slightly as it passed through. In all my years of watching tornado videos, I'd never seen anything behave like this. I uploaded the clip to an external drive and unplugged everything, deciding to sit with the footage before posting anything online. Around 1 to 10 a.m. the next morning, there was a soft, patient knock at my door. 2 gentle taps. Looking through the peephole, I saw two men in black suits, both with pale skin, completely still. One was taller, wearing a plain fedora. They carried no luggage or phones. The tall one spoke through the door in a low voice without raising it. The day started like any other solo hike. I'm Nate Shepard, 38, living in Missoula. I like getting out in the woods to clear my head. This weekend was meant to be a short overnight trip. Hike in, set up camp, maybe catch some stars. I parked near an old mile marker around 2 p.m. on a decommissioned Forest Service access road. Not a marked trail, but one I'd discovered the year before while scouting elk routes with a friend. It's the kind of path hunters and occasional backwoods campers use, just faint enough to follow if you know what you're looking for. The weather was cold but dry, sky overcast but thin, enough to see ridge lines against the clouds. No cell service, no sounds except wind and birds. That kind of quiet always settles me down. Weeks later, something strange happened with the footage. Two men showed up at my door, asking about storm data. They didn't say much, just stood there. Then they turned and walked away. When I checked my laptop afterward, the exported file was gone. Not deleted, just missing. The folder was empty. The external hard drive wouldn't mount. It spun up, made a soft click, then went silent. I skipped the next chase day and drove straight back to Lincoln. Later, when I tried pulling the file from the memory card, it was glitched, green frames, scrambled audio. Whatever was clear before was now unreadable. I've still got the rest of the tornado footage. Regular people see a tornado tear through a field, rip apart a fence. But I remember that half-second flash, that shape inside something it had no business being inside, and those two men at my door asking for it like I'd stolen something. I started up the slope at 87, making my way through the trail. Around a mile and a half in, something caught my eye. A sign I'd never seen before. Metal and grey, it was bolted crookedly into a pine tree. Block letters spelled out restricted zone with no entry beyond this point. No agency logo, no contact number. Strange. I'd hiked this path many times and never encountered a posted boundary. The sign looked old, with rust eating into its edges and the bottom right corner bent, as if someone had tried to tear it off. I paused, thinking. I wasn't doing anything illegal, just hiking, no fire, no hunting. The sign seemed barely attached, with no fence or tape, just sitting near a game trail. I figured it was left over from an old fire closure or logging claim and continued on. A couple miles later, I set up camp near a small bluff overlooking a dry creek bed. The sun had dropped behind the mountains, and temperature plummeted quickly. I started a small fire, made some tea, and sat on a log with my headlamp off, watching trees sway in the breeze. That's when I saw the light, about tree height, 30 or 40 feet up, deep in the forest around 100 yards out. At first I thought it was a drone. It had that precise hovering quality. But something was off. It moved strangely, pulsing and dimming to nothing, then flaring up a few feet away, almost blinking in and out of existence. The color was a soft organic red, not like a laser pointer, but more like a glow seen through water. Completely silent, no buzzing, no clicking. I stood slowly, careful not to draw attention, and extinguished the fire with dirt. The light pulsed twice more, then vanished. I stared into the darkness, but it didn't return. Sleep was difficult that night. The next morning, I packed early and headed back down the trail. Everything looked normal, no light, no sound, nothing out of place. But the woods felt different. Hollow, like the wind had stopped carrying sound, like the forest wasn't listening anymore. I know it sounds odd, but that's exactly how it felt. Just half a mile from my parking spot, where the path starts widening near the tree line, two men in suits stood across the trail. Not outdoor gear, not uniforms, actual black suits. No coats, no hats, no bags. Their shoes gleamed in the morning light. Now, flying solo out of Gallup, New Mexico, late afternoon in early June, I was on a short hop to Chinle, Arizona. My task was simple: drop off some documents for my boss at the regional office. I worked part-time ferrying paperwork between locations for a land survey company using our 1981 Piper Archer kept in a Gallup municipal hangar. Old aircraft, but it flew just fine. The weather was decent, hot, slightly hazy with light winds and minimal air traffic. The Four Corners region is mostly open air space where you can travel miles without spotting another aircraft. I was alone with a sealed envelope, a thermos of coffee, and a radio crackling with intermittent static. Weird things began around 40 minutes into the flight. The strange events started right after I passed over. Something happened. But let me back up. Later that night, I checked the GPS app I'd used to track the flight. The track stopped abruptly, halfway through the journey. No elevation data, no timestamps past that point. Just a straight line ending in midair. When I opened the file the next morning, the entire track had vanished completely. Days later, during a hiking trip, I encountered two men who seemed out of place. They were clean, almost too clean for the forest. One was shorter with grey hair and a sunken face. The other was taller, looking younger, but with the same unreadable expression. They weren't talking to each other, just standing side by side as if waiting. When I slowed down and gave a quick nod, thinking they might be from Fish and Game, they didn't introduce themselves or ask about my presence. The shorter man looked directly at me and calmly stated, "This part of the forest doesn't exist." I laughed, thinking I'd misheard. But he repeated it with the same calm tone. "This part of the forest doesn't exist." Uncertain whether I was being threatened or tested, I explained I was just hiking and heading back to my car. Neither man moved. The taller one finally spoke 3 chilling words. "You weren't here." I walked around them without eye contact, quickening my pace. They didn't follow. At my truck, everything seemed slightly off. The tailgate was unlatched, something I never do. Nothing was missing, but items were shifted. My cooler was upside down, and my sleeping bag hung partially out. I threw everything in, locked the doors, and drove the hour and a half back to Missoula without stopping. I haven't returned to that trail or even close to it. Now, while flying over Shiprock, I spotted something unusual on my right side through the starboard window, positioned about 200 feet higher and around a quarter-mile away. Initially, I thought it might be a bird or a sun glint, but when I got a clear look, I realized it wasn't a plane or anything I'd ever encountered before. The object was a perfectly flat, solid black triangle with no visible engines or markings. It moved silently, gliding through the air and maintaining a precise position relative to my aircraft. I checked my transponder and squawk. Everything appeared normal. I called out on seat, but received no response. When I tried again, there was only dead air. For about 30 seconds, the craft held its position. I couldn't detect any cockpit or windows. Then it slowly drifted closer, not close enough to be threatening, but near enough to make me sweat through my shirt. I turned 10 degrees south, moving slowly and carefully to avoid startling whatever this was. Remarkably, the object mirrored my movement exactly. There was absolute silence, no noise, no jet wash, just a perfect, eerily smooth glide. Suddenly, without warning, it climbed straight up at an incredible speed and vanished within 2 seconds. No contrail, no pressure shift, nothing. I scanned the sky but couldn't relocate it. 20 seconds later, the radio crackled back to life with a standard weather update from Albuquerque Center. I responded, filed my position, and continued my route as if nothing unusual had occurred. Upon landing at Chinley's dirt strip, I remained unsettled. The air was hot and dry, heavy with creosote smell. After handing an envelope to the waiting person at their makeshift office, I walked back to where I'd parked. That's when I noticed him, a tall, lean figure in a black suit and white shirt, no tie, holding a clipboard, standing near the hangar with no vehicle in sight. I assumed he was waiting for someone else, but when I shut down my engine and opened the canopy, he walked directly toward me with purposeful intent. "Mister," he said, a statement, not a question. "That's my name," I replied, though I hadn't shared my identity with anyone. He didn't offer a handshake, just stared through narrow, unusual sunglasses and declared, "Your route was misfiled." "This airspace doesn't exist," I responded with a nervous laugh. "And southern Illinois stretches between McLeansboro and Wayne City, a landscape of cornfields, silos, and occasional run-down barns. Early September, with the sun just dipped below the tree line, creating that twilight moment where the sky still glows but shadows have already settled in. I was driving late, hoping to make it home before midnight without too many stops. The stretch of Highway 14 felt empty. My music played softly, windows cracked, letting in a warm breeze and the first sounds of crickets rising from the ditches. A little past 7:30, something caught my eye. Lights off to the left, deep in a field. At first, I thought they might be farm equipment. Those big harvesters have lights everywhere. But these weren't moving. They were high up. 5 or 6 lights in a shallow arc, glowing a pale, soft yellow-white. Not harsh like headlights, just hovering completely still. No blinking, no sound, too spread out to be from a single vehicle. I slowed down, trying to get a better view, but the hedge and corn were too high. Pulling over seemed impossible with just gravel and drainage alongside the road. Then, a slight bend came, and trees blocked my view of the field. When I emerged on the other side, maybe 30 seconds later, the lights had vanished. It bugged me. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting them to reappear. At one point, I thought I saw a faint trace behind me, but I couldn't be sure if it was just a reflection. I tried convincing myself it was probably a drone display or something explainable. Yet the longer I drove, the more that moment stuck with me. Something about it didn't feel right or easily explained. Hours later, I pulled into a small gas station near Yucca. I'd needed a bathroom break for the last 40 miles and wanted something to drink. It was one of those older stations. Just 2 pumps out front and a small shop with flickering fluorescent lights. No other cars were around when I arrived, except a black SUV parked off to the side, engine off, windows up. It looked newer and out of place. I went inside, used the restroom, bought water and a snack. Coming back out, the SUV remained in the same spot. I didn't think much of it until I got in my car, started the engine, and rolled down the window. That's when a man suddenly appeared, walking up. I never heard him approach. No, a black SUV pulled up beside me, its driver emerging from the darkness. His hand rested lightly on my window frame, causing me to startle. Dressed impeccably in a well-fitted black suit, white shirt and black tie, he wore sunglasses despite the pitch-black night. His expression was completely neutral, not smiling, not angry. You didn't see anything unusual on Route 14, did you? The words came out soft yet precise, with the tone almost robotic and without any discernible accent. His gaze seemed to pass through me rather than look at me directly, as if studying something beyond my presence. I responded simply, "No." He didn't react immediately, keeping his hand in place while watching me intently. After a moment, he nodded once, released his grip on the car, and walked back toward his SUV. Strangely, he didn't get inside. Instead, he stood next to the driver's side door, facing away. My departure was quicker than normal, and I pulled onto the road with sweating hands. Something about the encounter felt deeply unsettling, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. A mile down the road, I checked my mirror. The SUV followed, a black shape moving silently in the darkness, consistently maintaining about 2 car lengths behind me. For the next 15 miles, the vehicle mirrored my every move. I switched lanes, adjusted my speed, tried various tactics, but it remained constant, not tailgating, yet seemingly tethered to my vehicle. Eventually I turned onto a smaller county road winding through farmland, then onto a narrow, unlit gravel lane with no visible houses. When I looked back, the SUV had vanished. I pulled over, killed my lights, but kept the engine running and waited. Silence surrounded me, broken only by insects rustling in the stalks. After 3 minutes, no other vehicles appeared. The next morning revealed something truly strange. Fingerprints marked my driver's side window, not just where he had leaned in, but higher up on the window frame, as if someone had gripped it from above. A thin, peculiar mark completed the mysterious evidence. A strange streak ran down from the roof's edge to the door handle, oily and faintly iridescent in the sunlight. When I tried wiping it with a towel, it left a stain that seemed to have sunk into the paint. Later that day at the car wash, the streak remained. I never saw the SUV again. A few nights later, while walking the dog before bed, I spotted a black sedan parked across the street. No one was inside, no lights on, and it wasn't a neighbor's car. 5 minutes later, when I looked again, it had vanished. We were behind Tyler's house at the edge of a cornfield where the woods thinned out. It was around 9:45 at night, warm for late October in Iowa. Enough leaves remained on the trees to rustle with the wind, and distant grain dryers hummed. That dusty farm smell of burnt chaff and fertilizer hung in the air. 4 of us were there. Me, Tyler, Jordan, and Miles. We weren't drinking, just hanging out before Halloween weekend, walking paths we'd made years ago through the rows. Tyler had his cheap drone and wanted night shots for a horror short he was trying to film. About 100 yards in, we saw the first light. A dim, small, flashlight-like glow in the sky. Miles pointed it out. It blinked twice, paused, then blinked again. Not a plane, with no sound, and it didn't move like a drone. Instead, it seemed to hover, then slide slowly to the side before stopping. Tyler started filming on his phone. That's when we noticed 2 more lights in the distance, lower down. They moved together and apart in some kind of pattern. Jordan joked it looked like Morse code for go away, but nobody laughed. A weird feeling settled in my gut, not exactly fear, but a sense we weren't supposed to be there. It felt like the lights were watching us. Tyler flew his drone up for a better view, buzzing over the corn stalks toward the lights. We crouched, trying to stay out of the shot. The drone reached about 30 feet when the lights shifted. They didn't fade or blink, just moved fast in perfect sync. As the sky above the field began to shimmer like heat rising from asphalt, the lights zipped into the haze and vanished. The drone feed cut out right after, going completely black. Tyler manually pulled it down, and while it landed without damage, the battery read full and the camera wasn't working. We hiked back to the house quickly, with an uncomfortable silence hanging between us. Nobody wanted to admit what we'd seen, hoping someone might suggest it was just a prank or an illusion. Tyler connected the TESS drone to his laptop, and the footage revealed only static where the lights had been. The rest of the video looked normal, but that specific section was just white fuzz. When he checked his phone video, things got stranger. Tyler had apparently recorded over a minute of the lights before the drone launched, but when he opened the gallery, the file had completely disappeared. Not deleted, just gone. No thumbnail, no corrupted version, nothing in the cloud backup either. He was certain he hadn't deleted it himself. Jordan's phone showed the same pattern. He'd been filming from the side, not as close, but experienced an identical issue. The video app froze when he tried to open it, then rebooted with the clip missing. I pulled out my own phone to check and found a new unfamiliar notification about remote access permissions, time-stamped at 9:58, and I hadn't downloaded anything that day. We left soon after, the street unusually quiet. Driving home with the radio low, I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, knowing how irrational I was being. Nothing happened, but I couldn't shake the feeling we'd been marked somehow, watched. The next morning at school felt off. Tyler looked like he hadn't slept, constantly checking his phone as if expecting it to vanish. Miles mentioned hearing clicking sounds through his phone speaker overnight. Jordan reported his Wi-Fi had disconnected at 3 a.m. and wouldn't reconnect until morning, despite no issues for other household members. During fourth period, I spotted him, a man in a black suit standing by the senior lot's chain-link fence. He wasn't talking to anyone, just pacing slowly. Dressed immaculately, black tie, white shirt, clean-shaven, black sunglasses. Initially, I thought he might be a parent or substitute teacher waiting to be admitted, but he wasn't looking at the building. He was studying the cars, his gaze methodical and unsettling. Tyler's mom found boot prints in their backyard that morning near the fence. Just one set, size 12 or 13, in a straight line. No animal prints, no mud dragged away, like someone walked in, stood there, then walked back out. We agreed not to talk about it at school. The videos were gone. The drone feed was garbage. We had nothing to show for it, but each of us noticed strange things in the days after. Jordan's email account locked him out, apparently accessed from Virginia. Miles's car alarm went off 3 nights in a row at exactly 2:17 a.m., no matter where he parked. Tyler stopped bringing his laptop to school, claiming it wouldn't hold a charge anymore. One afternoon, I came home to find my bedroom window open. It had been locked that morning. Nothing was missing or moved, but my phone was sitting on the windowsill instead of the charger where I'd left it. I first saw him in the parking lot. He stood there, and when I approached, he walked off without saying anything. He didn't go to a car, just turned and disappeared around the corner of the gym. I told Tyler about it in the lunch line. He got real quiet. About a week later, I saw him again. Walking to my car after practice around 5:30 with the sun already down, I cut across the grass near the side lot. He was standing under the bleachers, half in shadow, perfectly still. No phone, no expression, just standing with his hands clasped in front of him, like he was waiting for something. I didn't stop. I didn't even pretend to look. I got in my car and left. We never saw the lights again. 2 months later, Tyler moved to Missouri. His mom said it was for her job, but I don't think that's the full story. He never really said goodbye. Just vanished from the group chat one day. The drone's still at Miles's house in a shoebox under his bed. We haven't tried to use it since. I launched the drone from my backyard just after sunset. It was August, and even though the sun had dipped behind the hills, the air still felt sticky. I live on the edge of a small valley in western Oregon with nothing but forest and a few weathered radio towers on the ridge above. A friend had tipped me off about a spot up here, Hilltop 6, he called it, where you could get a clear 360 DG view without any power lines or cell towers in the way. I packed the drone into its carry case around 7:15 p.m., drove up the narrow gravel road to the hilltop. The narrow gravel road to the hilltop. Complete silence surrounded me, no streetlights, just the soft chorus of cicadas and the faint hum of distant highway traffic. My pre-flight checklist was methodical. Props locked, battery full, GPS locked. With a smooth motion, I launched the drone, letting it hover around 150 feet. The camera pointed toward the ridge, and the live feed on my table looked pristine. Golden light was fading to blue, Douglas firs standing crisp against the darkening sky. After capturing steady pan shots for a few minutes, I decided to elevate the drone to 300 feet and angle the camera down toward the road. When I tapped the joystick, the feed stuttered momentarily. A split-second lag, then total lockup. The screen transformed into a gray pixelated mess like digital snow. I hit the emergency hover button. The drone beeped, but the feed remained static. Instinctively, I sprinted up the trail, controller in hand, eyes fixed on the blinking red signal strength meter. At the ridge's base, I paused, aiming the antenna toward the drone's last known location. When the live image finally returned, the first thing I noticed was the ground falling away. At the frame's edge, something dark and slick was streaking directly beneath the drone. Rewinding the feed in slow motion revealed a long, slender shape. Smooth as oil, it sliced past the lens at nearly 100 miles an hour. No wings, no rotors, just a dark blur moving like a shark through the air. The video feed had captured maybe 4 frames, but those frames showed something extraordinary. This shape cast no shadow, generated no downdraft, pure, impossible motion. I set the drone to return home, watching it skitter back along its GPS route. My heart raced. I'd logged hundreds of flights and never seen anything like this. The wind was light, with no explanation for such a strange movement. No birds that big existed out here. As the drone touched down and locked its motors, I scrambled down the hill. I forgot to disengage the geofence before packing up. Just then, my phone buzzed with a voicemail. The number was blocked. No caller ID, completely untraceable. Probably a telemarketer glitch, I thought. But in the car, when I hit play, I heard quiet breathing. Then a male voice, smooth and low. "We need you to stop flying near Hilltop 6. You've seen enough." A click, then static. Nah. I was standing at the bottom of the ridge where the streetlight was broken, holding my phone and trying to make sense of what just happened. I'd scrolled through my recent calls but found nothing. No messages, no logs, no indication of anything unusual. When I checked the voicemail interface, it showed a new message, but pressing buttons only returned an error. Message unavailable. The drive home was silent and empty. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see headlights, but saw nothing. Once home, I plugged the drone controller into my laptop to download the footage. Everything from the first flight was there, the panning ridge, the sunset glow, and then those glitch frames. A dark streak appeared briefly, smeared across the video like ink. I exported that specific clip to a separate folder and shut down the software. Sleep didn't come easily. I kept replaying the voicemail in my head, particularly that flat command about Hilltop 6 that sounded like I'd already agreed to obey. At 2 a.m., I got up for water and noticed my phone screen glowing on the nightstand. No new notifications, but when I picked it up, the voicemail icon blinked again. Tapping it only made it spin as if loading, then stop. The next morning, I researched airspace restrictions around Hilltop 6. FAA charts showed only Class G airspace, totally uncontrolled, with no military zones or restricted altitudes. I scoured drone pilot forums, but found no mentions of weird objects or mysterious warnings. That night, I was determined to get a clean shot of the ridge. I parked at my usual spot at 7 p.m., set up the drone, and climbed the trail. Adjusting the camera to face west toward the sunset, I leveled it out straight. I ran the drone up to 200, then 250 feet, and the feed remained stable, no glitches, no lag. As I hovered, watching the hillside lighten in the last rays, something happened at exactly 7:23. Feed flickered to grey static again. Reflexively, I throttled up and caught a glimpse of the same dark blur beneath the drone, moving even faster this time. Just 2 frames of a shape before the feed cut out completely. My controller buzzed with a signal loss alert. I hit return to home and scanned the sky, seeing nothing but an empty slope of pine trees tinted orange by the sunset. When the drone landed, I removed my goggles and stared at the ridge, half expecting someone to emerge from the trees. But there was nothing, no movements, no footprints around my launch pad. I packed up, unsettled and confused. The drive home was interrupted by a phone call from a private number. I didn't pick up, letting it go to voicemail. Another call came in. Back at home, I played the messages. "We told you to stop. This is your final warning." The same calm, quiet, distant voice. My hands trembled as I methodically erased every trace. The drone controller was unplugged. Video files disappeared from my laptop. I even tore up the printed FAA map I'd used. By morning, I'd listed the drone and controller on Craigslist at half price, claiming technical issues. A quick drive to the post office, and I shipped it to a random P.O. box in Nevada, dismissing any buyer concerns about video problems. Hilltop 6 still haunts me. That silent shape cutting through my live feed. Those men in black who never appeared in any call logs. But I won't go back. I've abandoned drone flying altogether, and sometimes, late at night, a soft hum seems to whisper through the breeze like a distant rotor, except there's nothing overhead. Just stars. It was just after 10 that Friday night when I pulled onto the gravel lot beside Mirror Lake. The almost full moon cast enough light to illuminate the pines, softened by fog rolling off the water. 2 hours from Salt Creek, I'd come to capture what forecasts promised as anomalous light displays, basically some atmospheric glow reported by locals. As an amateur videographer, I'd brought my DSLR on a tripod and a smartphone for backup. 20 feet from the shore, I aimed the camera at the water. The lake was mirror smooth, like mercury pooled over rocks. I started recording and settled on a cooler with my coffee thermos. Wind whispered through cedars. Occasional splashes, probably ducks settling in for the night. At 10:17, the first ripple caught my eye, a faint shimmer on the far side of the lake, just above the tree line. Initially a thin, almost electric pale blue line, it curved upward in a short semicircle before dipping behind the trees. I switched my phone to video, panning left to right. The DSLR captured a steady 30 FPS feed, but I wanted an additional quick clip. For the next 5 minutes, lights emerged along the ridge. Pale white, sometimes tinged with green or amber, always silent. They moved in wild patterns, loops, zigzags, small spirals like a child's playful laser-pointer dance. At one point, 2 lights performed a synchronized, mirrored movement. The night was quiet, save for the rustle of pine trees and the gentle lap of water against the shore. My cameras were set up, one on a tripod, the phone resting nearby as I tracked a bright orb gliding smoothly above the tree line. No blinking, no strobe, just pure, fluid motion like someone painting with light. After 10 minutes, the lights faded and the lake returned to its obsidian stillness. I stopped recording and quickly reviewed the phone clip. Only tree shapes and wavering orbs were visible. Satisfied, I packed the phone away but left the DSLR rolling to capture water reflections. When I finally shut off the camera around 10:35, I walked to the cooler and grabbed my phone. That's when something felt off. In the preview window, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a dark shape stepping 2 feet to my right, casting a slight shadow. At first, I thought it might be a trick of the light, maybe a swaying branch, but when I tapped to play full screen, I froze. A figure in a dark suit stood just outside the camera's soft focus, facing the lake. No footsteps, no rustling, and I hadn't sensed anyone behind me. Frame by frame, I discovered the man appeared for precisely 17 frames, just under a second, before vanishing. His posture was rigid, walking up, turning toward me, then stepping back out of view. Zooming in revealed only a blurry dark oval beneath what seemed like a fedora. No glint of metal, no distinguishable features. My stomach churned. I scanned the moonlit landscape, nothing but pines and fog. The cooler rocked gently in the breeze. I listened, hearing only wind and water, trying to rationalize the apparition as a late-night walker or park ranger, but something didn't feel right. The suit, the inexplicable appearance, it didn't add up. I drove home through empty roads, mist reflecting in my headlights. Back in my apartment, I loaded the DSLR footage. The mysterious lights were there, clear and steady, but no figure appeared. Just my camera swinging to catch the last shimmer, then bobbing on the tripod as I packed up. Only one lens had captured the moment. I considered returning to confront whoever or whatever had been there, but each time the thought crossed my mind, something held me back. No, at the office on Tuesday, working my day job as an IT systems analyst, a call from the receptionist caught my attention. Someone was here to see me, which was unusual. I walked to the lobby and found him standing there, the same man from the dark lot, wearing a black suit and dark fedora. His presence was unsettling. No badge, no name tag, no belongings. Just standing, watching me through the glass door. When I entered, he looked up. His eyes were shadowed, but I sensed a predatory calm that made me uneasy. "Mr. Stone, Ellis?" he asked. I nodded. With a single finger to his lips, he signaled silence before pulling out a leather-bound folder. On the countertop, he opened it to reveal a single typed page. The text read, "Observations. Subject, light phenomena at Mirror Lake. Recording device, personal phone and DSLR. Host processing not authorized. Interested party in reflections. Reporting required." Closing the folder, he stated directly, "I'm an interested party in reflections. I'd like to know what you've seen." I asked who he was, but he didn't respond. Instead, he extended the folder toward me, his face expressionless. Around us, the receptionist pretended to file papers, and someone in the waiting area stared at their phone. No one paid attention. "I don't know what you're talking about," I said, backing away. He tapped the folder. "The footage. Transfer the files to me, we'll discuss terms." I refused. He stared at me intently, then closed the folder and returned it to his jacket. "Very well," he said softly, "but know this. Reflections can be dangerous." The words hit me like a physical blow. After he left, the receptionist looked at me with furrowed brows. I returned to my desk, feeling numb. A text from an unknown number vibrated my phone. "Don't share those videos." I haven't shared them. The footage remains on a hidden drive, and I haven't returned to Mirror Lake. Yet late at night, when the power flickers, I swear I see shapes moving in the glass. Faint glimmers behind my window repeat the patterns I filmed. Once, on my apartment security camera, I thought I saw someone standing there. Dark silhouette, standing under a street lamp, backlit by fog against a static framed background. Hiking the Weatherford Trail before sunrise, I'd hoped to reach Shelter Rock by noon. Suddenly, the mist lifted off the pines, revealing an unexpected scene. A black sedan sat parked sideways across the single track, no plates, no decals, just a sleek, unmarked vehicle with tightly closed doors and dark windows. About 20 feet away, I stopped and took a swig of water, trying to make sense of the situation. No footprints beyond mine, no keys on the hood, nothing obviously pointing to its owner. The engine remained warm enough that heat whispered off the metal like breath. Uncertainty gripped me. Should I investigate or continue hiking? My immediate need to relieve myself shifted my focus. What if someone was hurt or trapped inside? I edged forward, boots sinking into soft earth, and peered through the passenger window. No one occupied the front seat. No purse, backpack, or phone was visible. The glove box stayed closed. The center console latched. I knocked softly on the glass, then harder, no response. The door handle clicked but didn't open fully. Crouching, I shined my flashlight into the back seat. A single military green nylon duffel bag sat zipped shut, looking as if it had been placed moments earlier. No signs of blood or struggle, just the bag. My heart raced. Part of me wanted to pretend I'd seen nothing, but a sense of responsibility took over. I set down my pack and attempted to call the ranger station at Cold Spring Camp, but no reception existed. Instead, I photographed the blank license plate areas. Sunlight began filtering stronger. Breaching the ridge, I unzipped the duffel bag. 3 rolled black shirts, dark socks, and a thin envelope marked "Not for Public Release" filled the space. The sealed envelope bore no name or date. Quickly, I returned everything to its original position. Torn about what to do, I debated carrying the bag down for help. But its weight, the unknown contents of the envelope, and potential risks made me hesitate. I tucked my phone into airplane mode, weighing my next move carefully. Note, I hiked to the next junction, about 3 miles down the trail, hoping to find a spot with cell signal. As I walked, an unsettling sensation crept over me, the distinct feeling of being watched. I stopped twice, spinning in a circle, but saw only trees, rocks, and shifting shadows. At the junction's granite outcrop, where hikers traditionally carve their names, I paused and tried my phone. 1 bar. I dialed park headquarters, which rang twice before switching to voicemail. After pressing 1, I quickly reported finding a warm car with an envelope marked "Not for Public Release" and requested someone be sent. 30 minutes later, a cryptic text from an unknown number flashed on my screen. Turn back. I stared at the message thumb hovering over the callback option, but there was no voicemail or identifying information. I deleted it and waited another 20 minutes. No park vehicle appeared. When I returned to the clearing, the car had vanished. No tire tracks, no skid marks, just disturbed ground where it had been. I grabbed the now light duffel bag and headed out before second thoughts could stop me. By late afternoon, I reached Cold Spring Camp. The ranger station was an old A-frame cabin with 2 windows and a sliding door. Ranger Perkins sat behind a battered desk, sorting maps. I explained everything. The car, the envelope, the strange messages. She frowned and slowly flipped through a logbook. "No one reported any interference today," she said in a neutral tone. When I pointed out the envelope's details, she tapped the desk. "We've had reports of trail cameras glitching near the ridge, some weird electrical interference, but nothing about cars." She explained that interference could mean radio jamming, GPS disruption, or drone control issues, something that occasionally happens in the area. At dusk, I walked to the picnic tables to watch the ridge. The towers loomed, blinking red lights. I sat and drank instant coffee, but my mind kept drifting back to that car, those shirts, and the envelope label "Not Meant for Public Release." Around 9 p.m., the door rattled. I wasn't expecting anyone. When I cracked it open, 2 men in black suits stood just outside the porch light. They looked ordinary except for their clothes, new and perfectly pressed against the chill. No badges, no hats to connect them to park services. I stepped back as they approached. The taller one said, "Evening," in a polite but distant voice. The shorter one stated they wanted to ask about reported interference. I pointed toward the station cabin and mentioned Ranger Perkins had just taken a duffel bag, something about GPS jamming. They nodded as if they already knew. Then the tall one asked if I'd noticed anything unusual, lights, sounds, anything off the trail. I thought about the warm engine, the envelope, the phantom message on my phone. I told them the car was gone when I returned, but its engine was still warm when I found it. The shorter one raised a hand, palm out. "Thank you." "That will be all," he said, without smiling or asking more. They stood back straight, hands by their sides, then turned and walked down the path toward the station, disappearing into the dark without flashlights. The night was still, with only crickets and pine needles drifting in the breeze. I locked the cabin door and pulled the covers over my shoulder. In the morning, the duffel bag was gone from the locker. Ranger Perkins claimed never to have seen it. The logbook showed no report of interference. The trail crew found no sign of the car. The GPS logs on my phone didn't record the coordinates. I checked myself. I hiked out that day, skipping Shelter Rock entirely. I left the trail early, took the main road back to town. At home, I put a new lock on my backpack and tossed the photo of the envelope into the trash. Sometimes I drive past that logging road and glance up at Tower Ridge. No traffic, no parked cars, no men in black, just quiet forest and the distant hum of the town below. But once in a while my phone buzzes with a strange signal. I rolled off State Route 89 onto the gravel lot of Pine Creek Station at 11:03 p.m. late October had brought a chill that made my breath visible in the crisp night air. The neon sign buzzed and flickered through a settling fog from the nearby river. My gas tank was empty, and I was done worrying about making it to the next stop. I cut the engine and stepped out, scanning the dimly lit area. A single overhead lamp cast a weak glow near the pump, barely cutting through the misty darkness. 2 black sedans caught my attention immediately. One was parked 20 feet away, the other on the opposite side of the lot. Both had immaculate paint and tinted windows. Each car housed a man in a precise black suit, white shirt, and narrow tie. Their posture was identical, rigid and motionless, facing straight ahead. I called out a soft "hey," but neither driver responded. Their headlights were off, yet the tail lights glowed a faint red, as if recently extinguished. Something about their presence felt intentional, calculated. I finished pumping gas, paid my $20, and grabbed a soda inside. Derek, the late shift clerk, seemed unaware of anything unusual. When I mentioned the cars, he casually suggested they might be hunters parking overnight. Back outside, I took a long drink of cola and looked again. The sedans remained exactly where I'd first seen them, perfectly positioned, absolutely still. I wanted to take a photo, but my phone was nearly dead. Something didn't feel right. The entire scene seemed staged like a carefully arranged tableau that made the hair on my neck stand up. 2 identical cars. 2 identical men. Complete silence. And then my phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. I eased my car forward slowly, eyes locked on the mirrors. 2 sedans, one on each side, had just started their engines as I pulled onto the cracked pavement. They followed precisely behind me, maintaining about a 30-foot distance. Through the rear view, I watched the left-hand sedan merge onto Route 89 northbound, while the right-hand sedan turned south toward the river crossing. I blinked and slowed to a crawl, trying to convince myself this was mere coincidence. The timing seemed too perfect, 2 drivers leaving simultaneously in the thick fog. But when I looked again, both cars had vanished. The road ahead was empty, the gravel lot behind completely clear. No skid marks, no fading headlights, just black pavement reflecting my taillights. My exhale was so forceful it nearly pushed the fog from my rear window. I switched on the defroster and gripped the wheel, driving north under 30 miles per hour, scanning every curve for any trace of those sedans. Nothing emerged. For the next 15 miles, not a single vehicle appeared, no trucks, no distant headlight glimmers. The radio offered only static, with an old country station sputtering intermittently, playing no recognizable songs. I rolled down the windows, hearing only engine noise and wind pulling at the fog's edges. Passing the Goldridge Road junction, I considered stopping to check my mirrors again, but the thought of stepping into that empty black mist urged me forward. All I wanted was home, my warm apartment, and daylight. At mile marker 103, the fog lifted. Street lights appeared in the median, with a cluster of homes marked by lit windows. I pulled into my driveway at exactly 12:07 a.m. No cars, no footprints in the gravel. Leaning back, I tried to steady my breathing. The next morning, I convinced myself it was a dream. But at work, a receipt in my purse from Pine Creek Station challenged that belief, dated at 11:09 p.m., 9 minutes later than I remembered. I asked a coworker if I sometimes lingered in my car, adding extra time. He laughed, noting I was punctual, and explained that receipts print in real time. This meant I was at the station at 11:09 p.m., yet I clearly remembered pumping gas and paying before 11:05 p.m. I stepped onto my back deck just before midnight. The sky was so clear you could see every star, and the air was cool for early May. I'd been inside for hours, curled up with a book, but when I glanced out the window and saw the moon full and fat over the maple, I grabbed my phone and dashed outside. I set it on the rail, switched to night mode, and aimed at that glowing orb. My hands were steady. I'd taken pictures of the moon dozens of times, always the same pale craters, the same soft glow. But this time, halfway through the tap to focus, I saw something dark across the moon's face. Not a bird or a cloud. No wings, just a dark shape sliding in a straight line, smooth and silent, cutting the lunar disk in half for maybe a heartbeat. I snapped the photo and hurried to check it. On the small screen, the moon looked perfect, except for a black slash across the top third, like someone had drawn a line with a marker. I zoomed in. The line had depth, a subtle curve, but no edges that looked solid. It was more like a shadow that didn't belong. I set up my tripod and switched to my DSLR, a Canon I'd borrowed from my brother months ago. I snapped 3 more shots before the shadow vanished. In each, the moon was perfect, except for that same strange line every time in the same spot, shifting ever so slightly. I felt a thrill. Maybe a bat flew close to the lens or a bug crawled across the sensor. But the line was too crisp, too smooth, too deliberate. I left the camera on the tripod and stepped back, looking up through my binoculars. The moon was unblemished again, bright. Later that weekend, I drove back to Pine Creek Station, not on a dark night, but mid-afternoon. Clear sky, warm sun, to see if the station still looked the same. The pumps were rusty, the neon sign gone. Someone had taken the old building too, leaving a skeleton shell of concrete and broken windows. I poked around the lot. No sign of 2 sedans ever parking here. No security camera, no barrier arms, just empty gravel and tufts of grass popping through cracks. I filled my tank at a chain station down the road, paid exactly $20, and kept the quiet hum of regular life going. But every time I drive past where Pine Creek Station used to be, I glance at the gravel and wonder who was sitting behind those dark windows that night and where they went when I left. Receipt: Pine Creek Station, Pump 2. That was the one nearest the first sedan, the one with the engine off. What was I doing in here at 11:09? Signal: no movement across the sky, no planes, no birds, just me and maple branches dancing in the breeze. During my morning coffee break, I brought the images onto my laptop. The moon remained, sliced by a dark curve in each frame. I studied the pixels, adjusting contrast and exposure. The curve gleamed with a faint metallic sheen while everything else stayed unchanged. At lunch, I showed Mark the photo. He suggested it looked like a volcanic shadow, a plume drifting across the moon, though no eruptions had occurred in weeks. We laughed about a lunar eclipse gone wrong, but I noticed his brow furrowing slightly. That evening, I printed the photo on glossy paper and clipped it to the fridge with a snail-shaped magnet. My sole decoration. Before bed, I stared at the black arc cutting across the bright moon. The house fell quiet. I drifted off around 11:15. Morning brought a plain white envelope on the kitchen counter. No return address, no stamp. Inside, a single sheet My photo, but with the curved moon section violently torn out. The missing chunk matched exactly the black curve I'd photographed. My heart raced as I flipped the paper over. No notes, just blank matte surface. Holding it to the light, I could see my countertop's floral print through the hole. The torn edge felt fresh and fibrous, as if cut moments ago. I scanned the kitchen. Front door locked, windows closed. I'd come straight home yesterday with no stops, no packages, no interruptions. The envelope must have appeared overnight. My phone buzzed, no messages, just routine notifications. A weather alert for afternoon showers. A news headline about a minor rain delay, nothing about lunar shadows or stolen photographs. The fridge now held only the stale magnet, marking an empty space where my original print had been. This made me jump. Checking behind the appliance revealed nothing. No paper scraps, no photo fragments, just a smooth metal surface. I carefully wrapped the torn photo in an envelope and tucked it into my bag. Now I kept glancing at the clock, waiting for the day to end. My screen felt too bright, my chair too stiff. Every time I thought about stepping outside, I imagined someone watching, ready to slip away a hidden photo. Late that night, I thought I heard a soft rustle at the window. I peered out, seeing just leaves brushing in the wind. Then I caught a glimpse of movement, a dark shape slipping away from the fence. I blinked, and the yard was empty. The maple trees swayed, a single leaf brushing the glass. After dinner, I walked the dog around the block, trying to clear my head. The moon was high, full and unmarred that night. No shadows crossed it, no strange shapes. Street lights cast halos through the humidity, but no figure stepped between me and the glow. The houses looked normal. Kids' bikes in driveways, laundry flapping on lines, nothing out of place. I went home and checked my camera bag. Both memory cards were there, still holding those moonshots. I connected the DSLR to my laptop and scrolled through. The dark was in every image. Hands trembling, I copied the raw files to a backup drive and closed the lid. I went to bed and left the torn photo on the nightstand. Moonlight slanted through the blinds, illuminating the cutout like a keyhole. I stared at it until my eyes grew heavy. I haven't gotten another envelope. I haven't printed the photo again, but I keep the raw files hidden on that backup drive. And every so often when the moon rises in that exact position over the maple, I half expect to see the shadow flicker across it again, silent, wingless, precise, and wonder who else is watching. That morning in early May, cool and damp after 2 days of rain, I clipped the leash onto Scout's harness as the sky was turning lavender, the sun still hidden behind low clouds. I live on the edge of town where sidewalks end and a line of pines begins, so most mornings I walked the dog into the woods for a few minutes before heading home. I followed the narrow path that skirts the backyards under a tangle of alder branches. Scout nosed at a stump while I shivered in my hoodie and sipped the last of my travel mug. A mist rose off the ground, hanging between the trunks like a thin veil. Then Scout froze. He stood perfectly still, tugging against the leash, ears pricked. I looked up and saw it, a soft glow drifting just above the treetops, maybe 30 feet off the ground. It was oval, pale, yellow-white, like a street lamp wrapped in silk. I slid smoothly through the pines, barely moving, my heart racing. A clearing ahead seemed to beckon. When I lifted my phone to capture the moment, the light vanished behind the trees. My flashlight app revealed nothing, just wet needles and dense undergrowth. Scout refused to move. He stared fixedly at the spot where the light had disappeared, shaking his head like a cat would. His eyes were wide, almost fearful. When I tried to coax him forward, he sat down hard, dragging the leash until I stopped. His gaze remained locked on that empty forest patch. I knelt beside him, scanning the path. No tracks, no footprints in the mud. Switching my phone to camera mode, I panned slowly. Nothing unusual caught my eye. My hand trembled as I pressed the shutter once. The resulting photo showed only grey trees and moss. I unclipped Scout's harness, letting him off leash for our return trip. He bounded ahead while I kept turning, half expecting to see a glow drifting from behind the trees. Nothing followed us. Back in the yard, something felt off. My skin prickled as if unseen eyes watched me from room corners. I kept glancing at the living room window, anticipating a pale glow sliding past. That night, I set up old security cameras around the front door, cheap Wi-Fi units bought online. After testing their angles, I went to bed around 10:30. Scout slept at my feet. I left the cameras recording motion-triggered clips. At 7 a.m., my phone buzzed with a notification. Camera 1 had detected motion at 3:17 a.m. My heart sank. Opening the app revealed only black screens where videos should have been. Camera 2, Camera 3, all blank. But one clip remained. Camera 1's 4-second footage at 3:17 a.m. showed a grainy black and white front porch. The timestamp blinked. Twice the doorbell rang, slow and deliberate. Two figures stood together in the streetlight's dim glow. Dark suits, buttoned jackets, straight ties, crisp white shirts, polished shoes. Their hair was perfectly neat. No hats. Their faces remained just out of clear view. Here's the rewritten version. At 3:17 a.m., two men in black suits appeared at my door, barely visible. They were silhouettes, so dark, only their shoe shine and rigid shoulder angles stood out. Their only movement was pressing the doorbell, then standing motionless. After the second ring, silence fell, just a faint streetlight hum. When I rewound the video, they remained perfectly still, like a frozen dollhouse scene. Doorbell. Lights flashed. No badges, no briefcases, just two figures. My hands trembled so badly I had to set down my phone. Scout stirred on the bed. I checked the hallway light off. The front door stared from the darkness, and I avoided looking directly at it. I texted a friend to come over without explaining why. He rang the doorbell twice, then left. Nothing happened. All day, a heavy feeling lingered. Watched. I reviewed the morning's video feed. Black screens everywhere. Except one brief snippet. I downloaded it, emailed myself the file, then deleted and reinstalled the app. The blank cameras stayed blank. Only that 4-second clip remained. That night, I left cameras unplugged. A cheap desk lamp replaced the red bulb in the hallway. Scout slept on the bed. I left the door unlocked, unable to bear listening for midnight bells. I woke at 2:45 a.m. to rain pattering on the porch roof, drifting back to sleep. At 3:17 I jolted awake. No doorbell, just rain. Scout breathed steadily beside me. In the morning I studied the clip again, those two shadowy figures burning into my memory. I considered erasing the memory card, discarding the cameras. Instead, I saved the file, transferred it to a USB, and locked it in my desk drawer. I still walk Scout past the pine edge every morning, but I don't stop in the clearing. I don't lift my phone. I don't watch for lights. I tell myself it was just a glitch or a prank. Yet Scout's eyes still dart to the tree line when we pass. And sometimes, late at night, a soft doorbell echo seems to whisper through the rain, like a quiet promise. I was wiping down the counter at Black Rock Cafe as the sun sank behind the ridge. Outside, the Quarry sky bruised purple, exactly how people described seeing strange lights. Rumors of glowing orbs bouncing off limestone walls had circulated all night. None of it mattered until a customer named John leaned close and spoke. Not Miller's Pit sits on the edge of a desolate landscape, and last night something strange happened. John was telling me about orange spheres hovering silently over the rock face, blinking out as quickly as they appeared. I was only half listening, steaming milk for an espresso and nodding along. He described the lights, at least 15 feet wide. When he tried to record them, the image flickered as if resisting documentation. Maybe he was seeing things. He shrugged. The cafe was nearly empty when a man in a crisp black suit walked in. No tie, polished shoes reflecting the neon sign. He scanned the room methodically, not meeting anyone's eyes, and went straight to John's table. As he sat down, the fluorescent lights seemed to dim. John froze mid-sip. "Can I help you?" he asked. The stranger sat motionless, hands flat on the table, shoulders rigid. Without greeting or explanation, he spoke in a machine-like tone. "Tell me about the lights." John described the orange orbs hovering over back roads, naming gravel cutoffs and abandoned cabins. The man listened intently, not taking notes, just nodding once. I watched from the counter, my heart racing, half expecting him to dissolve into mist. When John finished his story, he stood to leave. The man in black simply said, "Be safe," his voice too flat, too robotic to sound genuine. John hesitated, then hurried out, casting a quick glance my way. Something felt off. Something unspoken hung in the air between them. I walked out to the parking lot under a bruised sky, scanning for any sign of the man, but there was nothing. Just John's Prius at the curb, wrapped in fog. My hands were shaking as I got into my beat-up sedan and drove home on Route 47, windows down despite the chill. The quarry lay silent and dark to my right, with only a distant street lamp's glow breaking the darkness. I fought the urge to turn onto the gravel access road, knowing better than to chase a ghost story in the night. At home, I set my keys on the hallway table and flicked on every light. My phone showed no missed calls or unknown texts, just John's message. I stared at it, wondering if he'd gone back to being watched again. I tried to boot up my laptop for music, but the quiet click of the fan sounded too loud, too mechanical. I reached for my phone to text him, "You okay?" but stopped. What could I even say? Instead, I sat at the kitchen table with a cup of tea, watching steam curl upward. Soft headlights passed outside. For a moment, I thought I saw a dark shape at the window, but no, just the neighbor's cat. My heart eased slightly. I pulled up the local news site. Nothing unusual. Municipal meetings, a high school band story, someone's missing cat, no mentions of lights, suits, or secret coffee shop meetings. Sleep didn't come easily. I checked the alarm clock at 10:03 a.m., then again at 1. Every creak in the house sounded like footsteps on gravel. I lay awake until 3:30, half expecting a knock on the door. Morning light felt weak and pale. I brewed coffee and stared out at the empty street, considering calling John. Maybe he'd seen the man again. Maybe his lights had flickered back on. But I didn't call. I just poured the coffee, adding too much cream so it tasted sweet. At 7:15, I left for my shift, taking the same route past the quarry. Headlights cut like knives through the mist. Pine trees loomed on either side. No glow, no sign of anyone standing by the cut line. I parked at the cafe lot and braced myself before stepping inside. The door chime rang. I set down my keys and forced a smile. Morning rush. A few regulars sat at the counter, quiet and unassuming. No suits, no staring. The neon sign hummed back to life as I wiped the bar top, wandering about. The man still out there in the fog, taking notes, waiting for another sighting. Marisol sipped her cappuccino and looked at me. "You okay? You look tired." I shrugged. "Long night." She nodded. My eyes drifted to the empty booth where John and the stranger had sat earlier. A prickle ran down my neck, as if someone was watching from outside. Through the window, only mist and cones of streetlight greeted me. The espresso machine hissed. I dropped a puck into the knockbox and reached for beans. Overhead lights felt too bright, too harsh. I thought about closing early, but put on a soundtrack of mellow jazz instead. Lunch passed without incident. No one mentioned the quarry lights or the man in a suit. It was like last night hadn't happened, or everyone had silently agreed not to ask. By evening, the quarry had faded into memory. At 9:15, I locked up, set the alarm, and walked to my car. The sky was clear, stars, steady points of light. Driving away, I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror. Dark eyes, pale face, a question left hanging. I didn't look back. Headlights on, fog fading behind me, waiting for something new to blur the line between what I'd seen and what I'd been told. Just after midnight, I was up on Eagle Ridge, hunched over my telescope eyepiece. I'd driven my old Jeep up the service road at dusk, parked next to the weathered plywood shack I built last summer, and hauled in my Celestron 8 on its Dobsonian mount. The air was cool, just warm enough that I didn't need a heavy coat. The sky was clear, no moon, only a handful of planets and thousands of stars. I had my eye on one particular unremarkable point in Cygnus that I'd been tracking for months. Amateur catalogs called it a blink star because when you increased magnification past 200 times, it would wink out for a few seconds, then return. I'd always attributed it to atmospheric ripple or equipment glitch. But tonight felt different. I set the eyepiece to 250 times, focused until the star was pinprick sharp, and watched. In the first minute, it blinked 3 times, nothing unusual, and around 12:13 a.m. I glanced at my phone clock, and the star blinked out. I waited. 20 seconds later, it reappeared. Note: I scribbled down the interval in my notebook, 20.4 seconds. 3 scope resets. Blink. Blink. Back. Suddenly, after the third reappearance, the eyepiece went completely dark for a full minute. Lens cap check. Off. Eyepieces swapped. Still black. My pulse quickened. Looking through the finder scope revealed a perfect sky. Every star in its place, except a glaring absence where the blink star should be. Total emptiness. Power cable connected. The mount's control box LED blinked slowly. I pressed the override button. Computers flickered. Motor hummed. The starfield returned, but no blink star, not in the eyepiece, not in the finder. Quickly, I grabbed my smartphone adapter, attached it, and snapped a photo. Processing revealed tiny stars like diamonds on black velvet, yet that specific spot remained vacant. Rubbing my eyes, I checked the timestamp. 12:17 a.m. When I looked up, a dim light hovered behind the ridge across the valley. Not the blinking star, just a soft orange glow against the pine trees. Initially, I thought it might be headlights from a late-night hunter or hiker's lantern, but the glow remained stationary, then faded after 5 minutes. Noting this in my notebook, something else caught my attention. My watch was 2 minutes slow, odd, since I always sync it to my phone before leaving. The phone still read 12:19. I tried refreshing the NTP server app. No connection. Cell service, dead. I grabbed my handheld ham radio with a fresh battery from last week. Alpha Sierra November. Does anyone copy? Static? I tried again. Louder. No response. Even the lower power repeater channel was silent. My fingers grew numb. Poking at my phone revealed frozen apps. Camera, weather, compass. Tapping produced only a vibrating home button. Finally, a long power press triggered a reboot. The clock reset to 12:20 a.m. Opening the camera roll showed my earlier blink star photos had vanished. Only a sunset selfie remained. Leaning against the tripod, heart racing, I noticed the ridge light hadn't returned. The sky still glittered, undisturbed. Unhooking the telescope's power cable, I switched to manual mode and hand-aimed at the recorded coordinates. The mount groaned. The starfield looked correct, but the star remained missing. Closing my eyes, I took a deep breath. On impulse, I checked my truck's clock. 11:17. Even that seemed off. I'd been up since 7 p.m., maybe longer, losing track of time. When I finally decided to pack up and head down, I turned off the mount's motors and tried to swing the scope to the cabin door for storage. It snagged halfway and refused to budge. Tugging harder, the mount hummed as if powered, though it wasn't. With a final jerk, it released and slammed against the plywood, shattering the eyepiece. I yanked the power cord. Silence fell over the valley. No ridge glow, no radio, no blinking star. By the time I loaded the broken telescope into the Jeep, the sky had begun to pale. Cygnus had vanished, replaced by pre-dawn haze. Driving down the gravel road with low-beam headlights, I was unsure of every turn. My phone's GPS showed no signal. Offline maps offered no path. I took the wrong fork twice before finally finding the main road by pure chance. At 6:02 a.m., matching the sunrise, I pulled into my driveway. Breathing hard, I sat in the car. Eyepiece shard sat in a paper bag on the passenger seat. My notebook, open in the glove box, was filled with scribbled times, intervals, and one note. Ridge light glow lasted 5 minutes. Inside, the house was quiet. My phone finally got service, 8 missed calls from my brother and 1 from an unknown number. When I called back, he mentioned texting about dinner. I apologized, which he found strange since I'd apparently answered his first call at 7 a.m. I insisted I was fine. My camera's memory card still held the photos, shaky star shots and darkness flickers. Oddly, every file was named img1.jpg. I dropped the eyepiece into my desk drawer, rubbed my eyes, and glanced at the clock. 6:35 a.m., too early to return to bed. Later that day, I drove to the observatory to download the mount's logs, hoping to find power, surges, or firmware errors. But the control box was gone, wrenched off its shelf, leaving rough gouges in the plywood walls. The mount itself had vanished, with only metal shavings on the floor, marking where it had been. Walking back through the woods in afternoon light, the ridge remained still and empty. No hunters, no lights, no equipment, just trees and rocks. And every morning, I walked between my corn rows, but lately something's been different. The fog was thick, blocking my view of the field's far edge. As I checked the new irrigation lines, I spotted an unusual pattern ahead. Where corn should have been, there was a perfect hexagon. Smooth, precise, with stalks cut cleanly at waist height. Each side of the hexagon was exactly the same length. No ragged edges, no signs of disturbance. When I shone my flashlight, I saw every stalk leaned at an identical angle, pressed flat, as if ironed into the ground. No footprints, no tire tracks. Nothing explained how this could have happened. I circled the pattern, noticing how my boots left clear heel prints within the six-sided shape. But outside those boundaries, the ground remained completely untouched. The fog muffled all sound. Even the birds were silent. I sat on a cut stalk, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Back at the barn, my black lab Bess greeted me. She sniffed the flattened corn, whined once, and seemed eager to return to the house. I couldn't blame her. By mid-morning, the sun had burned away the chill and lifted the fog. I tightened a bolt on the water pump, my mind still wrestling with that perfect geometric shape. I've plowed hundreds of acres in my life, and I'd never seen anything like this. I tried calling my neighbor Rick, but only reached his voicemail. When I texted a photo of the bent stalks gleaming in sunlight, my phone showed no timestamp. Strange. Sometimes in the darkest hour before dawn, I hear a soft hum, like motors spinning into place. But when I look up, there's nothing but empty sky. I still gaze at the stars each night, though I don't return to Eagle Ridge. Occasionally, I catch a faint, dim point that seems to flicker, but I don't linger. I tell my friends I've lost interest in Blinkstar, and I tell myself that makes sense. The heat hung heavy that day. My truck's AC had given up. Windows down, dust settling in the cab as I drove. Sweat dampened my shirt by the time I reached the equipment shed. I grabbed a wrench and headed to check the planter's drive belt, always feeling more comfortable around machinery than the snapped corn stumps. Two men appeared at the north edge of the field, standing 12 feet apart with identical strides, black suits, white shirts, narrow black ties, no bags, no hats. Their eyes hidden in shadow, they walked with the measured pace of airport security guards, polished shoes glinting in the sunlight. I froze, wrench in hand. They didn't rush or acknowledge me. Stopping at the field's flattened corner, the taller one studied the bent stalks, then looked at me without emotion. I set the wrench on a crate and come down, wiped my hands. "Can I help you fellas?" The shorter man tilted. "Did anything change in the soil?" His voice flat, like reading from a script. I pointed to the area. 20 years farming this land. I know these fields. The soil gets compacted, but this was different. Clean, geometric lines suggested something wasn't right. They agreed. No tracks, no debris. Something had applied even pressure across the field. The taller man crouched, running a gloved finger across the ground. Herbicide? I shook my head. That would kill the plants, not flatten them so precisely. Subsoil irrigation, new pipes. My phone rang. Rick calling. I ignored it. New lines run south of the east field. This is north. They nodded, as if confirming their own investigation. Any seismic activity overnight? Vibrations? I thought back to no sirens, no quakes, nothing unusual on the news. Underground disturbances would show cracked soil or upheaval. Pipes wouldn't bend plants like this, I added. They exchanged a stay off the area for 72 hours, the tall one instructed. So all sample kits are en route, but I stood at the edge of a flattened cornfield, the sun high and turning the stalks yellow around the perimeter. A plain white envelope stamped with an unfamiliar code had just been handed to me by two men who were watching my face intently. Inside the envelope was a single sheet listing protocols, with a date marked exactly 3 days ahead. No letterhead, no signature, just instructions to await a technician's arrival. When I asked who they were, one man simply said he was an appropriate liaison. Then, without another word, both men retreated into the maple and oak trees bordering the field, vanishing like ghosts and leaving only birdsong behind. I stuck the paper in my back pocket, grabbed a wrench, and returned to the shed, glancing over my shoulder with each step. That evening, I discovered an official folder tucked inside my toolbox, bearing the same plain white paper and cryptic code. Under the fluorescent shop light, the folder's edges showed no signs of adhesive or staples. Someone must have placed it there unnoticed. My drive home was dusty, with Bess riding in the passenger seat, her ears back. At the mailbox I paused, then tossed the envelope inside and slammed the lid. No one watched. In my kitchen, I boiled water for instant coffee and flipped through television channels. Nothing but reruns and weather reports. The local news mentioned only a distant road closure. Night fell. Standing in the back doorway, I listened to crickets beneath the stars. The flattened field pattern looked small from here, a pale scar in my mind. Tomorrow, I'd mark the field and avoid that patch until the technicians arrived. Until then, the soil would keep its silent secret. Halfway through my shift at Dry Mesa Radio Observatory, the static began. It was just after 10 p.m. on a windless September night. With the sky so clear the Milky Way stretched over the southern dish, I'd set up my folding chair next to the control shack, coffee in hand, scanning telemetry readouts for stray transmissions. The dishes tracked cosmic noise and sunspots, mostly background hiss. But at 10:17, the left-hand monitor trailed into a sputter of white noise, went dead silent for a beat, then snapped back on with an unexpected intensity. I noticed something strange with the faintest pulse, like a soft tapping from far away. I frowned and checked the screen. No error messages appeared. The other 3 dishes looked completely normal. I radioed control for dish 4. No response came back. The silence felt different that night, deeper than usual. Standing up, I crouched behind the shack and peered around the corner. Steel dishes sprawled across the plateau, each pointing to a different slice of sky under the moonlight. No movement anywhere, no trucks, no lights, no wind. Forcing a laugh, I returned to my chair, logged the strange glitch in the shift log, and settled back down. At 11:03 p.m., something came over the radio. The same soft tapping, but now synchronized across all channels. I rushed to the dish controls and muted them. Static tapestries fell silent, leaving only the generator's steady hum. Then I saw it. A pale amber light, like a slow-burning ember, drifting just above the western horizon. It didn't zip like a plane or flicker. Instead, it moved smoothly south, about 20 dege above the mesa. Grabbing binoculars, I realized the light was too small to determine its shape. It had a gentle glow, no headlight beam, no strobes, no contrail. Just a single orb moving at what seemed like walking pace, but impossibly high up. I switched to a telephoto lens, mounting it on the tripod and framing the horizon between 2 dishes. The light held steady, then dipped below the mesa's rim. As I tracked where it vanished, the generator hiccuped, a brief cough of fuel. When power returned, the light had disappeared. Checking the logging software revealed a 6-second power draw dip. Dish motor readouts flickered momentarily before stabilizing. No external interference indicators appeared, no grid spikes, no radar returns on base scanners. Pulling on a jacket, I walked to the fence and stared down the slope into the scrub. The horizon remained empty, just scattered pines and the ranch road cutting through. I spent the next hour pacing between dishes, listening for any rotor wash or engine sounds. With no phone signal out here, I couldn't check aircraft notices. Radioing the on-duty astronomer yielded only static. Finally, I returned to the shack, scribbled anomaly at 11:03 in the log, and resumed watching for cosmic rays. Morning arrived gray and cool. The maintenance crew rolled up right on schedule, truck engines breaking the early silence. I arrived at the hill by 6:30, clipboard in hand. 2 men in black suits stood by the gate's guardhouse. No badges, no hats, just crisp, starched shirts. They didn't acknowledge me as I swiped my ID badge twice. "Morning, Dan," I called. "Clyde." They turned in perfect sync. The taller one spoke first, Marcus Hall. His tone was flat, emotionless. Without smiling, he handed me a manila folder. "Review this." The folder contained a printout of my entry. 113 anomaly marked classified. A block of text, authority level black site access required. When I tried to explain what I'd seen, a light passing behind the mesa, the shorter man cut me off. "No such movement registered on our sensor arrays. No power, no radio interference. You reported a spurious signal, that's all." His partner stepped forward, expression polite but unnerving. "You're cleared for standard duty, but you will not log or speak of the incident again." The words were neutral. Final. They left without a car, walking down the hill in lockstep until the scrub pines swallowed them. I stood at the gate, metal latch swinging, the folder heavy in my hand. Back in the control shack, I tore out the log page with the anomaly entry and burned it in the barrel behind the generator shed. Smoke curled towards the satellite dishes. My stomach ached. The sky was pale blue. The falcon wheeled overhead, sharp eyes hunting field mice. At lunch, I scanned the shift logs. No entry for 11:03, no note of power dip, no mention of radio glitch. It was like I'd never written it. Hands shaking, I sipped break room coffee and stared out the window, waiting, hoping the amber light would drift back into view. I watched the sunset through the east window, its hues of orange and red stretching behind the antenna. The dish motors hummed through calibrations, and I punched the keys while sensors checked out. No anomalies detected. On my way home, I stopped at the junction above the mesa. Its rim cut a clean line against the sky. I sat in the car for a long time, headlights off, radio silent. Nothing moved. No lights dipped over the horizon, no humming, just the scent of pinyon and juniper. When I drove down the gravel road toward my trailer, I felt eyes on me from the ridge. I glanced up, empty. I took off from Pine Valley Airstrip just after 5 in the afternoon. The sun still high and hot over southern Oregon. As an amateur pilot with a rented Cessna 172, my plan was simple. Circle over the Rogue River Canyon, capture some landscape photography, then head back before sunset. At 3,500 feet, the wind kicked up from the west. The radio crackled with chatter about a small brush fire near Dry Creek Road. Fire crews had it contained, but the smoke plume was visible 50 miles away. I figured I'd swing past for a look. By 5:25 I was over the fire. Below, the ground was a patchwork of red-orange flames and blackened earth. Heat rose against the plane's belly. Something caught my eye above the smoke. 6 glowing orbs, silent and still, hovering maybe 100 feet above the tree line. Pale, almost white. I dialed my camera for a closer shot. When I got home, I opened a fresh notebook and wrote, September 12th, 11:03 p.m., observed slow-moving amber light dip below mesa. Power generator hiccup. The sensor panel reset. Radio silence. No radar returns. Folder labeled classified. Instructed to omit. I read it twice, closed the book, and locked it in my drawer. Outside, the night settled without a sound. Lying in bed, I listened to the trailer's metal roof creak under a high wind. When I closed my eyes, I saw that light again, a steady glow descending over bare rock, disappearing like someone had lowered a lamp behind a curtain. 2 men in black suits, faces unreadable, telling me what I could and couldn't see. I barely noticed them. But once I zoomed in, the orbs revealed a soft amber core surrounded by a thin halo, forming a loose V shape. Each hung about 30 feet from its neighbor, moving in unison with the breeze. There was no prop wash, no strobe flicker, just a gentle drift. I blinked, and steadied the camera. The orbs remained motionless and silent. Background radio chatter sounded distant, and even the engine noise felt muted. Rolling the window down, I strained to listen. Only the propeller's hum and wind's rush filled the air. I considered calling flight service to report a possible drone or hot air lanterns, but something held me back. For about 2 minutes, I watched as the orbs drifted apart, one on each side, seeming to disperse into the woods. After snapping a few more shots, I banked north to climb out of the thermal updraft. By 5:40, I was clear of the smoke and heading back to Pine Valley. My camera's memory card was filled with fireline photos, burned pine images, and a handful of grainy orb shots. My heart raced, but I rationalized they were likely some containment balloon experiment from the fire district monitoring air currents. After radioing the tower and receiving landing clearance on runway 21, I noticed the strip was empty except for a fuel truck idling near the hangar. I taxied in, capped the engine, and stepped out into the cool late afternoon air. 2 mechanics waved, but I gave a quick nod and headed to the pilot's lounge to download my photos. That's when he appeared, tall and lean, wearing a black suit that didn't quite match the dusty tarmac. No pilot's wings, no name tag, just dark glasses and a slim black tie. He approached with a measured stride, hands clasped behind his back. I assumed he was a fire district official. He extended his hand. "Captain Lewis," he said smoothly. I shook it, sensing his polite demeanor. His grip was firm and dry. "Yeah, that's me, Richard Lewis. You with the fire department." He shook his head. "Just a concerned observer. You saw those orbs over Dry Creek, correct?" My stomach tightened. I confirmed I was circling the fire and had taken some shots. He nodded slowly. "You've seen too much. I'd appreciate if you file that sighting as a weather balloon release. The county does occasional upper air launches near Prospect. Wind data," he pronounced prospect like a code word. I frowned, skeptical about weather balloons drifting at night so low over a forest fire. He smiled, a gesture that didn't reach his eyes. "Routine." The airstrip logo-stamped white card he handed me seemed ordinary enough. "Call tomorrow and confirm the balloon release. They'll understand." I watched him walk away, his posture rigid, like a wound-up music box mechanism. No goodbye. Just a smooth departure. The black SUV's engine barely whispered as it glided into the parking lot's shadows and vanished. Inside the lounge, I checked the photos. Soft amber orbs hovered above the smoke in every frame, then disappeared just as quickly. My trembling hands downloaded the images onto a flash drive, coffee splashing into the gutter during the process. The next morning's phone call went exactly as instructed. A generic recording confirmed the weather balloon release at 5:20 p.m., no questions. No personal interaction. I haven't mentioned this to anyone at the flying club. No one I know flies near that fire district after dark. Those 6 amber circles haunt me, perfectly still, glowing in the darkness. What were they? Tracking? I keep the flash drive hidden, telling myself repeatedly they're just weather balloons. If I say it enough, maybe I'll believe it. Later that night, at Green's 24-hour mini-mart, during my 7th hour of the night shift, something felt off. The door chime rang at 11:02 p.m., but no one entered, just empty double doors and a humming neon sign. A black sedan sat motionless under the street lamp, low to the ground, polished like it had been meticulously buffed. In overnight shifts, you see ghosts, drunk drivers, college kids seeking snacks, but never someone who just sits for hours. By midnight, I'd served exactly 12 customers. Some kids buying energy drinks, one guy purchasing dog biscuits. At 3 a.m. the sedan remained unchanged, silent, watching. I counted 35 cigarettes sold and restocked the snack rack. Glancing out the window, the lot was dark with only a single overhead bulb ticking like a slow clock. A strange feeling crept up my spine, and even Scout, the store cat, huddled behind the chips aisle with her tail wrapped around her paws. The soda cooler buzzed and flickered momentarily. A small power surge dimmed the fluorescent lights, but the coffee machine kept running. I assumed it was just our store's wiring and went to reset the breaker in the back room. The fuse box showed the aisle 3 breaker had tripped, which I quickly flipped back. Around 2:45, a cold, clear water drip began near the back door, landing on the concrete floor. I grabbed a mop and bucket, tracing the leak to the air duct. Inspecting it revealed no condensation or dropped pipes. The drip slowed and then stopped after 5 minutes. When I emptied the bucket outside, the lot appeared empty. The sedan was gone, and I figured the driver had finally stopped nodding off. A musty carpet smell hung in the air as I returned inside. Scout rushed out, rubbing against my leg. The restrooms were dry, and everything seemed normal. By 3:30, the store had settled into silence. Twice the bug zapper over the door sizzled, and a chill cut through the space despite the AC being set to cool. I pulled my hoodie tighter, then noticed something bizarre. The sedan rolling forward 3 feet, with no driver visible. The passenger door opened and closed on its own, the car moving as if guided by invisible tracks. Unnerved, I approached with my flashlight. No one was inside, and the engine was off. Thick tires blocked any potential sound of movement. Back at the counter, I checked the security monitors. The cameras poorly covered the parking lot, missing the driver's seat entirely. When I tried to adjust the view, the feed cut to static for 4 seconds. The only thing visible was the pixelated grey front of the black sedan. By 4:50, another customer came in, a young woman buying trail mix. Her gaze shifted between me and the lot, and she asked, "Is something out here?" I responded, "No, just an old car." She nodded and left. After she departed, I double-checked the sedan. Its roof was now empty. When 5:30 arrived, I headed to the break room and opened the refrigerator. My sandwich had vanished. I'd left turkey and cheese, but someone had taken it without a trace. No note, no wrapper in the trash, just an empty space. I wondered if the night janitor might have come early, though I hadn't heard anyone. My shift was ending at 6 a.m. and the sky was already turning grey. I rang up 2 more customers buying lottery tickets and beef jerky. At 6:02, I hit the button to open the doors. The chime sounded, and I grabbed my jacket. Walking to the lot, I expected the sedan to still be there, mocking me. Instead, the lot was completely empty. No car, no footprints in the gravel, no oil spots. I checked the side door exit. It was locked with no signs of tampering. My phone buzzed. A text from the manager instructed, "Leave the key under the mat tonight. Maintenance at 10 o'clock. I hadn't mentioned the fridge incident or the car to anyone. I replied, "Got it." As I walked to my car, I stopped. A black SUV idled across the road in front of the convenience store. A man in a black suit sat inside, jacket buttoned, tie narrow, hands flat on the wheel. He stared unblinkingly. My pulse raced. I raised a hand in greeting. He opened his door and stepped onto the street silently. As I moved closer, he spoke. "You won't remember this conversation." His voice was low but clear. He pressed a small white card into my palm with a single line of type, "Do not recall." I blinked. He retreated to the SUV, driving away without headlights, tires rolling silently on asphalt. When I looked down, the card was gone. My hand was empty. Glancing across the road, the store's doors were closed, lights still burning inside. I got into my car, locked the doors, and drove away without looking back. I rounded the last bend before the radar station as the sun slipped below the jagged horizon. It was late July, the kind of evening where heat clings to your skin even after you stop moving. Around 8 o'clock, I was alone in my Toyota, windows rolled down with a sweating can of cheap iced tea in the cup holder. The road was quiet except for static buzzing between radio stations and the whine of tires on asphalt. I'd taken the gravel cut-off to avoid Highway 89's endless crawl, hoping to stretch my legs before the long drive home. The path ran past the radar site, those big white domes you see in photos of secret facilities, but this was mostly just abandoned admin buildings and a lonely guard shack. As I rounded a sharp corner, my headlights swept across the hillside and caught something unexpected. A silver flash, thin and elongated, darted across the sky from east to west, faster than any jet. No sound, no trail, just a quick streak of molten metal against the twilight. I slammed the brakes and the car fishtailed in the loose gravel. Heart racing, I jumped out. The heat hit me first, then an eerie silence. I set my tea on the roof, wiped sweat from my neck, and scanned the sky. Nothing. Just darkening blue and a single star hovering over the dome. My phone's flashlight revealed still trees and the lifeless round radar station. Just as I thought I'd imagined everything. Gravel crunched behind me. I spun around. A black SUV sat in the road, too large for the space. Engine running, windows up, no lights. I hadn't seen or heard it arrive. A man stepped out. Tall, lean, with dark hair slicked back, wearing a crisp black suit and narrow tie. No badge, no identification. Hands in pockets, he stood motionless, face calm. "You shouldn't be here," he said softly. "This road doesn't go anywhere. Keep driving." I frowned. "There's nothing past that dome except a dead end and a river drop-off. What road goes somewhere?" He took a step forward. None that matters. The gravel crunched under his shoes. No, I drove north under thick woods and steep slopes, no rail in sight. My throat felt tight. There was a silver object I'd seen up here, and I pointed to the sky. The man shook his head, eyes locked on mine. "Nothing was up here," he insisted. He looked past me, as if speaking to someone beside me. "Just drive," he said. My chest throbbed. I glanced back at the hill. No object, no glare, no movement. Only the white dome and the tree line remained. Half in shadow, half in the SUV's faint glow, he stood before me. A hint of a smile almost crossed his face, but never reached his eyes. "Am I in the wrong place?" I asked, my voice small and echoing on the empty road. He nodded slowly and slipped a folded card into my hand. White and plain, no logo. Mucky, no logo. Just type text, "Keep moving, no stops. Watch the..." He was back in the SUV, door closed, engine running, tail lights glowed dim red. With trembling hands, I slid the card into my seat without locking the door. The SUV backed up 3 feet, then stopped. I put the car in gear, and it followed directly behind as I crept forward. I thought about refusing, about taking a picture for proof, but my hands shook too much to find the button. At the T intersection, I turned north. Every time I checked the mirror, the SUV remained, dark lenses staring ahead. After half a mile, I hit smooth pavement and pressed the accelerator. Instantly, the SUV vanished. No fading headlights, no mirror reflection. Highway lights broke through pine shadows. The night air changed. The radio came back, playing an old country. At the next gas station, I pulled over, heart racing. I checked the back seat. Empty. No card, no trace of my passenger. The door was closed, seatbelt untouched. I filled the tank, bought a soda, and checked my phone. No missed calls, just a low battery warning. No photos, no GPS ping. The weather app showed clear skies, no moon visible until after midnight. I drove home in silence, trying to piece together the fragments. A silver dart, an empty hillside, a black SUV. Known card had said, "Watch the sky." Driving home that night, every stray beam of headlights against the treetops made me jerk the wheel. When I finally arrived, I parked in the garage and sat for a long minute in the dark. I cracked the card between my fingers. The paper felt smooth and pressed, the ink still cool to the touch. Under the overhead kitchen light, I set it down and made coffee. Through the window, the asphalt driveway split into shadows and pools of yellow light. The sky over the ridge looked empty. Leaning my forehead against the glass, I listened intently for any sound. Engines, footsteps, anything to tell me he'd come back. Only the hum of the fridge and a distant dog bark broke the silence. I don't go that way anymore, not if I can avoid it. Last night I tried looking up the nearest alternate route on GPS, but it kept rerouting me back to that cutoff. So I take the longer road, bumping through more miles of forest. Occasionally I glance at the sky, half expecting to see that flash of silver, that fearful streak. Sometimes when I close my eyes, I hear gravel shifting behind me, just for a moment, like someone stepping out of the darkness, telling me to keep driving. I was untangling my fishing line when I saw it. Early May, around 6 a.m., the water was calm with no wind. I'd anchored the boat about a quarter mile from shore near an old jetty, hoping to catch some halibut. The sun was low and the sea looked glassy. Raising my polarized sunglasses, I leaned over the side. There it was, a perfect disk, maybe 2 feet across, hovering 10 feet below me. It gleamed like nickel, with blurred edges like light through water. My rod dipped in its holder, rattling with each small wave. I grabbed the camera, switched to dive mode, and took a shot through the green-blue blur. The disc remained motionless, not moving, not spinning, just hanging in place. No fish, no bubbles, no sign of a rope or weight holding it up. Breathing through my ragged hoodie's tube, heart racing, I leaned closer. Then it vanished. No ripples, no sound, just water again. I sculled back to shore, abandoning fishing for the morning. The disc replayed in my mind. At home, I downloaded the photo. On screen, a pale, grainy circle appeared in the murky image, barely an outline. Everything else looked normal, seaweed drifting, sun rays cracking through. I stared until my coffee went cold. That afternoon, I told my neighbor, Jules, about it. And I walked the bay at dusk with my marine biologist friend. When I asked her to look at something in the water, she suggested I might have seen a sunken buoy or diving gear. Her lack of skepticism surprised me. The water was dark by then, and we saw nothing but street lamp reflections. Over the next 2 days, I couldn't stop scanning the bay from my porch. Metal shapes drifted through my dreams, and I'd wake at odd hours, certain I heard something scraping against a hull. On the third morning, 2 men arrived at my door around 8:15. I stood there in my bathrobe, coffee mug in hand. One was tall and thin, wearing a black fedora and suit with shiny shoes but no tie. The other was shorter and stocky, dressed in a black baseball cap, jacket, and jeans. Both had pale, unblinking faces. "Are you Mr. Kendricks?" the tall man asked in a low, polite voice. I nodded. His companion handed him a plain manila folder. Inside were blurry photographs, pale discs under dark water. I recognized my own photo, now grainier and smudged. "These are from your camera," he said. The tall man's message was clear. These images should be considered equipment errors, water droplets, lens glare. He suggested I remove the photos and not discuss them further. My mug trembled as I set it on the porch railing. "Why?" I asked. Their response was direct. "It's best kept private," the tall man said. The stocky man leaned forward. "Forget what you saw," he added softly but firmly. They didn't blink. I studied their faces, the fedora casting a perfect shadow, the baseball cap hiding half a brow. They returned the folder, turned toward their unmarked black truck, and drove away without headlights. I watched the empty driveway, my heart racing, wondering what I'd truly seen. The noise had been so loud I thought it'd wake the whole neighborhood. I grabbed my laptop and found the disc photo. With a moment's hesitation, I dragged it to the trash folder and hit delete. Later that day, I tried filming off the jetty again. Same spot, same light, same calm water. Nothing shimmered beneath. Just the usual flats, seagrass, the lazy shadows of passing clouds. I lowered my camera and closed my eyes, breathing in salt air. Then I had to fight the urge to check the horizon for a glint of metal. I haven't told anyone else. Not my wife, no Jules, not even the fishing forum. I keep replaying how the men in black looked at me, as if they were cataloging what I could remember. Maybe they're right and it was a camera glitch or a trick of water. But sometimes, late at night, I dream of that perfect circle hovering in the sea. I wake up reaching for the photos I trashed. Now I sleep with my windows shut tight and drive past the old jetty on my way to work without slowing down. The bay looks normal, empty, like nothing ever happened. I wonder if I imagined it all, or if something down here waits for me to look again. Just after midnight, I rolled up to the corner of 5th and Madison, idling under the streetlight. Rain from earlier had slicked the pavement and steam curled off manhole covers. My name's Derek Chavez. I drive a cab for East Side taxis and was wrapping up what I thought would be my last shift before the weekend. A black sedan pulled in behind me. The door opened, and 2 men in dark suits climbed into the back seat without a word. They shut the door so quietly I hardly heard the click. I glanced in the rear view. Both wore white shirts, skinny black ties, polished shoes and sunglasses, even in the wet dark. One was tall and lean, the other shorter and square-shouldered. Neither gave me a destination. I tapped the meter and said, "Where to, gentlemen?" The tall one leaned forward, voice calm with no accent I could place. "No destination," he said. "Just drive." I nodded and pulled away, taking Madison north toward the freeway. After a minute, I glanced at the fare display. $420 and climbing. I checked the rear view. No expression, no phone, just two dark shapes in black suits. I asked, "Roundabout on Maple?" The short one turned his head slightly and said, "Circle the city, follow directions." W. guided the cab through quiet city streets, following a cryptic set of instructions. A small slip of paper with 3 simple arrows sat folded in the console. Left, right, left, no street names. My 2 passengers remained silent, the tall one with a silver clip glinting on his jacket, the shorter one tapping the back of my seat. Street lights and neon signs blurred past as I navigated through neighborhoods. The meter climbed steadily, $50, then $70. My head pounded and time felt distorted. When I glanced at my watch, it read 2:15 a.m., though I could have sworn it was much earlier. "Keep driving," the short passenger commanded. I tried the radio, finding only static. Cell service was spotty, so I cracked the window, listening for distant sounds. The city felt eerily empty, like I was the only one awake. By 4 a.m., I drifted into the industrial district near an old freight yard. Rusty rails and dark warehouses surrounded me. I looped blocks lined with chain-link fences, the meter now reading $142.50. My hands trembled on the steering wheel, a heavy silence filling the cab. At 4:22, a single street lamp revealed a crumpled paper taped to a stop sign. The shorter man leaned forward, pointing without moving his fingers. I followed an alley under a broken chain, past a shuttered auto shop, emerging onto a bridge. When the arrow pointed straight ahead, I stopped. The tall passenger opened his own door, stepping onto the slick sidewalk without looking back. The short one followed. They walked into a bright yellow bus shelter and melted into the night, leaving me sitting alone, my heart racing. No, I didn't mention it to dispatch. I don't know who paid for the ride or why they put me through all those loops. The slip of paper in my pocket is still blank, but I carry it anyway. Sometimes when the light hits it just right, I swear I see faint outlines of arrows. I usually tuck it back into my wallet and keep walking, hoping I never get that call again. I was driving the crew truck down County Road 42, heading to the site just north of Willow Creek at sunrise when the headlights caught something. I saw the scorch mark first. A dark circle, almost perfect, about 2 feet across, right in the center of the right lane. The pavement around it was normal asphalt. This spot looked baked, like someone had held a blowtorch on it until the surface bubbled. No cracks, just a round, hard-edged patch of charcoal. I parked between the cones, grabbed my hard hat and flashlight, and crossed the road. The air smelled funny, like burning rubber mixed with ozone. I crouched and shined the light. The circle was smooth, almost glassy, reflecting the beam. I ran a gloved finger along the edge. Sharp, no chips. I tapped the center. Hollow sound like hitting a lid. Earlier, I had opened the door, stepped out, and closed it gently. I picked up the paper slip from the console. It was blank. No ink, no letters. I checked the fare. I flashed the fare courtesy of Agent S. Then the display reset to 0. My head spun. I closed the meter, locked the doors, and sat in the cab sipping lukewarm coffee. I checked my phone. 2 missed calls from dispatch. 1 voicemail. "Where are you, Chavez? Been driving in circles for hours. Report in." I bit my lip and hit call back. The line connected to an unknown number. No ring, just a click. Then a voice low and calm. "Female? Never mentioned last night's ride." I stuttered. "Who is this?" No answer, just silence. Then the line went dead. I sat in the empty cab for a long time on a rain starting again, drumming on the roof. I finally got out, locked the doors, and walked under the bridge to the bus stop. My headlamp from the glove box flickered to life in my hand. The yellow shelter was empty. I saw no suits, no footprints in the puddles. I walked home through dark back streets and got inside my apartment. At 5:03 a.m., I left the meter card in my pocket. It showed 0 charge. My phone no longer had the unknown number in the call log. I put on the kettle, stared at the rain-smeared window until dawn. When I left 2 hours later for my day job, I locked my front door and made sure nobody followed. No, I was on County Road 42, mile 5.7, when something strange caught my eye. The morning was early, 6:12 a.m., with an orange sun hanging behind cottonwoods. My radio was silent. No response from the crew, who were out marking potholes on Route 99. I found a perfect black ring on the pavement. My photo came out grainy with autofocus struggling. When I tried touching the spot, a rock wouldn't mark it. My fist couldn't even dent the surface. Something felt off. At the diner in Ibis, I told Maria, the waitress, about the strange mark. Her brother had seen something similar the night before, a glowing blue shape near Tiller's Mill that faded quickly. Different locations, but similar details. Perfect geometry with no explanation. When the crew finally arrived around 7:30, Ahmed and Lena with shovels and metal detectors, we investigated thoroughly. Ahmed swept his detector over the ring. Nothing. Lena scraped the edge with a trowel, producing only dust. We dug a foot down, solid earth. No hidden devices. The circle remained stubbornly attached to the catch, to the dig. Asphalt. By mid-morning, a county representative showed up. Sharp suit, grey hair, wearing sunglasses despite the overcast sky. He drove a black sedan and pulled in silently. When I approached, he flipped a badge. C. Langford, Special Investigator. No logo, just a name. A helicopter swept a county line 3 times, moving north to south. No banner, just a precise search pattern. Distant rotor noise made me wonder if they were investigating the same thing. I tried calling base. No answer. We logged it as an unidentified pavement anomaly. I marked the corners with alternating red and yellow spray paint. Something felt strange, like someone was watching from the surrounding cornfields, their stalks bending in a light breeze. Interesting. He pulled out a small notebook and scribbled a note. Checking for unusual readings, he tapped the pages. Radiation and heat anomalies noted. I reported nothing unusual. The thermal camera showed normal conditions. Just burned surface, strange smell. No tracks visible. He examined the ground carefully, squatting and running a gloved hand over the surface without touching the center. Standing up, he closed the notebook firmly. "We'll keep this off the record," he said, looking me directly in the eye. No reports, no photos beyond initial documentation. A pinch of unease hit my gut. "Delete the pictures." He tapped his sunglasses. "Just hold them. If anyone asks, you never found anything. Atch it and move on." I hesitated. "Can't do that. County policy requires logging any safety hazards." He straightened, brushing dust from his suit. "This isn't policy. It's an order, a pause. You'll understand later." He pulled out a card and slid it across the hood. "My contact information. If anyone asks about District 7 anomalies, tell them you referred it to me. Understand?" The card had no agency name, just a phone number and a name. C. Langford. No title, no logo. I tucked it into my jacket pocket. He nodded, got into the black sedan, and left without looking back. Crickets chirped in the grass, distant engines humming on the highway. Lena and Ahmed watched from the cab, confused. I waved them over, instructing them to cover the hole with cold mix, smooth it out. No mention of the circle. Ahmed seemed uncertain, but I insisted. Company policy. If the boss says cover it, cover it. We rolled black asphalt over the mark until it blended perfectly with the pavement. 2 passes with the roller, then we packed up. During the drive home, the county card felt heavy in my pocket. I stared at the number. Outside Ibis, the helicopter appeared again. Same pattern, slicing the grey sky into shadows. Dread raced down my spine. Home by noon. Rain dripping from my jacket. Keys tossed on the table, work boots removed, a hot shower. The bathroom mirror reflected my tired face. Dark circles. Pale skin. Dressed. I sat at the kitchen table, phone nearby. The card of C. Langford, a special investigator, so special no one else knows him. My finger hovered over the phone. I poured coffee, black as the morning, a cold sausage biscuit from the counter. Outside, the rain intensified. And door creaked open as I met Miss Carter, her clothes drenched from the rain. We exchanged a few words about highway crew. Her son's odd report of strange dawn lights flickering like glowing cracks. I laughed her off his reflections, and she nodded before leaving. After closing he door, I found myself drawn out he cold mix patch in he driveway, a dark rectangle against cracked asphalt. My hand traced he metal sheet I keep for repairs, seeing down a manila card beside I. On he able outside, rain drummed against he window, creating strange shapes the flickered neon across he yard. Hours passed. My coffee went cold as I sat, staring at he card, listening he rhythmic rainfall. I didn't call Langford. I didn't delete he photos. Something about he pavement made me feel watched. During our summer, I was a park ranger at Cedar Hollow State Park. I knew every inch of quiet landscape where families hiked during daylight and wildlife ruled he night. Pine and oak trees blanketed he terrain, with one particular area near he north end that I routinely patrolled. One afternoon, about a week before July's end, I was making a slow ATV loop down he fire road when something caught my eye. A perfect circular clearing stood among forests too precise of being natural, roughly 40 feet across. Every tree inside appeared dead, brailer and grey as if scorched yea, showing no signs of actual burning. The grass inside his circle was yellowed and dry, seemingly unable to sustain life. Surrounding trees remained healthy and green with no visible disease or insect damage. Parking nearby, I approached his strange spa. The air felt heavy, almost sticky. Crouching down, I poked he dead grass with a stick. I crumbled easily, carrying a faint chemical odor I couldn't identify. I radioed he main officer report he anomaly, but midway through my explanation, he radio began to buzz, weirdly, crackling for a few seconds before going completely silent. And I'd been tracking something unusual out by the dead trees all day, and when I returned to the ranger station late that afternoon, everything seemed normal. Dark clouds were rolling in, with a few early raindrops falling as I made my way back. The station felt quiet, with just the background noise of an old radio playing soft country music and the refrigerator humming. After dinner, I settled by the window overlooking the fire road. The rain had stopped, but heavy clouds still hung low in the sky. Just past 9 p.m., headlights caught my attention. 2 cars passed by, but one slowed and pulled off near the area where I'd discovered the dead trees earlier. Through my binoculars, I watched 2 men emerge from a dark sedan. They wore identical black suits, neat and unwrinkled, despite the wet weather. No rain gear, no official equipment. They simply stood at the wood's edge, facing the dead patch with an unsettling stillness. These men were strangers. No badges, no radios, nothing to suggest they were official personnel. Their presence felt wrong. I wanted to call out to ask what they were doing, but the radio was still dead. For about 20 minutes they remained motionless, staring at the patch of dead trees. Then, just as quietly as they arrived, they returned to their car. They didn't acknowledge the station or look in my direction. The car backed slowly down the road and disappeared into the darkness. I waited, half expecting them to return, but the road remained empty for the rest of the night. The next day, I revisited the site. I hoped something might have changed, that I might have missed something earlier. But everything remained exactly the same, a perfect circular area of dead trees, with no new tracks or signs of disturbance. I carefully checked the soil but found nothing definitive. No burns, no identifiable chemicals. When I mentioned the men to my supervisor, he dismissed my concerns. He suggested it might be a government forestry investigation or a weather-related phenomenon. I didn't press the issue. The radio started working again the following morning. But even though the men never returned, something lingered. Every time I drove past that patch after dark, I felt watched, as if something was waiting just beyond sight. The forest held its secret tight. Dead trees remained unchanged for months, and those men, whoever they were, seemed to know something I couldn't explain. I'm Mia Jensen, a freelance aerospace journalist who spent 2 years tracking missile launches. That morning was like any other pre-dawn test at White Sands. Overcast sky, thick grey clouds blocking the rising sun, and me waiting in my car near the observation bunker. At 6:02 a.m., the alert horn broke the silence. I raised my DSLR and framed the launch pad through the bunker's slit window. A bright flash erupted, and the missile's control sliced through the clouds like a white ribbon. The jet noise transformed from a deep roar to a distant whine as it climbed out of sight. After capturing a dozen shots, I lowered my camera. That's when I saw him. A lone figure backlit by floodlights near the service road, standing perfectly still by the chain-link fence. He wore a dark suit with no safety gear. No helmet, just stark contrast against the grey morning. I zoomed in with my lens. He didn't move. Curious, I ducked out and headed towards the fence. By the time I arrived, the test crew had retreated to their vehicles, leaving only gravel and scattered parachute hardware. The figure was gone. I circled the perimeter, searching every corner. No footprints. No crushed grass. No trace of anyone. My heart raced as I radioed range control. No response. Static silence. Just as I turned back, a soft click stopped me. There he was. A man in a black suit, white shirt, narrow tie, shoes polished too brightly for gravel. His posture was unnaturally perfect, as if someone had meticulously positioned him. "Excuse me," I started, but he cut me off. "Ma'am," he said, voice calm and clipped, "this area is off limits." I held up my press badge from Defense Tech Weekly, claiming photo permission. He shook his head. "Permission revoked," he stated, taking a step closer. "Bunker." His face was odd, pinched in a way that wasn't unfriendly, but held no expression. I'd spent 10 minutes searching for a figure, though it felt much longer. The clock on the wall read 6:15. "Sir, I saw someone here before. Dark suit standing at the fence. Did you see them?" My voice was half plea. He cocked his head. "No." He checked his watch. "Now, please step away from the fence." I raised the camera. "Can I get a quote on why I'm being escorted?" I pressed record. A faint smile flickered across his mouth as he shook his head. "No area is secured." He sighed, as if he hated doing this. "Are you going to comply?" My fingers hovered over the shutter. I didn't want to back down, but the hair on my arms prickled. I stepped away, lowering the camera. He nodded, turned, and strode off into the shadows behind the service road. His shoes didn't crunch. They glided. I watched until he disappeared. Then I walked back to the bunker, mind buzzing, camera dangling. The test crew was gone. All their vans pulled off the road. The bunker door was locked. No one inside. I waited until 7 a.m., then drove down to the main gate. The security guard looked at me like I was lost. I flashed my pass. Range closure. "You must have missed the memo," he said. I insisted there was no memo. He just shrugged and punched the gate code. "You shouldn't have been here." Back on the highway, I checked the photos. The missile blasts were fine, bright arcs in the cloud cover. But every shot of the fence line had a dark blur in the corner, a shape like a standing figure, then gone. I zoomed in. The blur had edges like fabric, but no detail. Then it was gone in the next frame. I called my editor at 8:15. I tried to tell her about the man in black, about seeing him under the flood lamp, but my voice cracked. She said the range was tight with security for the new hypersonic tests, so they'd scrub photos if there was anything sensitive. What about the guy in the suit? She told me to run the launch pics and file arrest under shelf stock. I sat at the diner half a mile off base, spooning coffee. My camera bag rested on the seat beside me. I stared at the windows, expecting to see him in black standing there, but nothing. Just highway and scrub pines. I left my card with the waitress and walked to my car. In the passenger seat lay a sealed manila envelope, stamp dated 6/12, no return address. Inside, 2 prints of my photos cropped close to the border. The Green Ridge gas station sat quiet on Highway 89, the kind of place people only stop at when they're passing through or desperate. It was just after midnight in early September, and the graveyard shift was crawling by. Fluorescent lights buzzed softly, a reminder that I was the only one awake. Around 12:45, a beat-up silver sedan rolled up to Pump 3. I was stacking energy drinks when the driver's window clicked open, and the interior light came on. As the car door shut, I caught a glimpse of something strange in the sedan's rearview mirror, a dark, round shape hovering near the trees at the lot's edge. About the size of a small car, but fuzzy, almost shimmering. No noise, no lights, just this flat disc floating a foot above the ground. When I blinked and looked again, the car remained, engine idling, but the driver's seat was empty. I called out, "Hey, you okay?" Silence. Walking to the passenger side, I found the door locked and no one inside. I circled the car, scanning the lot and trees. Nothing. The weird disc was gone too, that hollow quiet that makes your skin crawl settled in. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to call the local sheriff. Dead silence. The radio, the phone, all useless. The place was usually a dead zone, but this felt different. Turning back, I saw the sedan had vanished. No headlights, no tail lights, just empty space. I found a single slip of paper, folded it, and tucked it in the glove box. Driving home, the highway stretched before me. Yellow lines faded into dawn, and I kept expecting to see that dark figure in my rear view, perfect posture, black suit, unblinking eyes. But there was nothing, just the rising city lights ahead and the lingering sense of something unexplained. The bell jingled above the door, and I looked up to see a man standing there. He was dressed in a dark suit and tie, completely out of place in the tired, dusty gas station on a warm September night. His pale, expressionless face seemed like it had stepped straight out of an old black-and-white movie, with hair perfectly slicked back. "Good evening," he said in a calm, flat voice. "I'm sorry to bother you. I just have a couple of questions." I nodded, still shaken. When he asked if I'd noticed anything strange lately, unusual lights, sounds, or things out of place, I hesitated. I told him about a car that had stopped earlier, and how the driver seemed to vanish. I mentioned a disc-like shape hovering near the trees, shimmering without any lights or noise. He listened intently, nodding slowly as if carefully filing away each detail. When he asked if I'd taken pictures, I shook my head, explaining I was too confused at the time. He pulled out a small notebook, made a quick note, and then gave me a piece of advice. "It's best you keep this to yourself. People tend to misunderstand things they don't see often." I frowned and asked about the sheriff. His faint smile didn't reach his eyes as he confirmed my suspicion. Before leaving, he gave me a direct instruction. "If anyone asks, you didn't see anything unusual tonight? Understand?" My gut was screaming to call someone, to get out of here, but the words stuck in my throat. As he walked toward the door, he turned back and cryptically said, "We're watching, but we don't want to interfere unless necessary." For the next hour, I sat behind the counter, heart pounding, constantly glancing at the windows. The night remained unnaturally quiet. When the morning shift arrived, I handed over my keys without a word, not wanting to sound crazy. In the days that followed, I kept checking the parking lot. No strange cars, no hovering discs. But sometimes in the darkness, I'd catch a flash of something in the rearview mirror, near the trees, always gone when I looked directly. I didn't tell anyone else. Some things you just don't talk about, especially after a man in a suit tells you to keep quiet. The weird part, I can't shake the feeling that something extraordinary happened that night. The high desert outside Cedar Flats blazed under the sun. My name's Alex Morales, and I'd come out to clear my head. No cell signal, just the old missile silo they decommissioned in the 70s. Sitting halfway up Bald Mountain Slope, the trail was dusty and overgrown, but I'd printed a topo map the night before, so I figured I'd find it easily. By 4:30, I topped out at the crater's rim. There it was. The silo, half buried with cracked and stained concrete walls. I dropped my pack and walked around the perimeter, scanning for snakes. Instead, I saw patches of metal jutting from the rubble, steel panels, rusted bolts, sections of corrugated plating. When I pulled out my camera to snap pictures of the peeling chrome finish, something strange caught my eye. In one panel's reflection, I saw not just my camera, but a flash of movement behind me. Something bright, almost white, sliding across the metal like liquid. I spun around, nothing. Just the sky and heat waves dancing over scrub brush, and I looked back. The glint was gone, replaced by dull rust. I crouched and shined my flashlight on the surface. Scratches were dense, but no new marks. My breath caught in my throat. The metal's angle couldn't catch the sun that way. Between two wall segments, a narrow gap beckoned, wide enough to squeeze through. I got on my belly, pushed my pack ahead, and wriggled in. The interior was hollow, with old cables draped like dead vines and murky water pooling at my feet. My flashlight beam revealed something bizarre. Ice blue reflections on the far wall. Brief pinpricks of light, 10 or 15 of them, like someone had shaken a handful of flashlights behind the concrete ribs. I raised the beam higher. Nothing but rough surfaces. Left, then right, the reflections vanished. My heart pounded. I sat up and felt the walls chill against my fingertips. The hole I'd crawled through was smooth, almost polished, not chipped. Shivering, I climbed back out, brush catching my shirt. The sun was lower now. I set up camp at the ridge's edge. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, ramen heating. I stared back at the silo. Sometimes I wonder if they're still watching. I'm still not sure if I saw what I think I saw. Maybe the driver was playing a prank, but that didn't explain the empty car or the shape in the mirror or the silence that followed. As the sun set, the metal took on a faded copper tone, devoid of shine or brilliance. I dismissed it as a trick of light and settled into my sleeping bag as darkness fell. Around midnight, a low humming sound stirred me awake. Not quite like an engine, but more reminiscent of air moving through a vent. Sitting up, I heard nothing. The desert remained silent except for the crickets chirping in the scrub. I emerged from my tent and scanned the starry sky. No movement caught my eye. Switching on my headlamp, I directed its beam toward the silo. The crater's mouth was dark, but the dome's top, where a vent cap once stood, briefly glowed a pale green before fading. I rubbed my eyes, but when I looked again, nothing remained. Returning to the tent, I lay awake until dawn, listening for that mysterious hum and feeling watched by something just beyond my perception. At sunrise, I packed up and followed the trail toward Elkridge Ranger Station, about 6 miles below. My legs ached, but I pressed on, replaying the strange reflections in my mind. Upon arrival, dusty and dehydrated, I checked in with Ranger Connolly, a woman in her 60s with a sun-weathered face. After sharing details of my hike, I casually asked if anyone had reported unusual lights near the silo. She tilted her head, seemingly assessing my tone, and said she hadn't heard anything. Just then, the door chimed. A man in a crisp charcoal grey suit stood at the threshold. No ranger patch or badge, just a pressed jacket and polished shoes. He carried a white envelope sealed with red wax bearing a single letter R. Ranger Connolly's demeanor changed as he approached, placing the envelope next to her clipboard. "Return to sender," he said smoothly, adding that the envelope had been misplaced. He didn't make eye contact with either of us, focusing solely on the envelope. When Connolly mentioned they don't have a mail drop, he simply stated, "I'm the mailman," and instructed her to handle it accordingly. Feeling uneasy, I blurted out that I hadn't left anything. The man turned toward me for the first time, his face calm and nearly expressionless, dark eyes hidden behind thin-rimmed glasses. He stepped back, muttered good day, and silently departed, leaving an unsettling atmosphere behind. I was at the overlook above Seal Cove near Mendocino on a Sunday evening in late July. The air hung heavy with summer heat. I often come up here at dusk, nothing serious. Just a routine I enjoy. My small binoculars and thermos of tea were my only companions. The lot was mostly empty, with just one camper van parked further down. No movement anywhere. I wasn't expecting anything unusual, but then something caught my eye. A shimmer hovered low over the water, just above the horizon. It blended so perfectly with the haze that I almost missed it. At first I thought it might be a trick of light or a distant fishing boat, but when I focused, this wasn't like any light I'd seen before. It pulsed steadily, rhythmic and consistent. The shape kept transforming, not spinning, but folding into itself, then stretching out again. Like a bubble made of something denser than air, it remained locked in place for several minutes. The ocean beneath seemed untouched. No waves, no current, as if that patch of water had been disconnected from the rest of the sea. And then something passed in front of it, not a bird or plane. It was darker than the sky, with no distinct edges. It drifted across the shimmer and vanished just as quickly. I caught only a sense of depth, like something massive had momentarily blocked my view. I scanned the area, looking for a boat with a spotlight or any explanation. But there was nothing, just that unexplained shimmer and the fleeting shadow that had crossed it. I was parked at the bluff, watching the water, when something strange happened. My binoculars suddenly stopped working, not mechanically, but they simply wouldn't focus. I could see the railing near the bluff and my hands clearly, but every time I turned toward the shimmer, it blurred out completely. When I set the binoculars down and looked with my eyes, the shimmer was still there, though fainter and seeming to have moved further out. I stayed parked for about 10 more minutes, seeing nothing else. The light was dropping fast, and that heavy silence that comes right before darkness had settled in. Just as I was putting the binoculars back in their case, someone tapped on the glass. I jumped. A man stood there, tall, pale, late 40s, wearing a black suit and clean white shirt without a tie, no visible expression. I hadn't heard a car or seen anyone approach. 1 second I was alone, the next he was right beside my window. When I rolled the window down halfway, he leaned in slightly. "That part of the sky isn't public," he said. His voice was smooth but flat, like someone reading lines in an unfamiliar language. I asked what he meant, trying to keep my tone casual, though my hands were shaking on the wheel. Without repeating himself, he added, "Please don't use optical devices in restricted airspace." Then he straightened up. I looked past him, expecting to see a vehicle, but the lot was empty. The camper van from earlier had vanished without a sound. He was walking away, heading toward the beach path, but not following it. Instead, he walked past toward the bluff's edge. No flashlight, no hesitation, until he disappeared from view. I waited, though I'm not sure why. Part of me expected him to return or say something more, but the path remained quiet. Eventually, I drove home in silence. Back at my apartment, I pulled out the binoculars and tested them. They were fine, crystal clear. I pointed them at street signs, and everything came into focus perfectly. The next day, I returned to the same spot at the same time. The sky was empty, the ocean unchanged, as if nothing had happened. I was down at Sunset Point, just west of San Luis Obispo. It's not really a beach, more like a gravel turnout with a clear view of the ocean. Locals know it, but it's not marked on most maps. I used to drive out here sometimes after work. Quiet place to sit with a drink and clear my head. That night it was warm. Sky was hazy but not fully overcast. Just that strange light you get at the tail end of a hot day where the sun's gone but everything still glows a little. I had my binoculars with me, a pair of Nikons my dad gave me years ago. I'd keep them in the glove box. I wasn't looking for anything in particular. I just finished my sandwich and leaned forward over the steering wheel to scan the water. There was a tanker ship in the distance, a few gulls flying low. Then something shimmered on the horizon, almost directly west. I didn't move at first, just a little patch above the water, a couple degrees off the surface. Looked like a heat mirage, except the air wasn't hot anymore, and the ocean doesn't do that. I had a shimmer, yet, but there was a texture to it, like being stretched, almost cube-shaped, with the top edge sort of flickering in and out. I held the binoculars steady. The shape wasn't sharp, it was like my eyes wanted to slide off it. The edges bent slightly as I watched. Not just shimmering, but flexing. There was no sound, no lights, just this wrong-looking patch in the air. The water under it looked darker than the rest. I looked away for a second, wiped the lenses, looked again, still there. I don't know how long I stared, long enough that the light changed. The sun had completely dropped by then, but the shimmer still held some weird internal glow. Not bright, just visible enough to know it hadn't gone. I was about to take a picture with my phone, but I hesitated. I couldn't explain why. Something about it made me feel like I wasn't supposed to, like photographing it would change something. About a minute later, I noticed headlights in my rear view. At first, I didn't think anything of it. People pulled into that lot sometimes to smoke or take photos. But this car, a black sedan, pulled in fast, like they knew exactly where they were going. No hesitation. They stopped maybe 5 feet behind my bumper. No lights inside. I stayed for about an hour. No shimmer, no man, no van. But there was a new sign posted near the rail. Small metal bolted into the wood. I said, "Sensitive marine surveillance area. Do not loiter." I don't remember that being here the night before. I was on night patrol along Highway 24, out near the Book Cliffs in eastern Utah. The stretch was pretty dead most nights. Long runs between towns, barely any exits, just open desert and red rock. It was early April, windy but clear. I parked at a gravel pull-off around mile marker 219, watching through my binoculars. Couldn't see anyone through the windshield. I lowered them, trying not to look rattled. The car just sat there, engine idling low. After about 30 seconds, both front doors opened at the same time. 2 men got out, dressed identically in black suits, crisp white shirts, narrow black ties, hair neat, faces blank. They walked straight toward my window like this was routine. The driver's side man tapped lightly on my window. I rolled it halfway down. No smile, no introduction. "That part of the sky isn't public," he said in a flat, detached voice. When I asked what that meant, he didn't answer. His partner stood a few feet back, arms at his sides, watching the road. Not me. Not the ocean. Just the road, like waiting for a car that wasn't coming. The first man pulled out a thin manila folder, holding it just long enough for me to see the bold black label. I mentioned natural phenomena restricted, and he tucked it away without opening it. "We'd like you to leave now," he said. I didn't argue. Just nodded, started the ignition. He stepped back silently. I pulled out slow and steady. The sedan didn't follow. I checked my mirrors for the next 10 miles. At home, I wrote down everything, sketched the shimmer to remember. I tried researching. Military zones, weather balloons, optical illusions. Nothing matched. The next evening, I went back. Same time, same spot, park. Further down, the sky was clear, the ocean normal, no shimmer, but a new sign was bolted to the railing. Unauthorized, observation prohibited. No photography or optical equipment beyond this point. 2 days later, the sign was gone. I was killing time after midnight, watching for speeders, which rarely happened this late. Just past 2 a.m., I remember checking the clock and thinking about grabbing a sandwich from the cooler. That's when I saw it. Something was hovering near the ridge to the north. It wasn't flying like a plane or moving like a drone, just hanging there. A perfect black cube, maybe the size of a small car. No lights, no reflection. It didn't wobble or rotate, just sat motionlessly about 40 or 50 feet above the ridgeline. At first I thought it might be a weird perspective thing, maybe a tower or boulder catching strange light. But there was no moon and the stars behind it had vanished. The object completely blocked them out. I stepped out of the cruiser and stood by the door. Sharp wind whipped around me, with only occasional gusts breaking the silence. I stared, trying to make sense of it. My first instinct was to call it in, but I hesitated. What would I even say? A floating cube doing nothing. Then it moved, smoothly, sideways, not fast, maybe 5 or 6 miles an hour, sliding left while maintaining the same altitude. Still, no lights, no sound. It covered about 100 yards and stopped again, seeming to observe something. I finally picked up the radio and reported an aerial object, unknown type, possibly a drone near mile marker 219. Dispatch asked if I wanted air support, but I told them to stand by. It wasn't technically breaking any laws, just existing. Back in the car, I kept watching through the windshield. 5 minutes passed. Then it started ascending slowly, straight up, higher and higher until it disappeared completely. No blinking lights, no trail, just gone. That's when the headlights appeared behind me. I hadn't heard an engine, hadn't seen anything in my mirrors. One moment the road was empty, the next a black sedan idled 10 feet behind my cruiser. No tags, no department markings, windows completely blacked out. I stepped out again, walking toward them, hand resting on my sidearm but not drawn. Flashlight already on, I shined it at the windshield, but it reflected cleanly off the glass. Couldn't see anything inside. 2 men got out, identical black suits, white shirts, black ties. They looked off. Their posture was too straight, too perfect. Nor 2 men approached me, synchronized in movement but different in build. One was tall, around 6'2", the other shorter and stockier. They looked more like mannequins dressed as agents than actual agents, and they didn't speak a word. The tall one walked up and held out a manila folder with a pristine red stamp reading, "Natural pH Nomina," in all caps. The folder seemed freshly printed. Without a sound, he handed it to me and stepped back. Inside was a single sheet with numbered bullet points, no letterhead, no official seal. The instructions were clear. Object observed between 1 and 3 a.m. Do not engage or pursue. No further documentation required. No photographs and no discussion with media or outside agencies. A small box labeled "Initial Confirmed" had a blank line next to it. When I looked up, the stockier guy was holding out a pen. I didn't sign. Instead, I asked who they were with. Neither responded. The tall one simply stated, "The object is not your concern." His voice was flat, emotionless, but something about his delivery made my stomach turn. It was as if English wasn't his first language, but he'd memorized the sentence perfectly. I handed the folder back, insisting I needed identification for their directives. The tall one barely smiled, not with amusement, but as if mimicking what a smile should look like. The shorter man glanced past me toward the ridge and said, "You didn't see where it went." When I replied, "I didn't follow," he repeated the same line. They returned to their car, which rolled backward without engine noise or lights. It made a perfect 3-point turn and glided into the darkness, moving smoothly as if it knew the road better than I did. Back in my cruiser, I checked the dash cam. The recording showed only a black space where the cube had been. No outline, no distortion, just clean sky. The sedan wasn't visible at all. The footage captured my door opening, me talking to someone off-screen, but no vehicle appeared behind me. I waited another hour, debating whether to report the full story. Ultimately, I logged it as an unidentified aerial object with no interaction or pursuit. That was 6 weeks ago. I haven't seen the cube since, but twice afterward something felt different. And I was working as a conductor for the Northwestern Rail Line, running the route that cuts through the Cascades. Most days were just routine, checking tickets, announcing stops, making sure everything ran on time. My route covered long, quiet stretches of forest and mountains with a few small towns along the way. Late October nights were always a bit chilly, but not freezing. This particular evening, just after 9 p.m., the sky was mostly clear, and the moon hung low and pale. I was sitting in the conductor's cabin near the front, sipping lukewarm coffee from my thermos. The slow rhythm of the rain made it easy to zone out as we passed through a remote section where the track cuts through dense forest with no roads nearby. Something caught my attention near milepost 42. A pale beam of light swept slowly across the trees on the right side of the track. It wasn't like car, headlights, or a flashlight. This was softer, almost ghostly, like a searchlight through fog, except there was no fog. The beam moved in a smooth, steady arc, cutting through the darkness with a muted glow that didn't reflect off the trees like normal light would. At first, I thought it might be a maintenance crew or a drone, but there was no sound. The rain's steady clatter was the only thing I heard. No hum, no buzz, no voices. The light just swept back and forth, slow and deliberate, almost like it was scanning the forest. I leaned closer to the window, trying to see the source of the light. The trees blocked most of the view, but I caught a glimpse of a shadowy shape near the edge of the clearing. Too tall to be a person, maybe. I blinked a few times, thinking it was a trick of the eyes, but the light continued moving in that slow, unwavering arc. I'd noticed the same sedan parked off the road near my shift change point before. Same model, same dark glass, never moving, never there when I came back through. They acted like I'd signed a form, but I hadn't. I checked the radio for a dispatcher, but only static came through. The rain kept falling, and the light beam vanished behind the ridge. An uneasy feeling lingered, like something was watching the tracks. 20 minutes later, we pulled into Elkridge station. The platform stood empty, which wasn't unusual for that hour. As I prepared for a quick stop, two men suddenly appeared near the far end of the platform. They were striking, black suits and ties, perfectly pressed despite the damp chill. No coats, no hats, no bags or luggage. They didn't look like typical travelers. Most peculiar was how they didn't seem affected by the cold, standing motionless in the quiet station. I watched them walk slowly toward the last car and board without showing tickets or speaking to anyone. This caught my attention, because the rain line was supposed to be closed to boarding this late. I considered calling the conductor, but the dispatcher remained silent. Checking my watch, I noted we had about 40 minutes until the next scheduled stop. As the train moved, I spotted the two men sitting side by side in the back car. They were completely still, never speaking or interacting with other passengers. Strangely, the other passengers seemed to ignore them entirely, as if they weren't even present. At the next stop in Firgrove, I walked to the rear car with my ticket punch. But when I arrived, the two men had vanished. No trace of them existed on the platform or in the station. I asked other passengers if they'd seen the men disembark, but nobody had noticed anything. A strange weight settled in my chest. I reported the incident to the station master, who gave me a knowing look and quickly changed the subject. Over the following days, I asked around, other conductors, dispatch, maintenance crews. No one reported anything similar. The maintenance team at Elkridge said they hadn't done night work in weeks. The more I thought about those men and that light beam, the more the mystery gnawed at me. I'd been camping near Lawson in Northern California, a few days off work before the first real snow. It was late September, cold enough at night to see your breath. Instead of heading to the coast like usual, I wanted quiet. I found an old Forest Service site off a dirt road. Nothing official, just a clearing big enough for my car and a two-person tent. I arrived around 4 in the afternoon while it was still light. Setting up camp was quick. I started a small fire and cooked dinner, just instant rice and beans on a camp stove. Complete silence surrounded me. No tire tracks, no voice. Cell service disappeared once I turned off the highway. By 9 p.m., darkness had completely taken over. No moon, no light pollution. After sitting by the fire for a while, I crawled into the tent to read. My phone showed 9:42 p.m. in airplane mode. I used my lantern, read a few chapters of a mystery novel, then shut everything down. I typically sleep lightly outdoors, but that night I must have fallen deeply asleep. Something woke me. The entire tent suddenly illuminated. Not just a little light like from headlights, but a full white floodlight overhead. Complete silence, which felt unsettling. No background noise, no sounds of a car or drone. I sat up quickly and checked my phone. 2:08 a.m., partially unzipping the tent, I looked out. The light wasn't coming from the ground, but from above. Leaning further out, I saw them, 5 or 6 small white lights rotating in a tight circle, about 40 or 50 feet above the trees. They were perfectly spaced, as if attached to something, but no connecting shape was visible. Weeks later, I'd catch myself scanning the sky near Elkridge whenever I passed that stretch. No light beams, no men in suits. Yet sometimes in the conductor's cabin at night, I swear I can feel eyes watching from the woods, and the radio remains silent. During a return visit to Elkridge Station in daylight, everything looked normal. No signs of disturbance, no hidden cameras or strange equipment. I checked the official logs, no records of anyone boarding without tickets that night. The way they appeared at the remote station, the radio silence, the strange lights sweeping the forest, nothing added up. Night had the lights started slowly turning. No sound. Crouched in the tent opening, I stared upward, my breath fogging the air. Time seemed to stretch, my knees going numb in the cold. Those rotating lights kept moving, steady and unchanging. Suddenly, without warning, they stopped. 2 seconds of stillness, then they vanished completely. Darkness rushed in instantly. My eyes struggled to adjust as I stumbled back inside the tent, zipping it shut. I sat listening. Nothing stirred, not even the wind. Sleep eluded me. Zipped tight in my sleeping bag, hat pulled low, I waited for any sound, any voice. Silence was my only companion. By sunrise, I was packed and ready. No coffee, no hesitation. I folded the tent, tossed it in the car, and hit the forest road. The drive out was tense. My eyes kept darting to the rearview mirror, checking for something, though nothing was there. 40 minutes later, I pulled into Mineral, the small roadside diner I'd passed countless times but never entered. 2 booths, a counter with stools, and a worn linoleum floor greeted me. Only one other person sat inside, a man at the counter, back turned. The waitress waved me to a seat. I chose a window booth and ordered eggs and toast. When she disappeared into the kitchen, the man stood and turned. He was tall, pale, a black suit so sharp it seemed out of place. No jacket, just perfectly pressed pants and a buttoned shirt. A wide-brimmed hat sat atop his head, old-fashioned, dark. Without invitation, he slid into my booth. I waited. He sat with hands folded, looking as if this meeting had been planned. "Did you sleep through it?" he asked. His voice was calm, almost mechanical. Something felt off about his tone, like a poor imitation of conversation. "Excuse me," I responded. He repeated the question, slower this time. A tightness gripped my chest. Something fundamental felt wrong. Why was chasing storms in western Kansas, about 15 miles outside Scott City late last May? For 8 seasons now, I've been doing this mostly solo, sometimes teaming up with other chasers I run into on the plains. That day, I was on my own. It was one of those textbook setups. Dry line, pushing east, plenty of shear, cape values through the roof. The kind of sky that starts off flat and blue, then by late afternoon turns into something alive. I'd been watching a cell build for an hour, parked on a dirt road with a wide view of the horizon. Around 5:40 p.m., the storm really got its act together. A classic supercell, big inflow tail. Rotation tightening. I got into position east of the wall cloud, maybe 2.5 miles out. Lightning was constant by then, but no rain yet, so visibility was still decent. I was filming from the back of the truck with my main camera on the tripod and the GoPro suctioned to the dash, running a time-lapse. At 6:12, the funnel dropped thin at first, like a rope, but it widened fast. Touched down in an open field and kicked up dirt immediately. I kept recording, repositioned once to stay ahead of it, and managed to capture a full 3 minutes of the tornado at peak strength. It was during those 3 minutes that I saw something I still can't explain. Later, back home, I found something strange on my phone. In the Notes app, a new entry appeared, just a string of numbers typed out at 2:17 a.m. a time when I was supposedly in my sleeping bag. Not touching anything, no title, no formatting, just a line of numbers broken into sets of 3 like coordinates. I haven't looked them up. I don't want to know where they point. Then there was that incident at the diner. A man I didn't know approached my table, said something I didn't understand. He tilted his head slightly, then looked out the window like he was bored or done with me. The waitress came back with my food and stopped short. "Everything all right here?" she asked. I opened my mouth, ready to say something, but the man stood up and walked out without a word. No coffee, no food, just left. I asked her if she knew him. She said she hadn't seen him come in. I ate quickly, barely tasting it. When I went outside, his car, or whatever, he might have arrived in, wasn't there. Just my car and a rusty pickup truck around the side. The rest of the drive home, I kept trying to explain it away. Maybe I dozed off and dreamed the lights. Maybe the man was just a weirdo. I was staying at a small hotel off US 83 in Oakley, a basic 1-story concrete block place with rusted HVAC units and a lobby that smelled like freezer burn. The front desk guy remembered me and gave me my usual room second from the end. During a storm, I caught something strange on camera. A metallic, disc-shaped object emerged from inside the funnel, moving against the wind's rotation for just a split second. A bright flash accompanied it, but no lightning. Almost instantly, it seemed to fold into the cloud and vanish. Back in my room after 9 p.m., I transferred files to my laptop and noticed something odd. The GoPro footage wouldn't copy correctly. The file existed, but when I tried to open it, an unsupported format error appeared. I'd never seen this before. I rebooted, tried different software, but nothing worked. The main camera footage was fine. I isolated the clip with the flash and tornado, slowing it down and enhancing the contrast. The object had mass. You could see the wind pushing around it, slightly bending the funnel as it passed through. In all my years of watching tornado clips, I'd never seen anything like this. I uploaded the clip to an external drive and unplugged everything for the night, deciding not to post anything online just yet. Around 1 to 10 a.m., a soft, patient knock came at my door, 2 gentle taps. Not the kind of knock that signals urgency. I looked through the peephole and saw 2 men, late 30s or 40s, wearing black suits with no luggage or phones. One was taller, wearing a plain fedora. Both had pale skin and stood completely still. I didn't open the door. After about 20 seconds, the tall one spoke through the door in a low, steady voice. Not 2 men showed up at my door asking for storm data. Not my data, not my footage. I didn't respond. The storm data felt like it didn't belong to me. I stood there, hearing nothing but the ringing in my ears. The shorter one shifted his weight slightly, seeming about to speak, but never did. Then they both turned and walked away. I watched through the peephole until they disappeared, then flipped off the lights and sat on the bed, trying to process what happened. 10 minutes later, I looked outside. The parking lot was empty except for a pickup 2 doors down. No black car, no footprints on the walkway. The next morning, I checked my laptop. The exported file was gone, not deleted, just vanished. The folder was empty, and searching for the file name yielded nothing. The drive hadn't been wiped, just that one clip missing. The external hard drive wouldn't mount. It spun up, made a soft click, then went silent and dead. I had backups at home on a desktop, but I didn't feel right until I got out of town. I skipped the next chase day and drove straight back to Lincoln. Weeks later, I tried pulling the file from the memory card. It was there, but now just glitched green frames and scrambled audio. Whatever had been clear before was now unreadable. My name is Nate Shepard. I'm 38, live in Missoula, and like to get out in the woods a few times a year to clear my head. I was hiking alone near the southern edge of the Baiterro Range in early October, before the heavy snow came. The place wasn't on a marked trail, just an old decommissioned Forest Service access road now used by hunters and occasional backwoods campers. I'd found it the year before while helping a friend scout elk routes. There was a faint path just enough to follow if you knew what you were looking for. That weekend was supposed to be a short overnight. Solo. Hike in, set up camp, maybe catch some stars if the sky held clear. No cell service, no sounds except wind and birds. That kind of quiet always settles me down. The weather was cold but dry. Sky overcast but thin enough to see ridgelines against the clouds. I started around 2 p.m., parking by the old pullout near mile marker. I've still got the rest of the tornado footage. Regular people see a tornado tear through a field, tear apart a fence, throw a grain bin, but I remember that half-second flash, that shape inside something. It had no business being inside. And I remember those 2 men at my door asking for it like I'd stolen it from them. I started up the slope, heading out for a hike. About 1.5 miles in, something caught my eye, a sign I'd never noticed before. Dull gray metal bolted crookedly into a pine tree. It read, "Restricted Zone" in block letters. No agency logo, no contact number. This struck me as strange, since I had been this way many times and never seen a boundary marker. The sign looked old. Rust had begun eating into its edges, and the bottom right corner was bent, as if someone had tried to tear it off. I paused, thinking it through. I wasn't doing anything illegal, Just hiking, no fire, no hunting. The sign was barely attached to anything. No fence, no tape, just sitting near a game trail. I figured it was left over from an old fire closure or logging claim, so I continued on. A couple miles further, I set up camp near a small bluff overlooking a dry creek bed. The sun had dropped behind the mountains and temperature fell quickly. I started a small fire, made some tea, and sat on a log with my headlamp off, watching trees sway in the breeze. That's when I saw the light. Roughly tree height, maybe 30 or 40 feet up, deep in the forest about 100 yards out. At first I thought it was a drone. It had that precise hovering quality but moved oddly. It would pulse, dim to nothing, then flare up a few feet away, almost blinking out and reappearing. The color was a soft, organic red, shifting like it was seen through water, completely silent. I stood up slowly, not wanting to draw attention, and extinguished the fire with dirt. The light pulsed twice more, then vanished. I stared into the darkness, but it didn't return. Sleep was difficult that night. Morning came and I packed up early, heading back down the trail. Everything seemed normal. No light, no sound, nothing out of place. But the woods felt different. Hollow. Like the wind had stopped carrying sound, like the forest wasn't listening anymore. I know it sounds strange, but that's how it felt. About half a mile from my parking spot, just before the path widens near the tree line, 2 men were standing across the trail, suited up in black suits, no outdoor gear, no uniforms, no coats, no hats, no bags, just standing there. I was flying a 1981 Piper Archer out of Gallup Municipal in New Mexico, late one June afternoon. My mission was simple: a short 90-minute hop to Chinle, Arizona, delivering some documents for my boss. I work part-time ferrying materials between regional offices for a land survey company. The weather was decent, hot, slightly hazy with light winds, and minimal air traffic. The Four Corners region is mostly open airspace where you can travel for miles without seeing another aircraft. Just me, a thermos of coffee, and a radio that kept cutting in and out with static, accompanied by a sealed envelope in the back. No passengers, no extra cargo. The strange events began about 40 minutes into the flight. Earlier in the forest, I'd encountered 2 men who were unnervingly calm. They stood side by side, not talking, seemingly waiting. Both were impeccably clean, with the shorter one having grey hair and a sunken face, while the taller one looked younger but shared the same unreadable expression. When I slowed down, I gave a quick nod, thinking they might be from Fish and Game or some local land agency. But they didn't introduce themselves or ask about my presence. The shorter man simply looked at me and stated, "This part of the forest doesn't exist." I laughed, thinking I'd misheard. He repeated it with the same tone. Standing a few feet away, I wasn't sure if I was being threatened or tested. "Look," I said, "I didn't see any fence. I'm just hiking and heading back to my car." Neither moved. The taller one finally spoke 3 words. "You weren't here." I walked around them without eye contact, quickening my pace. They didn't follow. At my truck, everything seemed slightly off. The tailgate was unlatched, something I never do. Nothing was missing, but items were shifted. My cooler was upside down and my sleeping bag hung partially out of the back. I hastily packed everything, locked the doors, and drove back to Missoula without stopping. That night, I checked my GPS hiking app. The track stopped abruptly halfway, with no elevation data or timestamps past that point, just a straight line ending in the woods. The next morning, the entire track had vanished. I haven't returned to that trail, or even close to it. Over Shiprock, something unusual caught my eye through the starboard window. At first glance, I thought it might be a bird or a sun glint, about 200 feet higher and a quarter mile off. But when I got a good look, I realized this was no ordinary aircraft. A perfectly flat, solid black triangle hung silently in the air. No visible engines, no markings, just this geometric shape gliding alongside me as if tethered. I checked my transponder and squawk settings. Everything appeared normal. I called out but received no response. Dead air. For maybe half a minute, the object held its position. No cockpit, No windows were visible. Then it drifted closer, not threateningly, but near enough to make me sweat through my shirt. I turned 10 degrees south, moving slowly and carefully. Remarkably, it mirrored my movement exactly. No noise, no jet wash, just an eerie, perfect, silent glide. Suddenly, without warning, it climbed straight up and vanished in 2 seconds. No contrail, no pressure shift, nothing. I scanned the sky but couldn't relocate it. 20 seconds later, the radio crackled back to life with a standard weather update from Albuquerque Center. I responded, filed my position, and continued as if nothing extraordinary had happened. At Chinley's dirt strip, I remained unsettled. The hot, dry air smelled of creosote as I stretched and tried to forget what I'd seen. After handing off an envelope to a guy at a small shed they called an office, I walked back to where I'd parked. That's when I noticed him. A tall, lean figure in a black suit, white shirt, no tie, holding a clipboard, no vehicle nearby. I assumed he was waiting for someone else. But when I shut down my engine and opened the canopy, he walked directly toward me with purpose. "Mister," he said. I responded, "That's my name," though I hadn't introduced myself to anyone. He didn't offer a handshake, just stared through weird narrow sunglasses and delivered a chilling statement. "Your route was misfiled. This airspace doesn't exist,